The U.S. has just designated the Maduro regime, essentially because of their association with this group, a foreign terrorist organization. That is big news. That kind of puts Maduro, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't it put Maduro in the same category as former Panamanian dictator Noriega, who the U.S. went in and got and changed that regime?
Correct, and thank you for the opportunity. Not only Noriega in 1989, but Osama bin Laden. So starting at midnight tonight, Nicolas Maduro and his gang is officially a terrorist organization, and he is the head of a terrorist organization, which according to our United States laws puts him right in the crosshairs. We can take him out, we can extradite him, or we can go in and try to finish his regime. So good news for the Venezuelans who have been waiting for years to be liberated, and very good news for the American economy, which I'll explain to you why this is a #1 goal for this administration from the economic standpoint.
But there.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Craig Pasta Jardula and Jay Scott. Episode 150, We're Still Here. And a real fake news update. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
Welcome. Here we go, guys. Happy Tuesday, happy Thanksgiving week, and happy 150th episode to us here at the Homeless Left. It went by so fast since our last little marker back at the 100th episode. We've been, just getting these out to you guys the best we can, twice a week most of the time, and the days just keep going, and we have to every once in a while take a moment like today and put on a little tie and say congratulations to us all to getting this far. Never thought we'd do this many. We set out at the start of this journey, just trying out about 10 shows. That was the plan. Just do about 10 of them, see what happens. And what do you know? Here we go. We're at 150, and we don't plan on stopping anytime soon. Now, hard to celebrate in these times. It's hard to say that we are, at some sort of finish line, that we are deserving of, mission accomplished. Mission hasn't been accomplished. We're far from it. In fact, it's hard to celebrate at all because we still have things in our own personal lives that are not worked out and are difficult and very challenging. And even right now, just so you guys know, we're dealing with some personal stuff right now on the home front. We have, Leslie's father, my stepfather, is back in the hospital dealing with massive amount of health issues concerning blood clots and a whole vast amount of issues that we're just, on one hand, so grateful that he's still with us, but it is unbelievable we call healthcare system. It seems like a sick care system. It seems like when we talk about going for peace, it's always going for war. It seems like everything that we were taught about our American exceptionalism and our ability to be this evolved society that cares about things like having peace and having health, where the reality is we haven't cared about that at all. It's the exact opposite. And the more we do this work, the more we dig in, the more you guys do this with us. We want to thank you guys for being with us on this ride. We expose more and more of the machine that actually runs us. And we are, when we say that there's a problem with that system, or it's not running functionally, it's not running the way it should, it's actually running exactly the way it's supposed to run as designed. We just are now figuring it out. And the design is to protect the upper echelon and the hell with the rest of us. So we have to figure this out for ourselves. We have to figure out, we have to get smart about how we live our lives, how we conduct ourselves, what health really means, what peace really means, how to apply principle to these elements, and how to get our minds out of the tribe that we thought we were part of, that was the good guys versus the bad guys. All of that is wrong. All of that is fake. There's no red versus blue. This is not this is not the this isn't the game that we're playing, that they told us we're playing. The real game is the power versus the people. We are the people. We need to come together. We need to start taking control of our own destiny, our own bodies, our own health, and our own ability to be about principles of peace and love and acceptance and all these things that even those of us that are the most sympathetic creatures, we tend to get manipulated back into the herd of these tribes because they use our feelings against us. And we see that happen too on both sides, on all sides. The feelings that we have, things that we believe in, whether it's our church or our our ideology that tells us things, that informs us of the things that we hold to be true. Those are used against us when we talk about equality and acceptance and diversity. We've seen that be used against people, primarily on the left. We've seen a lot of religious principles and values be used against people on the right. We've seen so many examples of this on all sides, of the things that we believe in being used against us. So we have to just get smarter about that. And that's why we do this show. That's what the Homeless Left is about. And we're homeless from the left. You might be homeless from somewhere else, from the right, from some other tribe you come from that you just had enough with, and you're ready to start thinking for yourselves again. You're ready to start having critical thinking skills again. We all have them. They're all up here. But when you have on those tribal goggles, you tend to forget about that, and you tend to suppress that skill that we all have. So let's take those tribal goggles off together, and finally we can declare as a people, as a collective people, we can declare our independence from the tribe that we no longer want to be part of. This is not a tribe. This is a space for community. It's a space for critical thinking. It's a space for personal identification of what you want yourself to be and your life to be. You don't have to check boxes to get in the door, to get into our door. You don't have to check a box. And that's why we're not a tribe here. But we are about community. We're about freedom of speech. We're about all these things you guys know. So thank you for being part of 150 episodes. Let's get to today's agenda. We do have a lot going on. Obviously, you guys saw the opening. Venezuela is happening in real time right now, so we're going to keep up on that. And we're going to have a discussion with, actually, we're going to have both co-hosts in later. That's going to be Craig Pasta Jardula and Jay Scott. We're going to be talking Venezuela, but we have a lot of other stuff to get to too, like this Ukrainian peace plan that we're cautiously optimistic about, but more cautiously than optimistic at this point. We have some more crackdowns with AI, Homeland Security stuff going on. We got to get into that. More censorship, more freedoms of speech being taken from us, and bodily autonomy being taken from us, and privacy being taken from us. We're going to look at some stuff going on in HOLLYWOKE with a Jude Law film. He's playing Putin. Imagine that. We'll look at that as well. And we got a whole bunch going on in the Maher arena. So we'll be talking with Jay Scott about that later. There's so much going on with RFK Jr., a sexting scandal, cousin that is now terminally ill with cancer. We're going to look at all this stuff, everything, and all these adjustments happening with the CDC, and then things not being called out, like these forever chemicals. So we're going to get into some of that as well. And we got a loudest voice of the week for you. And a funny, crazy, not funny, but very shocking Campbell soup story. We'll be looking at that as well. And then later in the show, talking back, that's your chance to engage with us. You can do that on all of our platforms that we're on right now, which I believe we're at least on right now. I don't think we're on Facebook right now, but we're on Rumble. That's our main channel. You guys can engage with us there. Any Rumble rants, go to the front of the line, and we will definitely make sure we respond to your comments. And this is going to be live on the show at Talking Back. This also includes our YouTube channel, which is working pretty well right now. We appreciate you guys because the first one got terminated. So this is our second try at YouTube. So we appreciate all you guys engaging with us there at THL Presents. We got the title back, so now it says The Homeless Left on the front, on the homepage. We're very happy that we were able to do that and they didn't red flag us. So that's very good. We got our title back, The Homeless Left on YouTube. That's the actual address. You can type that in and get right to it in case we're still being shadow banned. We're also on Twitter X. We can see your comments on there as well. So that's something we just, if you prefer that, that's fine. Matt Weinglass or The Homeless Left on that. And then any support, locals. I know we should keep more up on locals, but if you guys ever go on there, that's a good way to show regular support or one-time support. We really, really do appreciate that. So thank you guys so much. And I think it's time we start the show here. Let's get into our first story today. You guys know how we like to start Tuesdays. This is what we like to do. It's a real fake news update time. So yeah, we got a good one for you today. Let's go. Here we go. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. This week, we're going to look at how Marjorie Taylor Greene's announcement that she will no longer be serving in Congress and her term will expire at the beginning of next year, 2026. We're going to look at how the mainstream messed this story up. And we don't think that was on accident. That is on purpose. So any of you guys out there that still watch mainstream media or still read publications like the New York Times or the Washington Post, or watch any of these other channels, not just MSNBC, CBS, CNN, or Fox News, but there's also CBS and ABC. They're all in on it. They all pretend to look at both sides and see what both sides are saying. But in this case, with Marjorie Taylor Greene, this is not a both sides issue at all. In fact, the story itself is unique because it's about going against both of those sides. So this is a third side that they won't show you. So let's start with the official announcement that dropped a couple days ago, and we want a chance to respond to this. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene announcing that she's throwing in the towel at the beginning of next year. Here we go.
Hi, everyone. I've always represented the common American man and woman as a member of the House of Representatives, which is why I've always been despised in Washington, D.C., and just never fit in. Americans are used by the political industrial complex of both political parties, election cycle after election cycle, in order to elect whichever side can convince Americans to hate the other side more. And the results are always the same. No matter which way the political pendulum swings, Republican or Democrat, nothing ever gets better for the common American man or woman. The debt goes higher, corporate and global interests remain Washington's sweethearts, American jobs continue to be replaced, whether it's by illegal labor or legal labor by visas or just shipped overseas. Small businesses continue to be swallowed by big corporations. Americans' hard-earned tax dollars always fund foreign wars, foreign aid, and foreign interest.
Wow, she sounds like a real squad member, or not to insult people that understand that the squad has been a fraud this whole time, but this was what they told us, right? This is what it was about, being like, we're going to go in to Congress, and like we remember AOC told us that she's going to go into Congress and she's going to stick it to Nancy Pelosi and stick it to the Democratic Party. And she told us, give me your money and your votes, because I'm going to stick it to the whole thing. And I don't care if they vote me out. So Marjorie Taylor Greene is doing the thing that AOC told us she was going to do. And the squad ended up being the fraud. And we know that, the fraud squad. But isn't that interesting that this right-wing extremist, this one that they told us she was this QAnon psycho, just nut job, far, far, far right, sounding like a populist lefty. Isn't that interesting? Maybe it's because populism isn't right or left. It's just populism for the people. And the language actually sounds very, very similar. It doesn't really matter if you're right or left. When you start saying things like our money is going to wars for no reason, when we're saying that the American people are being put in the back seat. And when you're saying, now she's not mentioning Israel by name here, but we understand what she means by our focus is not on the American people. So all these are issues that a populist movement, right or left, doesn't matter, will agree on these things. So will they report on this accurately? Of course they won't. But let's hear a little more of her. And this is kind of heartfelt. And I have to admit, it's kind of emotional hearing this. It feels like we've run our course with something that would have potentially gone even further. And it's really it's sad that it ends at a moment like this. But let's hear the rest of this.
And the spending power of the dollar continues to decline. The average American family can no longer survive on a single breadwinner's income, as both parents have to work in order to simply survive. And
wow, this really does sound like a Bernie AOC speech, doesn't it? And again, just words, but we know that Marjorie Taylor Greene put it to action. That's why she's no longer allowed in Congress. That's why she's been showed the door. So these are words that we hear on the left. Just to remind you guys, so this is not the way they're going to be reporting this to us. They're going to still try and package this like she is a right-wing nut job, QAnon conspiracy theorist psychopath, which is hard to do because you already told us Trump was that guy, but Trump called her a traitor. So it's a tough little mix. I understand, they have a hard job to do in the media. They have a hard job to try and spin this, that she is more wacky, more traitorous. Remember, Trump was already the traitor, right? Trump already is working with Putin. Trump is already the guy that threw our country under the bus. So for him to call her a traitor, they really are going to have to do a good job on spinning this. But let's hear a little more of this. Again, listen to the language. This is very familiar of left-wing populism, which again has not gone to this extent. Only little blurbs and speeches that don't actually go into action. So we have to give her credit for going to action.
today, many in my children's generation feel hopeless for their future and don't think they will ever realize the American dream. And that breaks my heart. When common American people realize and understand that the political industrial complex of both parties is ripping this country apart, that not one elected leader like me is able to stop Washington's machine from gradually destroying our country, and instead the reality is that they, common Americans, the people, possess the real power over Washington, then I'll be here by their side to rebuild it. Until then, I'm going back to the people that I love, to live my life to the fullest as I always have, and I look forward to a new path ahead. I'll be resigning from office with my last day being January 5th, 2026, and I look forward to seeing many of you again sometime in the future. May God bless you all, and may God bless America.
Heartfelt, like I said, honest, raw, and kind of sad that it's come to this. Let's see now, since this is the real fake news, it's time to do, I know you guys are not looking forward to this one, but, or maybe you are, because it's kind of ridiculous, but here we go. This is CBS covering this story. Let's see what they put into print. Hold on. This is the one. Okay. We're going to get to that one. Here we go. Okay. CBS News. What do you got to tell us here? Okay. Marjorie Taylor Greene is resigning. Here's what to know about her 5 years in Congress. Okay, good. They cut right to the chase. Let's do it. Let's cut right to the chase. Well, it all happened so fast. Less than a week after Trump denounced her, the Georgia Republican announced she would resign from Congress on January 5th. Her departure will cap 5 years in Congress. Yeah, she was first an outsider, then briefly at the center of power during House Speaker Kevin McCarthy's reign. Trump's return to the White House could have heralded a new era of clout in Washington, but Greene's simmering discontent led to a split with the president. Okay, go on. What was the discontent about? Please tell us. We want to know. Her initial commentary was a stew of, here we go, conspiracy theories. Greene suggested that in 2017, the mass shooting in Vegas was a coordinated attack to spur support for new gun restrictions. What a crazy idea, because you know how transparent they were with that shooting, right? You guys remember how transparent they were. They didn't try to cover anything up there. Okay. In 2018, she endorsed the idea that the U.S. government perpetrated the attacks on September 11th, 2001. Oh my God, how dare she? What a right-wing crazy idea of a right winger, because all of us lefties, we believed in the Bush and Cheney regime, and we never questioned that. Only right wingers did that, right? Okay. In a video filmed at the Capitol in 2018, she claimed that Omar and Tlaib were Muslim women, weren't official members because of the Congress, because they used Qurans rather than Bibles to swearing in the ceremony. Well, there they go, using a religious element of her ideology against her, which we certainly will disagree with here. But again, this is how you take something that a lot of people agree with. It's not actually an extreme view to use your religion and try to elevate that into politics. We don't agree with it. We know we should be separated from church and state, but she's not a unique person that does that. But CBS knows that will stir a lot of feathers. That's why that's in this article. Here now we're getting into QAnon. Here we go. During the campaign, Green openly sympathized with QAnon conspiracy theories involving a global cabal of Satan-worshiping cannibals. Well, how dare she sympathizes with that? Because we know all of that is made up. Everything, the Pizzagate is completely fabricated. There's nothing to see here, guys. The U.S. government leaders that operates this child sex trafficking ring, we know that's bullshit. The Dems told us it was bullshit. They told us Jeffrey Epstein was bullshit, and people voted for Trump because they liked the idea that this stuff would get looked into. And guess what happened? Trump decided, you guys know what happened. Trump decided not to look into any of this. After all, leaving people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who was consistent with wanting to look into this stuff, which people voted for Trump to do. Now the Democrats want to talk about Epstein. Now that's a whole nother, you guys know that whole thing. So CBS is doing on purpose bad journalism here, trying to update its reader on all the readers on how we got to where we did, which is exactly the opposite of how we got here. So, okay, this is the bottom one here. Her most inflammatory rhetoric was publicized after she was elected, like the 2018 claim. Here comes the big one, guys. The California wildfires were ignited by a laser beam from space, controlled by the Rothschild banking family. Now, look, we've looked into direct energy weapons here. You guys know we're right here in Southern California, and we had legitimate conversations about that type of technology and how it is available and how we do manipulate weather and how there is example after example of doing this. And more importantly, we looked at the motive there, and we looked at what we're trying to do that they were doing in Lahaina, doing in other parts of the country, but specifically it's in these parts where they want it's called a land grab. So we've done a lot of work with that. You guys know that. So of course CBS is not going to tell us about those details in this claim, and they're going to just highlight laser beams and Rothschild. Now look, this is where they really get her, and this part's important. So this is how you write off somebody with a legitimate question, like, was the California fires controlled in advance, and was there a plan to move people into 15-minute cities and do a land grab and get ready for the 2028 Olympics and all that stuff and all the Newsom scandal and all the people losing fire insurance? You guys know all of that. State Farm just canceled people at the last second. We know all this stuff. But this is how you destroy legitimate questions, is you summarize it yourself and call it something crazy, so then people don't want to look at it. So the quotes are Jewish space lasers, and then that's gonna make Marjorie Taylor Greene look like an idiot. Shut up. Now she's what? Anti-Semitic. Because the Rothschilds are a Jewish family. And then she has to go and say, I didn't know they were Jewish. So I guess what you're telling me is I'm anti-Semitic, and I didn't know I was, as I was claiming the power that the Rothschilds have as one of the most powerful banking families on the planet. Whoever controls the banks controls the people. She didn't know they were Jewish. Should that matter? Well, apparently CBS thinks that should matter. Okay. So it's at the bottom of the article that they start to say, oh, by the way, she had a problem with Israel's actions in Gaza. And you see how they deliberately wait to do that after they call her insinuate that she's anti-Semitic. Now you have a motive for her to be dishonest about Israel's actions in Gaza being called a genocide. You see how that works? And that's where the reader goes, oh, well, that makes sense that she would do that because she already has that hate in her when she was trying to smear the Rothschilds, who should not be smeared for anything because we know how on the up and up they are, and we like to protect people in power. That's what we do. Okay. So the Epstein files was the last straw, as we know, for her. She got together with other people like Thomas Massey, Ro Khanna, which was great, across the aisle, and of course the victims themselves all came together to protest the silencing of the Epstein files and the clear, obvious lies coming from Kash Patel, the FBI, Pam Bondi, all of them. So she criticized the leadership, which you should do. That's what you should do. That's what AOC never did with Mama Bear. She never did. And that's it. So that's what they tell us is the problem. In the very end, it's, oh, she also thought, she's also anti-Semitic because she thought a genocide was going on. So she's referred to as herself as America First, America Only, which is a fair stance to make, especially if you've been walking around with a MAGA hat for years. That would make sense. That would make sense. That's the whole point of MAGA. It should have been, at least. So she's suggesting that Trump was too focused on foreign affairs. Her criticism escalated. Trump became fed up. He said he would endorse a primary challenger. After years of support, he declared Green was a traitor. A week later, she announced her resignation. And the traitor thing is a problem. It's a big problem because it does stuff like this. So she said on November 15th, which just a few days before she made this decision to leave, he says that the threats against her surged after Trump's tirades about her backing the release of the files. A hotbed of threats against me are being fueled and egged on by the most powerful man in the world, the man I supported and helped get elected. Aggressive rhetoric attacking me has historically led to death threats and multiple convictions of men who were radicalized by the same type of rhetoric being directed at me right now. This time by the president of the United States, she said. So that's really the extent of it there. And of course, like packaging her as a QAnon conspiracy theorist, extreme ideas like 9/11, what might have not been the story they told us, because what a wacky idea. What a wacky idea that only a right-wing QAnon person would say. So that's what's going on with CBS. But really, what really is going on with CBS? Come on, guys. You know what's really going on. This is what's going on. Very wise. She isn't selling centrist news. She's rebuilding normal news at CBS. That's the plan. And she's been there a month already. So she had a hand in this, the way this was framed. Barry Weiss isn't just critiquing the failures of legacy media. She recently appointed editor-in-chief. She's been appointed as the editor-in-chief of CBS. She's now in a position to rebuild it. And at the Jewish Leadership Conference, she explained exactly how she plans to do it. Her diagnosis is blunt. Every centrist news project crashes for the same reason. It treats the absence of disagreement as the remedy for polarization. It sands down charisma. Blah, 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 blah. So she's saying we need to basically shake things up, pick and choose who we want to platform, and then pretend that they're having an honest debate. Basically get back to the way CNN functioned in the early 2000s during the Bush and Cheney years. That's what they did. That's what Jon Stewart famously went on their Crossfire show and said, this is all staged. You're pretending to have an argument, but it's a controlled argument. That's what she wants to get CBS back to. That's what's happening here. So, and it goes blah, 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 blah. There's $150 million. She was named editor-in-chief, partnering with the news president, Tom Sabowski. The operational expertise provides institutional continuity. In other words, Weiss brings the editorial vision. Sabowski ensures the engine keeps running. So they got their little team in place. And of course, it's not just CBS. It's the Skydance Ellison acquisition of Paramount. And The entire thing is framed to capture every one of these media outlets, including streaming service Paramount, which is aligned with the messaging through CBS and CNN, because it's all connected now. It's all connected. And that CBS News is part of this overhaul. That's what she's saying. And from Suppressed News, this just in, Barry Weiss says she'll use her new CBS News role to redraw the lines of acceptable debate, pushing out voices like Hassan Piker, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, and elevating charismatic figures like who? Alan Dershowitz? Wow. Dana Loesch? Wow. And she claims they represent where the vast majority of Americans actually are, which is obviously not true. Here's a little clip of her trying to make this case.
All of us see the moment that we're in. And all of us see that the choices that it feels like we have sometimes, which is Hassan Piker and Tucker Carlson or Nick Fuentes and, Andrew Tate, the kind of people that are rising in the podcast charts, those don't actually represent our values. And I don't think that they represent the values and the worldview of the vast majority of Americans. And so this is an opportunity to speak for the 75%, for the people that are on the center left and the center right that still believe in equality of opportunity, that still believe passionately in the American project, that still believe in all of the things that everyone in this room believes in, which is liberty and freedom and individual responsibility and in the most basic level, the right to know what is actually going on in the world.
The way you see it, the right to know the narrative you want to spin. And that's why you have these media companies aligning with streaming services like Paramount, because it's all entertainment. If you guys don't understand that by now, it's all entertainment. So she's telling us we're going to package the narrative the way we want to package it, making it you think that you're getting a multiple variety of views, but we're deliberately going to silence anybody who's challenging the entire state narrative. Those people will be silenced. And then you're going to think that you're watching a real honest debate when we have people debating on the shows, but it's going to go right back to, it's going to be that crosstalk bullshit CNN stuff from the early 2000s. That's what we're going back to. But I do think that people are going to be smarter this time, because I think at the time that was a big moment. I remember, if you guys remember when Jon Stewart did that, it was a big moment of realization. First time that somebody on a news show said, hey guys, this is all theater, what you're doing. And I think the reason why that was such a powerful moment back in 2004 was because they thought that Jon Stewart wouldn't be taken seriously because he was a comedian on Comedy Central, and he was able to spin or turn it around on them and say, well, you guys are news people, so your job is to do the news. My job is to make people laugh. So you're trying to hold me responsible for doing a job that you're supposed to be doing. And I know what theater looks like because I come from, so it was a good moment. And this was years ago. This is over 20 years ago. But now we're going to get back to that. And certainly she's not going to let anyone call that out on their news program ever again. So we're going to have to keep doing it on our end. And that's how it is. And, back to Marjorie Taylor Greene, this woman, look, like you guys could say, okay, she ran out of steam. I know on one hand, you could say she didn't have the courage to keep going. There's people that get death threats all the time. We've heard that argument, and that's fair. You get death threats all the time. I mean, we are going to cover Candace Owens later in the show. She gets threatened all the time and keeps going. Marjorie Taylor Greene might have ran out of gas here, but that's fair. She wants to spend time with her family. We're all human beings, so let's see what she does next. Maybe she's thinking of another thing. We're not going to say in any way, shape, or form she's gearing up for some other run. Those are just rumors and speculation, so we're not going to go down there. But make no mistake, she did what AOC told us she was going to do, and that's worth something. That's worth absolutely something. This is what AOC told us. When she took your money and you're in New York, she took your money and your vote, and she told you she's going to go stick it. She's going to stick it to the establishment. She's going to bring the ruckus. You remember that? And this part's the most important part. If you're a one-term Congress member, so what? You can make 10 years worth of change in one term if you're not afraid. And make no mistake, Marjorie Taylor Greene had the courage to get this far. And she did make an impact and did make a change more than anything that anyone of the squad has ever been able to do these last several years. So shout out to Marjorie Taylor Greene. And of course, you're not going to get the full story on any of the mainstream networks. You're going to have to get the story from us here at the Homeless Left and others in the independent media space, because that's just how it is when we're doing a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. Okay, we're moving on, guys. A lot more show to get to. I see you guys are coming in now, slowly but surely, getting in there. All right, well, let's go ahead and get to the next story. Next few stories we have coming up for you guys. We'll go ahead and bring in our co-host. You know me, love him. Please welcome back to the Homeless Left, Craig Pasta JARDULA. Up, the mute. You're on the mute. We can't.
Can you hear me now?
We got you.
And it's my microphone.
We got you. You sound good.
Got the new background behind me.
Hell yeah.
You can see there's the bat sign, the pasta sign, the pasta to go. They're calling us with the post-apocalyptic. That's everything's burnt down signal. And they need us, Matt. They're calling us. We got to get a THL on this side over here, up in that area. Somebody shining the light. But I decided to go playful today since you're getting all serious with this shirt and tie. I'm like, that's it. I'm putting on a comfortable shirt, putting on my shades, putting on my Nicaragua love beads, and I'm ready to rock and roll. So here we are. And about the last segment, you got to wonder how much, since a lot of people do feel the Charlie Kirk thing is definitely directly tied to Israel, right? In one way or the other. You got to wonder if that really affected Marjorie Taylor Greene's decision on, dropping out. I mean, because here's the thing. She didn't just talk badly, about what was going on. She tried to push policy to take away funding from them. So she crossed a proverbial shit line that you don't normally fucking cross, right? Like, she did something really serious with that stuff. And you're right. These are the things we thought AOC would do. That AOC would go out there and saying, voting against the dome, voting against every bill that went Israel's ways, not listen to Mama Bear cry and then change your vote, and basically join the whole establishment rather than fight it. There's a lot of decisions I don't like that Marjorie Taylor Greene made. Some of her ideology was so over the top. She even once said, when all the Jewish people were protesting, not in my name, the Jewish coalition of people who were protesting against Gaza. She's like, this is an insurrection here. She used those words. And I'm like, Marjorie, stop it. And even Medea Benjamin would say when she'd go to her office, she'd see stuff like, there's only two genders, whatever. And, she'd make a point to get involved in those culture war battles with some members of the squad. Since apologizing, I think, too, as well, she has said that she apologizes for any mishaps she's had with people in Congress. But she was anti-war, man. She really was. She was against the Ukraine war. She was against the Gaza bombing. She was against, Venezuela. She even kind of made hints. I don't know where she stood completely. But, Medea Benjamin has asked her to stay in office, saying that her voice is so important because we need an anti-war voice on the right side. Matt Gaetz sucks on Venezuela, but he's good on the other wars, right? So, he's been able to, I think, get a lot of momentum, establish a lot of dialogue that's important, a narrative that's important out there on OAN, right? The channel. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene's going the same route. I think that she can accomplish more outside of Congress than she can inside of Congress, especially what's laying in front of her. And I think that the majority of MAGA were matriculating towards her. They were moving towards Marjorie Taylor Greene. She was being the facto, is that the proper word, leader? The de facto leader, whatever you call it. She was it. And but a lot of stuff were laid in front of her. MAGA for Donald Trump, the people still follow him, has become MIGA, right? I think it was one of the first to say this out of the gate, Matt. You can't be America first. If you're going to be Israel first, that's who they are. That's what they are. That's why Donald Trump came down on her so hard, because of that. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, but his numbers are plummeting and her popularity is skyrocketing. There's a lot of positive things. Why is it always Congresswoman from Georgia? That bucked the system. Thinking about a woman that we call the last of the Mohicans, Cynthia McKinney, also from Georgia, to buck the system. So here comes Marjorie Taylor Greene, also bucking the system in some ways, right? You know, conservative Republican ideas, but still anti-war, none to say.
Yeah. And, you know, you mentioned the part about the apology, and, you know, we started a new segment on the show called Apologies, you know,
long overdue.
Yeah. Long overdue. We did one. We did one on Marjorie Taylor Greene and looked at that. We broke it down. Jay and I did that last week. And, you know, the thing about that apology, it's not just her saying, oh, I might have gone too far in one of my, you know, battles. She said, I was part of the problem. She pulled a kind of a Tucker where she said, every one of those culture wars I participated in was wrong because I was doing the bidding of something that was controlling me. And until I realized that that wasn't okay, and that my job was something far bigger than showing up and doing the examples you gave, which are obviously infuriating. She did those things, but to have the courage to say, I'm sorry, that's a big deal. And like you said, she's been consistent with the anti-war thing. So here we are. And yeah, whether it was Epstein, Charlie Kirk, a combination of those two, that was the last straw for her, with the mass amount of death threats. Trump, it was Trump's last straw. Trump's calling her a traitor. And she's saying, you know who a traitor is? A traitor is somebody who puts another country's interest before their own. Yeah. And then the people got at her, go, what do you call? Are you calling our president a traitor? And she goes, well, that's interesting that you think I'm talking about Trump. Why would you think I'm talking about Trump? I just said a person who would put another country's interest first. So yeah, interesting that you would think that's who I was talking about. So I think she ran out of steam as far as it takes a lot to battle this stuff. And you're getting it from all sides. You don't really have a base to kind of check in with because everyone's coming at you. And I do understand that. So I empathize that she might be at her breaking point right now, but who knows what she might, you know, come up with later after a little breather. Who knows? We'll keep an eye on it, but definitely, you know, worth trying an honest coverage of this because you're not going to get much of it at all on mainstream, of course.
You know, I just also like to finish up by saying too as well that she gets it, right? Like she talks about in that speech that you played, you know, how the political establishment on both parties is really controlling stuff. You know, I say this term out there. I've said it before on online. I've said it out and about. Some conservatives really disagree with me. I say there's no ounce of difference at the end of the day from the goals of the 1%. There's no difference between Donald Trump and AOC, right? They're serving the same masters. They're paid by the same people. They're doing the collective work, appearing to be at odds with each other, but doing the collective work of the ruling class. She gets it. And, you know, her saying that she should have never, ever bought into those culture war fights she understands. Those culture war fights are small, minute situations. I mean, I'm so sorry. And I'm going to say this too as well. I don't care where you stand on the trans issue. It's such a small, minute part of people of this shit taking place compared to the serious, huge problems we have around. Not to say that everybody doesn't deserve love and respect. You know what I'm saying? And there are situations, I'm sure, where people would probably beat the shit out of a trans person just because it is a trans person, right? I think we're moving further away from that into society, and people are just being accustomed to it. Everybody deserves to be treated with love and respect. It is a debate with the bathroom thing. It is a debate who gets to make the decision, the state or the parents. But once again, it is so small in comparison to the serious issues we have of homelessness, hunger, economy, right? Like infrastructure. All these things are so much more precedent than those issues. And when you buy into those fights, you take away attention from the things that are important and put all the energy into that. Now, listen, the Democratic Party has made those issues the issues for a reason. They're occupying the space where a leftist party should be. So that's why they pretty much look for the low-hanging fruit and people who put that stuff so importantly above everything. But I'm very proud also of Medea Benjamin in the situation where she probably, along with the PSL and a lot of those other people, believe in trans rights and whatnot. She still would go and work with Marjorie Taylor Greene and elevate Marjorie Taylor Greene's voice, despite Marjorie Taylor Greene being on a different side of the aisle when it comes to that issue or that ideology. That's important. That's canceling cancel culture, and that's what we need to do more than anything.
Yeah. Well, I want to take a moment here to acknowledge Due Dissidents has rated the stream. So
all
welcome.
right.
Yes. Welcome. You Due Dissidents, the Due Dissidents boys. They generally aren't able to come on with you guys, but hey, I think we have a couple segments with Keaton we're going to do after Thanksgiving. He's going to be back on with us, so that'll be awesome. But we love when you guys come on. Don't forget to hit the subscribe, not just the like, because we want to make sure you get notifications when we do go live here on the Homeless Left, because we're all in the same indie media space, doing the stuff that the mainstream refuses to do. That's why we do the show, and we love our DD boys over there doing the thing.
Can I say something real quick?
Sure.
I want all these people to acknowledge in the Rumble chat coming on over. Thank you. Welcome. Just remember your boy Pasta was the first to put him on my show, right? When we debated the whole RFK thing. And that's before RFK proved to us he was a Zionist. And I'm the one who exposed RFK. So that's why I should get a pass. And then I was the first to have them on Jimmy Dore too, as well, before Jimmy had them on. So I want to acknowledge the work and love I showed Keaton and Russ. I love those guys. I got to meet Russ in person in Chicago, and we'll always rock it. So, I stay in touch with those guys when I can. I love the work they're doing. I'm very proud of them and stuff like that. But holler at your boy right now. Help out my boy, Matt Weinglass, right here. Subscribe to this channel right now. He needs the love. He's doing the work. I'm working with Matt now a lot. So, for some reason, I was the first to have Nick Cruz on before the Black, Revolutionary Network was on. First to have Richard Medhurst on before he was even Richard Medhurst. He was Poppy Chuliman. So, just want to send some love out to all these people out there. Let's show Matt some love. Let's like and subscribe. And also you can go to Pasta to Go, the YouTube channel or the Rumble channel, and like that too as well. And I'm always working with Fiorella on the Truth Wire. Thank you so much, everybody, from rating us.
Now we had a couple people concerned about the background. We used this before back at our 100th episode. What do you think, Pasta? Some people are saying it's a little much. This is the Garland Nixon setup if we do it like this, but
that's like the boomer setup for old
people. That's the boomer set.
Well,
if we go back to this, which I like this, but I understand if some people are having,
if it's moving too much, you could just move it to the old one and make it flat and black. I mean, I don't know. It's up to you, Matt. What's up to you?
Okay, you know what? We'll do this.
Having a hard time with it.
I'm not gonna ditch it for the rest of the day, but we'll bring it back in when we bring Jay in for a little bit. But we'll switch it up. How about that? We'll switch it up.
It's a celebration. It's the 150th episode.
It's the 150th episode. Holy crap. I can't believe we got here. You guys see the 150? We're going to keep the 150 up there in the corner with the confetti above the THL. But for now, just to switch it up a little, we'll go back to the main background just for a little bit, maybe for a couple segments, and we'll get it back on. So I appreciate you guys. I understand it could be distracting to some people. Yeah, we have something of a marker to celebrate. I don't want to say it's champagne and confetti like the confetti on the screen. I'm just saying sometimes it's good to just take a little win or take a little moment because we move so fast. And this is our moment to say we got to 150. We did it. So that's what we're doing today. Okay, let's get on to Ukraine. We know that there was a 27-point plan. I can't keep track of all the different
28.
It's 28. Okay. Because we had a 21 for Gaza peace plan. Now we got this 28-point plan by Trump, who took full credit for this a few days ago, that this thing is done. And as you know, I know, our viewers know, just because you gather some people in a room and throw some words on a page and you copy and paste from different other contracts and this is what slimy lawyers will do sometimes. They'll just copy and paste things, throw it together, slap it together, and say, we've solved it. Well, we knew that was too good to be true. And of course, Ukraine had nothing to do with that deal. Now we find out that Ukraine, Zelensky has taken this 28-point plan and reduced it down to 19. Here's Sky News telling us this change has occurred.
Reporting that Ukraine has apparently accepted the American peace proposal. Let's talk to our international correspondent, Alex Rossi, and our defence and security analyst, Professor Michael Clark, with me in the studio here. So, Alex, to you first of all. So this is, it seems like we've moved forwards, according to American media, but We're not clear whether this is just a slight embellishment on what we knew last night. Tell us where we are with what we know about what Ukraine has agreed to.
Well, it is all fairly unclear. What is clear is that President Zelensky and the Ukrainians are in a difficult position, and obviously have been for 11 years, since the Russians invaded Crimea and then the full-scale invasion. But this appears to be the answer to what Trump is putting forward with his initiative. We're hearing, I'll just read you these lines, Rustem Umerov, the National Security Advisor, and a US official say that there is now an understanding on a proposal that has been reached, but details still need to be worked out. So let's rewind a little bit. The 28-point peace plan that the Americans kind of sort of sidelined everybody with when they came out with it, discussions in Geneva. Those discussions then led, we think, to a 19-point peace plan. The Ukrainians were saying after those meetings that they had kind of agreed to that. And now this appears to be confirmation of that. But of course, the big question in all of this is, will the Russians agree to the changed text on the 28-point peace plan? The likelihood is that that isn't going to happen. We've already heard from the Kremlin that anything that's acceptable to the Europeans would not be acceptable to the Russians. Their maximalist demands, of course, will have been watered down. So they are unlikely to go for it. So what we are seeing is diplomacy about how to deal with Donald Trump's diplomacy. The Ukrainians know that they cannot flatly say no to Donald Trump. They need to flatter him. They need to engage with the process. That's what seems to be happening here. They, of course, will hope that the Russians will reject this. That, again, though, is unlikely because Vladimir Putin knows the man that is Donald Trump very well, and he will know how to engage and how to deal with this ball when it comes back. He will likely say, it's a very complex situation. We need more time. We need further discussions. But yes, in theory, we are willing to go ahead with this.
So this is Sky News attempting to push the narrative that we have this thing worked out when we clearly don't. And there, you could hear he was suggesting a little bit that by adjusting this thing, it's a very, very unlikely that Russia will go along with this. So what we understand is that that's most likely by design, that's not that when you take key points out of this thing, and we looked at it, this is what we came up with, Pasa. The biggest point that was taken out through this, because okay, so you got this agreement, but it's like I'll put in air quotes. It's an agreement. The U.S. and Ukraine agreed on a 19-point plan, but this is after editing out a lot of what was already in there. That Trump. Oh shoot! I think did I freeze here?
Yeah, you froze.
Okay, I'll be right back in if you want to.
Okay.
Hold on here.
So while he's doing that, you can see the key details of the revised plan, the territory, the initial U.S. proposed 28-point plan, which may considered favorable to Russia, include provision for Ukraine to surrender the entire Donbass. I mean, you're not surrendering the entire Donbass. You've already lost it, the whole Donbass. The areas that the Russians are advancing on right now, those are areas in which, if some of them, where in the 28-point plan, they would stop and they kind of digress back to where the Donbass is and hold those areas. But it's not, they're not going to forfeit anything. They've already captured those areas in the Donbass. They've liberated them. And that's the funny thing, Matt, when you heard the guy speaking in the very beginning, he was going to say before they invaded and stuff, Crimea. They didn't invade Crimea. They liberated Crimea. They had a vote. You know what I'm saying? It was like 90-something odd percent. People wanted to say they want to be part of the Russian Federation. And we knew if you knew what was going on in that area, that Russia would never leave Crimea. That's where their naval base is. It's very important to them. So when you hear the language of these guys talking out, you got to know right away what they're trying to do, how they're trying to manipulate. Go ahead, Matt. Take it back away. I'm sorry.
Okay. I just had to bring.
I just tried to fill in while you were gone.
I appreciate that. And sometimes we get bumped off of StreamYard, but we're back. It shouldn't be a problem anymore. But yeah, so these are the changes. And like you said, they're not going to be obviously. And I just grabbed that clip because it's like, how do you spin that we got this deal, but we don't? They tried to do it, but we understand that yes, these key changes are going to affect this happening and working. There's no way Putin's going to go with this. And here's what. So here's the changes. You got the territory. They changed there's a provision for Ukraine to surrender the entire Donbass region. The new 19-point framework removes that requirement. So that's not going to sit well. The military size was a controversial point. The original draft was a limit on the size of the Ukraine future military. The revised plan allows Ukraine to cap its army at a higher number, closer to its wartime size. So that's not going to sit well. But here, we're going to get to the real stuff. This is it. This bullet point 3, Craig, this is all you need to know. NATO membership. The initial plan included a clause that Ukraine would have to relinquish its NATO aspirations. The new version, however, reportedly removes the stipulation, leaving the decision to NATO member states. So that's, and then you got the current status, court terms are revised, blah, blah, blah. So this is taking out very key points that were put in there that Trump, we have to say, at least he knew to put those in there originally. But this seems to me like we're at this point of this game going back and forth here, Craig. And if I were to add to this, I have one more. This is an important part because we got to see there was another person involved with this, and that was Mark Rubio, who it sounds like intentionally sabotaged this thing. And it looks like this. According to the Financial Times, Russia signals it could reject this modified U.S. peace plan. It's saying that the foreign minister is going to be able to is going to probably walk away from this proposal, that it's substantially different from the Alaska talks where the 28-point plan came from. And it was Mark Rubio who appeared to have wrestled back the negotiation. He's basically saying that these sections that would forever bar Ukraine from joining NATO, he was the one that pushed that back. Said, no, we don't want to do that. We want to take that away. Let's just make it up to them. It's not, we're not going to say they will never. We'll never say never. We'll never say never about Ukraine joining NATO. And then the White House official added that the previous provision requiring Ukraine to cede territory to Russia has also been revised, as we covered in those bullet points. So that was done by Rubio. He came in and did that. And I liked this breakdown on this from David Pine, who says Trump's outstanding 28-point peace plan. And like, I'm not saying it wasn't outstanding. I knew this was going to, we kind of knew this wasn't going to go the distance. And in theory, it looked good, but that you didn't have the legalities behind it. You didn't have everything locked in. It's almost as if he knew it was just worth a deal memo, like an email you send before you make a deal. And that's what it seemed like, that 28-point. But David Pine says it was outstanding. In theory, it could have been, which Rubio has now basically pushed it in favor for Zelensky's wildly unrealistic, maximalist peace terms. And this was our last best hope to save Ukraine. As an article in Responsible Statecraft notes today, the 19-point plan is sure to be rejected. Of course it's going to be rejected because it rejects all of Russia's minimal demands, including no NATO membership for Ukraine. This is a non-negotiable Russian red line, which was the main reason Russia invaded in the first place. And it's something Zelensky conceded way back in February, March of 2022, which we knew happened. He got pushed by Boris Johnson, who came in and said, don't take the deal. We want war, 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 war. So not only is the White House dead wrong on this, it's bringing the U.S. closer, that it's bringing the U.S. closer to peace with Russia. It'll likely ensure that the war will not end. Well, who would benefit from that, Craig? Who would benefit from this not getting resolved? Whom, I wonder.
The military-industrial complex?
Yeah. Yeah. Same people that pushed this from the beginning. The Lindsey Grahams and all the other neocons, the Victoria Nulands, all of them, they're the ones that wanted this to go from the beginning. Why would they work to end this? Why would you purposely go out of your way to end a money flow that you could just keep on as long as you can keep it on, as long as people let it go?
Yeah. Well, let me tackle a little bit of this real quickly, if that's okay.
Sure. Go for it.
Marco Rubio is going to have a lot to say what goes on in Latin America, a lot to say what's going to go on in Gaza. He's going to have minimal what to say when it comes to Ukraine, Russia. I think the president knows that he wants to have a continuous war. He was part of the Clark Kellogg group. If you don't know who he is, he was a general that was constantly saying that Russia was losing the war and Ukraine was winning. And, it gave Donald Trump an out to say the things he said a couple months ago. Remember when he said, oh my God, Ukraine could win this war. They could actually beat Russia over here. And it was like a 180 from where his position was when he was telling reporters, Russia could take the whole country right now. We're stopping them for doing that. We have to kind of look at that in a certain way. Lindsey Graham is another part of the Marco Rubio. But so I think it's going to be a little bit hands off of what they can actually do. We have to look and see who kind of put this together, because nobody's really taking credit for who put this together, whatnot. But we know we have a strong feeling. We think that it was Dmitry, what's his name? Kryly Dmitriev, the guy that Fiorello has talked about, who is very close to Putin. He has a lot of Western ties, you know what I'm saying? And Fiorello has talked about how Russia wants to do business with the West, right? They still would like to be plugged in to that global economy. They don't want to lose the United States as a customer and the business deals they do. And if they can fix this situation, they will, right? Yeah. I think the generals in Russia are a little bit different. I think they're done with dealing with the United States. They have a different feeling, but it's still there. Right after, not too long ago, Kryly Dmitry, whatever his name is, went to Florida and spent several days with Witkoff. So Witkoff is actually, and Dmitry Kryly, whatever his name is, are the ones who really worked on this 28-point plan. Now, let me say this much. This wasn't anything set in stone. These were negotiating jump-off points, right? I think that what they're trying to do, the Americans at least, and Donald Trump is doing, is saying, listen, if you want me to work for you, if you want me to get this done for you, you got to work for me. You got to give me victories. Remember, when it comes to the United States, when it comes to Donald Trump, the optics, Matt, mean everything, right? People aren't going to dig deep. Oh, my God, Trump negotiated a ceasefire in Israel, Gaza. Well, yeah, there's historically, there's never really been a ceasefire. It's only a pause, and they automatically go back to it, with most of the evidence pointing that it's always Israel who breaks the ceasefire, and you're celebrating this stuff. The optics alone are good enough for Donald Trump. The whole peace plan he had before, remember, they're hugging each other, they're kissing each other. Hamas wasn't even involved. The resistance wasn't even involved. So the optics mean a lot. They're putting out there, one of the big things is the troops, right? During, I think, Minsk 1 and Minsk 2, which was just a delay tactic, but I think that Ukraine agreed to somewhere under 100,000 troops in both Minsk 1 and Minsk 2 moving forward. And the 28-point plan, it said 600,000 troops, right? Now, Russia's never going to allow it, but what will they allow? They'll say, okay, we'll allow 200,000 troops. Let's say, for argument, let's say 150,000 troops down from 600. And they go, okay, if it was that one thing that would seal the deal, and it's those troops, Russia more than likely would play ball when it comes to certain things. So let's say they get it down to 150,000 troops. The 28-point plan said 600,000 troops. But Donald Trump can then go to his constituents, to the public, to Congress, and go, hey, listen, they agreed to 60,000, 70,000 troops in Minsk 1 and 2. I got him to have 150,000 troops. And he can make that look like a win. So he shot for the galaxy. He's going to end up on the moon, right? Those are the things that are going on. This is nothing set in stone. These are jumping off points. However, the Ukrainians, they understand they need to sabotage this deal as much as they can. So they went to the red lines of Russia's red lines, and those are the things that they tried to change in the 28-point plan. Here's the thing, the important thing at the end of the day. Europe doesn't need to really have a say in this, right? They've been left out. Zelensky was left out. Zelensky said in a speech when the 28-point plan came out, he's got to make a decision between cutting off his number one ally, the United States, and staying involved in this war, or losing dignity within his people and surrendering after giving up all this territory and everything else. Like, he said he has a choice to make between the two. He's got no choice. He can't survive this war. He can't continue this war without the United States. Europe won't be able to do it. They don't have the money or the weapons. You know what I'm saying? They're just holding on for dear life. And it looks like at this time now, and Donald Trump understands, the Ukrainian army is pretty much surrounded, right? At any time, this could be another situation where it will look like a whole mishap from what happened in Afghanistan, right? The same thing. Oh, my God, how could you do this? How could you drop the ball and make it go so bad? The conditions are a little different, but they could go like that. That thing was very harmful for Joe Biden. I don't think Donald Trump wants that same kind of fallout. So he's going to try to get something done, it seems. And he sold his bullshit right now, and a lot of people are repeating it at what happened at the UN. You know, pretty much the internationalizing of the occupation of Gaza is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But they made it look like it's a peace plan, and you know what I'm saying, and whatnot. So he's trying to really piggyback on that, and he's got a peace plan in Gaza. He's got a peace plan in Ukraine. Here is the peace president we talked about. He'll make the optics work for them. He's still talking about those other 8 countries that he ended the wars on, right? Like, it's like, I don't know where he gets this stuff from, but he's still repeating it, and people are taking that confirmation bias and running with it. So I look at this as just a jumping point, a starting point for a lot of these things, not actual, real, serious lines in the sand.
Yeah, this is the stuff that should have happened in the first 12 hours of that first 24 hours that he said he was going to.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So this should have been right away. Yeah. Yeah. So
but
we should
it
only
was
be
never
half a day.
intended that. It's a money laundering scheme, Matt. So he had to get it going on for a while. He's got people involved.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That money. Bring it on. Bring it on. More money. Okay. That should do it for the Ukraine update. Yeah, I hope we're getting to that. I hope we can get to the point where we can get rid of those sanctions and move ahead. But yeah, I think you're right, Craig. I think this is just the starting point. Just the starting point. At least we started.
And everything that we see, I think it's a good thing, right? I really do. I know a lot of people are kind of looking at it and going, even if it's just phony fugazi theater, even in the theater, we should be pushing for negotiations, for peace talks of sorts right now, right? This is them actually talking. This is them not, just saying, screw you, pushing a bunch of lies. Because Donald Trump started pushing a bunch of lies that Ukraine could win this. They have no chance of winning this. I think after that, somebody told him, like, hey, man, I don't know what you're saying they can win this. The Russian army's got the Ukrainian army completely surrounded at this point right now. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to march to Kiev, but if we don't give them any choices, they're going to march to Kiev.
Yep. All right. Moving on. This one caught our eye last night, Craig, and I wanted to bring this. I wanted your take on this, but it seems that we have a little issue on X where there was an update to the platform. Elon loves to update the platform. This time, he decided, let's let people have access to where accounts are started from or where they're managed from. So we could see what city, what country they're in, and that'll help us determine who's authentic, who's not. Well, the problem is that a big account from the DHS seems to have, once that information became available, we were able to go on the DHS account and see that it wasn't, in fact, on U.S. soil, but it was started in Israel. Now, what X ends up doing is once they see the pushback on that, and that wasn't the only one, that was a big one, but there are other things being exposed as far as where, who's authentic, who's not. They immediately pulled that new function, made some adjustments, and brought it back to be all nice and good again. And that Israel thing was just a slip. It was just a glitch. Well, let's walk it through. I want to start with this breakdown from Snopes, which is really interesting because they're basically telling us they can't really report on this accurately because they don't really know what happened. But this is the claim. They're calling it a claim. They're investigating a claim that DHS runs an official X account from Israel. Rumors, I guess they're just rumors until it's proven fact, but they started to fly after Elon Musk's social media platform temporarily made information about its users' localizations public. And so this is the screenshot from the Homeland Security Twitter account, which shows that it was in July of 2008. This is the very end of Obama's term. And the account was based in Tel Aviv when it began. And it's gone, and then it tells you the 16 username changes and how it connects through the Israel App Store. That's how it's connected. So interesting. So Snopes goes on to tell us, well, shortly after the new feature on X, late November 2025, revealed where accounts on Elon Musk's social media platform were posting, a rumor began to spread about this. And let's see how much of a rumor it actually is. So, and there it is, the Israel location, July 2008. And it looks like, as of this writing, this post has more than 39.7 million views and 330,000 likes. The same rumor appeared many times on X. So some post claims that X turned off the feature 20 minutes after. So there was a 20-minute window where people were able to see this and share it and screen grab it and keep sharing it. And they're still sharing it now. Snopes was not able to verify directly that the DHS account's About page ever showed it had been created in Israel. It was posting from there. For this reason, we've left the claim unrated. Well, thanks for that really, really amazing, thoughtful investigation there, Snopes. Well, let's see what Grok is saying, because we know Grok is who we want to go to get accurate information on what shady stuff X is doing. Kind of a conundrum there. Doesn't really make sense. But here's what we can tell. If Grok is telling us that, yes, the DHS X account did briefly display and that it was based in Israel during a new feature rollout, possibly due to, here you go, a glitch or IP data. Now it's now corrected. It's been corrected, Craig. It says Washington, D.C. now. DHS is headquartered in the U.S. but collaborates with Israel on. Oh, it just collaborates. Just a little collaboration going on in cybersecurity. The occupied claim is interpretive. How interesting of a take there. And so now it's been made corrected. It got its mind right. They got its mind right there, Craig. Homeland Security is now based in the U.S.
There's a little slip up. That's all.
Look at that. Now, there's people on both sides. Obviously, there's people defending this. There's people saying that obviously if we have this paper trail, it must be fake. People might be faking it. Well, luckily, somebody grabbed a real-time video of it during those 20 minutes. So watch this. This will show you. Tell me how this gets faked. But luckily, this was grabbed. This is that 20-minute window. You go to the Homeland Security. There it is. It's right there. So tell me how you fake something like this. According to Grok, it was either a glitch. Some other people are saying that it was contrived, that this is not real, that somebody put this AI together to trick us. Because that's something we need to show, that Homeland Security is based in Israel, because there's not on the other real stuff we could be sharing about the corruption of Israel, but then we're going to really take time to make that up. No, they revealed it on their own. That's what happened. That's it. That's the story. And I don't know if you go on Twitter now, there's obviously been other corrections on there. This is the one we focus on because this is a big one, because the DHS is actively pushing policy right now that's directly from the cyber, as was mentioned, the cybersecurity technology that we're getting directly from Israel is being pushed right now by the DHS. If you want to comment more on this, I want to show you what they're actually doing right now during the holidays, Craig, what the DHS
Go ahead, show us.
Okay. Here's what the DHS is up to right now. Here is okay. Yeah, here's what's going on at the airports. It's holiday time. Wait, hold on. Wrong one. Where is it? Here we go. Shadow of Ezra. The Department of Homeland Security has unveiled a massive billion-dollar push to upgrade security screening tech at airport checkpoints, framing it as essential for national security. There we go with the national security. The expansion will bring biometric scanning directly into the immigration process. It would also give the agency wider authority to collect fingerprints, DNA, facial scans, and iris data. Here's the announcement by Zionist Christine Ohm. Here we go.
I wanted to come and be with all of you today to talk about the fact that we, as the Department of Homeland...
It's not coming up. Hold on. Let me...
Are you frozen again, or there you go?
There we go.
I wanted to come and be with all of you today to talk about the fact that we, as the Department of Homeland Security, are going to be investing over $1 billion in new technology and new advancements in the security systems at security checkpoints in airports across the country. That is the biggest investment that we've seen in screening technologies in years, in over a decade. And we know that it is our responsibility not just to keep travelers safe, but also to make sure that we're getting them to their locations and to their destinations safely, on time, and efficiently, and also in a manner that can be pleasant and can be an enjoyable experience for them and for their families.
There we go. Just in time for the holidays, Craig.
It's crazy the way they sell this whole, tough on crime and, first of all, the hypocrisy of the right, I'm saying, bombing these fishermen is okay. They're bringing drugs to America. I'm like, well, for the party of law and order, you're breaking the law. You're okay with that. You're not principled here. It's kind of crazy. But they also, this is the danger of this when the Republicans are in and people like Donald Trump, is that they, Kristi Noem can go ahead and say, oh, we're keeping travelers safe. We're looking for the Muslim terrorists in airports. We're looking for the hijackers. We're looking for all that stuff. But yet to do so, we got to infringe on all your civil liberties. That's okay. This is the danger of having a law and order president in place, because people go in and they cheer on their own building of their own cages. And that's what they're doing right now. I mean, they're also looking at you. They're tracking and tracing you. They're getting your biometrics and your digital footprint. ICE already has it. If you go like this in front of ICE, they have everything.
Yeah.
They have cameras that now get your handprint, your fingerprint, your eye print, your iris. They're using all that technology now, right? And they're using it on its own citizens. Well, they're doing it to catch a couple of illegal immigrants. You're okay with that? You're cool with that? You shouldn't be. You should be principled, because the party of law and order just wants to surveil you more and take away more of your civil liberties.
No, absolutely.
What did Ben Franklin say? Those who would give up a little liberty and security, a little liberty and freedom, those who would give up a little liberty and freedom to give themselves a little temporary security deserve neither security or freedom or liberty themselves, something like that. Right? I don't know.
They deserve neither liberty nor freedom. Yeah.
That's
if you're willing to give it up. And we learned that the hard way during the Patriot Act, during the war on terror. We learned that the hard way. And I think a lot of right wingers also learned something from that time. So it is infuriating. It's frustrating that a lot of them came back to that mindset, because we thought that we kind of moved on from that together. Like we understood that the war on terror was bullshit. We understood that the Patriot Act, that we have to get them over there so we don't get them here, and that we all, we're all in this together. The whole freedom isn't free. No, it is free. Freedom actually is free. That's the point. You're not no. Who came up with that garbage back in the early 2000s? Freedom, it costs money. Freedom costs freedom. So I thought we were over this. It is unfortunate that a lot of the right is falling for this. That was the whole point. That's why they brought in Trump, to rein in the right, because they were the most skeptical during COVID. They were the most skeptical about vaccine passports. They were the most skeptical about those things. And here we are, and they're rooting it on. Now, a lot of them aren't. There's some of them that are like, wait a minute, this is bullshit, and that's good. So we need more of those voices. And if Benjamin Franklin were around today, he'd probably be sharing out one of these memes. If he was a meme sharer, Benjamin Franklin would say no to digital ID, resist, resist, resist. Well, actually, I think he's more of a this type of meme. This would be, I think Benjamin Franklin would have this one out on his social if he was here. This is the hill.
That's the hill to die on.
That's the hill. And this is for all of us. This isn't a right and left battle here, guys. This is people versus power. We talk about this all the time. This might be the hill. This might be. I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. And again, this is all coming from the Department of Homeland Security, who's claiming they've been in the U.S. this whole time. But no, looks like they've been working directly with Israel in Israel. That's what it's seeming like at this point. Hey, your water's disappearing there. Is that?
It's a green bottle.
Look at that. That's the new health plan from RFK. We'll send you some invisible water. Hold on, it'll be to your door soon. How do I know it's there? Trust us, it's there. Now send us money. No, just kidding. All right, very cool. I think before we bring in Jay, we have time for one more. Do you want to do this? Do you want to do this Jude Law one?
Whatever you want to do, buddy. I'm here with you. I'm going to listen and learn.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, let me set this one up. This is cool. This is man, we do HOLLYWOKE here, guys. Actually, let me set this up. Give us something on your end, Craig. What do you got? What are you working on right now?
Nothing. You want to take a quick 3 minutes so we can get some coffee and stuff?
Let's go ahead. Let's do a 3 minute. Guys, go grab yourself a
coffee.
drink.
That's what I got on my end. Let me go
get yourself and when we say 3 minutes, we mean 3 minutes, Craig. It's not 5, it's 3. So let's
3 minutes matcha. Let's go.
All right, let's do it, guys. We'll be right back here, guys. We got more show for you on the Homeless Left. Our 150th show. We'll see you guys soon. All right, guys, we are celebrating our 150th episode here on The Homeless Left. I'm Matt WEINGLASS here doing you guys. We're doing the show all afternoon. We have Craig JARDULA. He'll be right back in with us in the studio. We got Jay Scott coming up with us at the top of the hour. We're going to do a couple stories together. And yeah, a lot more to get into today. We've already covered some Ukraine stuff and digital ID. We're going to be getting into, we also been talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene and her stance against the two-party duopoly, uniparty, and she's out. She says, I'm done. And we think that's a good thing moving forward. So yeah, we're going to be doing, we have a lot of good show coming up. You guys, we did see the Do Dissidents Rumble raid. That was awesome. If you guys are still in here, you want to click the like, click the subscribe. We love that. And we're going to interact with you guys on Talking Back. That's coming up at the top, not the top. It'll be later in the afternoon, but we're here for another several hours, guys. So kick back. I hope you grabbed a drink, got a little break in, and a little bathroom break, and we're doing it now. We're gonna do a little HOLLYWOKE for you right now. Hoping Craig will be back here in just a second. In the meantime, let me see what you guys are doing here. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Well, let's just go ahead. Should we start this? I think he's going to be back. But this is going to be a good one. We actually meant to do this story last week, but it's actually more relevant now because it has to do with what's been going on in Ukraine, and Hollywood is responding as it should, keeping everybody in line with the narrative. So we're going to get to that Hollywood story here in just a moment. Let's see what else we got. Hey guys, what do you think? Should we start without Craig? Should we wait for him? We should wait, huh? We should wait. He said he was getting a coffee. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, if I mentioned earlier, but for those of you joining us later, yes, Leslie's father is back in the hospital, and it's been a really hard time for the family, and we just want to give our thoughts and prayers out there what they're dealing with right now. It's been a lot of turmoil as far as his health goes over these last 4 or 5 years. There's a lot of ramifications from, I don't know, maybe the thing that a lot of people were forced to do somewhere around 5 years ago. I don't know, but there was certainly something that a lot of people were coerced into doing, and some of those effects are still showing themselves. In fact, some people are dealing with it for the first time now. Something they did, they signed up for whatever reason, whether it was the pressure or they didn't know at the time. We see a lot of regret there, but that's it's hard enough that we have to deal with normal happenings in this life, normal accidents or tragedies, things that affect our health, and we hope that there's a medical establishment there that ready to help us if we need to go into the emergency room after an accident, a car accident, or something like that. But when we get to the level where there's something being mandated to be put into our body, and then that thing is causing the problem, the institution that told us they cared about our health and cared about our safety, this same institution is the one that put us in the position where we now have these effects. And are they going to be the people we trust to nurse us back? Well, what other choices do we have at that point? So certainly there's not the only situation going through this. It's happening all over the country, all over the world, really. But we have to stay united and stay together and know that we got each other's back. So yeah, obviously we want positive outcomes here. And actually the man's been very resilient throughout. So it's been really emotional, but very I would also say very inspiring to see kind of the resilience and the toughness that it takes to get through so much turmoil over so many years. So we just hope that that continues, and that it continues to inspire the rest of us, what that man's been going through and what so many others are going through right now. So our hearts and our positive vibes and prayers, or whatever you guys are most accustomed to, it's very important that that how much that means to us and to the family, showing your love and support however you can. We appreciate that. Thank you all, and we're going to stay positive on this 150th show as we move forward with the rest of the afternoon here with you guys. So thanks for joining us on the Homeless Left this afternoon on our 150th episode, right before Thanksgiving. Actually, we're a couple days away. So let's get into the next story. We'll bring back to the stage with us Craig Pasta JARDULA. There he is.
Yes, Matt. Love out to the family, man. Love out to the family.
Thank you. When Leslie comes back, obviously it's going to be out. Actually, I didn't say this. We're going to certainly take the Thanksgiving show off. So guys, there's not going to be a Thanksgiving show. This is it. This is our 150 show. We're going to call this the Thanksgiving show right now. And we're going to take some time with the family. We're going to take some time. And I hope you guys all do that. Find that time to spend with your close ones, whoever you consider family. It doesn't have to be blood. Anyone you consider close to you, find a way to connect this coming weekend best you can. And then we'll hit the ground running next week best we can. So that's what we're at here on this side, West Coast. That's what's going on here, Craig. So yeah, hope everyone else is doing well and ready for, taking the opportunity that's coming to us to connect with people, because we don't know how much longer, or if we might not get another opportunity. Now's the time. And I think that's a sentiment I think we should all share right now, is to live in the moment and take that opportunity now. Don't wait. That's all. Just wanted to
did you get was that from the Rumble rant?
You know what?
There's a Rumble rant that just came in, and I think we should read it right now.
Okay. Let's read that.
We got to reward people for coming in there and helping independent media, and it's a good one.
Yeah. Evie Burke, thank you so much for the Rumble rant. Yo, Matt, happy holidays. Here's for coffee. Thanks for all that you do and your team do, and the information we don't get from mainstream media. You should be the one pay the money, along with Jay, Pasta, and the Regs. Well, thank you so much, Evie Burke. Really, really appreciate this Rumble rant. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And I wish, StreamYard would let us put that one up on the screen. But
I'm gonna copy paste and next time and put it in a.
I'm gonna read that again. I'm gonna read that again later on Talking Back. I'll do a copy and paste job, so we'll make sure more people can see that later in the show. So thank you, Evie. Really appreciate it. Okay. On that note, let's get to the next story. It's time for This Week in HOLLYWOKE. Here we go.
Yeah, I'm for this one. I'm gonna get educated from you on this one here. You've been kind of you're that guy now, the HOLLYWOKE guy, that's a Matt Weinglass thing. If you want to know, ask Matt. He knows the buzz that's going around. So this one's gonna be good.
All right, let's do it. This Week in HOLLYWOKE, we have a film that kind of went below the radar. Who knows why, but we found it, and it's an interesting film that made its little round. It premiered at Venice Film Festival a couple months ago, It seems to have lost a little buzz since then, but they definitely packaged it as a film for a career-defining performance of Jude Law, who's playing none other than the role of Putin. Make no mistake, this was a monstrous performance. Everyone's saying it because we needed to see that monstrous bad guy, that sinister guy be played on the screen to show us this evil dude that we've been fighting all these years. We want to see how he came into power. Very, very Richard III, Shakespearean, my quest for power. So let's see what everyone's saying about this film. It's called The Wizard of the Kremlin, and it shakes the Venice Film Festival. Jude Law's performance as Putin stuns the world. It's so interesting because I don't remember it stunning when it came out in August. So, but they're saying it did. This is from AMG News.
Yeah.
So they break this down. The performance, Jude Law as a chilling Putin. According to the Times, Jude Law is perfect as the petulant Putin. Not caricature, not parody, but a chilling embodiment. A man driven by power, charisma laced with menace. A performance that dominates the screen even in silence. This wasn't Jude playing dress up. This was Jude Law unleashing the full arsenal of his craft, and critics admit the result is terrifyingly magnetic. The director's vision, power as illusion. Oh, interesting. I wonder if you're going to get into the power as illusion on the West side. Probably not. Probably not. It's going to focus on this type of power being illusion. Okay, so the director, he insists it's not a biopic, it's not propaganda, but a reflection on deception in modern politics. Are you going to get into mainstream media, Western propaganda? Probably not. But AP News reports, Law himself said he didn't seek scandal. He sought nuance. When that's good, actors need to seek nuance. You don't want to just play the bad guy. You don't want to just play Hitler. You got to find the truth in the character, which all good actors know. It must have been really hard for him because Jude Law, like the rest of us, we grew up in this environment where we're told Putin bad, Putin evil, Putin is the next Hitler. So it's a tough thing to take on when that's all you're told. So kudos for him for finding his nuanced performance there. It's a portrait of power, not as good or evil, but as a performance, illusion, a mask. It's cinema as allegory, power as theater, and law as the mask that unmasks. And don't hold your breath, guys. They're not dissecting the propaganda from the West at all. This is strictly telling us that propaganda comes from Russia because that's how Trump won the first election. Remember, it was Russia stealing the election, all that. You guys know that's the story we were told, and we're sticking to it no matter what. Let's take a look, a little trailer. Now, if this gets cut off in the segment, apologize, but we will talk about it after. Just going to throw it up if you guys are watching now. Here you go.
What matters in Russia is your They're vicious animals. They come from the void. They've transformed me into the devil.
Jeez. It's so becoming of America, right? You know, the CIA has been using, the movie business for quite some time for their propaganda out there, and it's quite effective. There's so many anti-Russian movies for quite some time. To portray Vladimir Putin as this is crazy. If you want to see, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit more about how Putin kind of is, watch the Oliver Stone interview, right? The first time they asked him to be the vice, whatever, he said no, and he was so scared. He said, the first thing I thought about was my family. What's going to happen to them? He's a spy, KGB. He was a lawyer in the KGB, guys. He wasn't like some fucking MI6 guy, doing whatnot. He was very much educated. He was a lawyer within the KGB. I believe at one point he could have been a communist, a card-carrying communist. I don't know if that's necessarily true or not. I know he appreciated the old Soviet Union and what it had done in certain situations, but probably wanted to move away from that. Obviously, plugging into the world capitalist system was important. But Vladimir Putin was chosen by the hardliners because after Boris Yeltsin, which was a fall-down drunk, allowed the United States to go bomb in Belgrade, they had enough at that point. So they needed somebody who could be powerful enough, but suave enough and understanding, a guy who was kind of like in the middle of the line. And that's why they chose Vladimir Putin. Caleb Malton talks about this too as well. And you kind of understand where, Russia is. I've been saying this for quite some time. The other day on Bill Maher, a couple weeks ago, Bill O'Reilly was on there and he wrote a book about evil, and Vladimir Putin was one of those characters. I don't know where they've gotten this from, right? But it helps. If you can make Vladimir Putin this Thanos-style type of character, if you can Putinize Russia, right? Then, therefore, you can always hold a grudge against Russia. It's not about that. This is about Russia and balkanizing it. Fucking Napoleon wanted it. It's huge. It's 11 time zones. It's plush, fresh. It's got resources up the yin-yang. Napoleon wanted it. Hitler wanted it. The United States wanted it. Everybody out there wants it. The capitalists want it. Putin was put in there to make sure that Mother Russia gets it. The Russians are put forth first. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason why he has almost a 70% approval rating. If he was some madman, crazy guy, he wouldn't have the approval rating he has. There's a reason why they trust him, Yeah. But let's make no mistake about it. They've had propaganda against socialism and communism for quite some time. There's propaganda against the Bolshevik Revolution, which was a class revolution. You know what I'm saying? The people in Russia, when Napoleon were coming down, burnt down fucking Moscow. The people of Russia knows what's at stake. They understand what's going on. They don't want foreign intervention coming in there and taking their shit. They understand that. That's why there were so many of whom died and sacrificed during World War II. Right? They know their history. America doesn't. America wants to balkanize and wants to take the resources. I don't know if it was the Rockefellers or the Rothschilds that after World War I, when they had their revolution and the Tsar was removed, the same Tsar families of the Europe, by the way, Nicholas and whatnot, they understood. The people were like, enough is enough of this. The Rockefellers or the Rothschilds sent in militias to go try to take back oil fields from Russia. Right? They were so decimated. They were so torn apart. The war had really hurt them and affected it. Well, a lot of people in other countries thought that shit was up for grabs. Same thing after World War II, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit's up for grabs. They're decimated. So they've always, operated to try and get to those resources. And that's what it's all about. They want Mother Russia's land. They want the resources. This is why they're still carrying on and making up these stories about Vladimir Putin. Now, I'm not saying that Vladimir Putin's going to dress up as Santa Claus, Matt, give you warm cookies and milk, right? I'm not saying that, but this is over-the-top bullshit and just rewriting history for the empire's benefit, because the empire isn't giving up.
Absolutely. And look,
the Clintons,
actors,
they were so close, Matt, the Clintons with Boris Yeltsin, and then when Putin got put in place, they lost it. So there's a vendetta against Vladimir Putin from the Democrats, and it's a shame that nobody in the Democratic Party knows their history.
No, they don't. And American people are wired to keep this fake theater going on our end. And they do it through Hollywood, through this storytelling, and specifically these actors who are handpicked to be the puppets of the CIA, of the military industrial complex. Jude Law is no exception to this. He was handpicked for this role. And as among other actors that do this over and over again, this is what you get. You go tour this movie in Europe. You tour this at the Venice Film Festival, trying to make a case that it's going to be best movie of the year. It's not, by the way. It lost all its momentum after its premiere. But this is the standing O, and these standing O's are getting kind of annoying, to be honest. This is what it's like when you go to a film festival premiere and the actors and directors are there. You have to stand up and clap for like 10-minute spans. It's pretty annoying. Here's what happened when it premiered there. So you got Jude, I think that's the director. You got Paul Dano standing next to him. These are good actors. Paul Dano's a great actor. He played one of the public relations managers of Putin. And this whole audience, they just go on and on and on with the applause, and that's what it's about. It's manufacturing these emotional driven moments. And to package these out to the audience. And, if this one doesn't get seen by as many people as they want, rest assured, they're making another one. They got another one ready to go. And I can tell you guys what else they still have ready to go. Well, I don't know how well it's going to go now, but just to remind you, we have other actors waiting to sink their teeth, not just in the roles of these evil Hitler villains. They also want to play the hero. You remember Ben Stiller showing up to Ukraine?
Yeah. Sean Penn.
Here's a reminder. Look at how giddy he is. He not only wants to play Zelensky, he wants to direct himself doing it. He's salivating over this. But Ben Stiller doesn't know what the F is going on in Ukraine, and he tells us this. Check this out.
Sir, really nice to meet you.
You're welcome.
Thanks for taking the time.
Great honor from you.
No,
we know you very well.
It's a great honor for me, and nice to see you. It's really wonderful. You're my hero. You're amazing. No. As you quit a great acting career for this.
You quit a great acting career for this. No, he was hand selected because he's an actor. This is funny. It's like, oh, you quit the thing we do, which is entertain, and now you're doing something where you need those skills to do this. It's still theater. So yeah. Way to show your adoration there, Ben Stiller. Check this out.
Not so great as you.
I feel it's hard to understand what is actually going on here.
It's hard to understand what's actually going on here. That's what he just said. Okay.
If you haven't been here, we were talking about that, just the actual impact of coming here, and I just was in Irvine this morning. And
where you?
Irvine. Yeah.
So he mispronounced the city he was in. He had to be corrected.
And
so you saw everything.
Yeah. I mean, so the level of destruction. I mean, you see it on television. Exactly what you're saying. You see it on TV. You see it on social media, and you know it's something else to actually see it.
So yeah, we see it on TV. We see it on social media. So everything he's doing there is about the theatrics of the feelings and the emotion and admitting so I don't even know what's going on. I haven't seen the script yet. I need to see the script, and then I can figure out what's going on and how to play this character. And let's not forget Sean Penn literally giving his Oscar to Zelensky. Let's not forget this one.
I have visited Ukraine, visited with you. Every time I leave the country, I feel like a traitor. This is for you.
No, Sean.
Yes.
No.
Please.
That is yours.
No, I feel terrible outside. It's just a symbolic, silly thing.
Yes, but
if I know this is here with you, then I'll feel better and stronger for the fight. When you win, bring it back to Malibu.
Great.
Yes.
Great. Okay.
Because I'll feel much better knowing there's a piece of me here.
Spoiler alert, Sean Penn, you ain't getting that Oscar back because Zelensky ain't winning. So you're going to be waiting a long time on that. But no, make no mistake. This is what these actors are trained to do. They're these concoctions of the CIA. That's what Sean Penn is. So if he's going to be playing Zelensky, maybe Ben Stiller will be directing it. Jude Law's trying to get an Oscar right now for a film nobody's seeing about Putin. So this is going to keep going and going. But again, this is about manufacturing consent, using Hollywood, telling these stories, and keeping us all thinking that we're the good guys and everyone else is out there to get us. That's
I'm trying to look real quick for this real quick. Let me see if I can do this here. Okay. So this is not the first time that I've been disappointed, with an actor. I like Jude Law. Jude Law for me is like one of those actors I like. Sean Penn was one of my favorite actors at one time. So, it did hurt, but it was kind of, the writing was on the wall. I dealt with it when he gave the Oscar. It was like, oh my God, this guy was one of my favorite actors at one time. Seeing Jude Law do this, and it's so over the top. I don't want peace. I want a war or whatever. All the shit they would. I mean, it's way over the top, ridiculous the way they're depicting Vladimir Putin. But there was another actor that I really liked. You might like this guy because he's a tall guy. Would you like to share it with me, the screen? Jeff Krasinski, right? From The Office, was always one of my favorite actors too as well.
John Krasinski, yeah.
John Krasinski. Wasn't John Krasinski, sorry. So this is where's it at?
Yeah, he's been playing Jack Ryan.
Yes.
In this Apple show, this CIA sponsored.
I thought it was there. I wanted to run the trailer.
Yeah. No, he's been doing this Tom Clancy thing. He took the mantle from, I guess, Harrison Ford has played the character. Ben Affleck played the character.
All right, let's play it real quick because it's so over the top. The Russians working with the Venezuelans.
Of course.
Jack, I can only imagine what's going on in your head right now. Every day you're on the run, you're digging a hole that you may not be able to get out of.
I'm not running from the CIA. Then why are they chasing you?
A small group of hardline Russians formed a plan to preserve the USSR. Use a nuclear strike to create chaos. The weapon has been built and it is on the move.
The U.S. can't go anywhere near this. We don't have any wiggle room to make mistakes. If you don't come in, you will be recalled.
If I come in now, a whole lot of people are gonna die. You're about to cross the line, and there may be no going back. Because I'm trying to do the right thing. It was never just about a nuke. This is about starting a world war.
Jesus.
Someone was playing a very dangerous game. We have to eliminate Jack Ryan.
Jack, every second matters.
What are you doing? Improvising.
Jack, if you've got a plan, the time is now. Go.
I want Jack Ryan in custody immediately.
That's enough of that horse shit.
That's.
I'm sorry.
They're like
the first season they were in Venezuela, and the Venezuelans and Russians were working together. This was, I guess, season 3. I apologize to the audience, but they did tie Venezuela into it. And once again, Hollywood for the propaganda. They're one of the biggest arms. Yeah, so it was like Venezuela is working with the Russians in the first season. So John Krasinski, who I can't get his name right anyways, that also hurt because he's in one of my favorite movies called Away We Go with Maya Rudolph. And I've liked John Krasinski for quite some time. So it sucks that he played that part too as well. The Russians are evil. And you know what I'm saying? They want to bring back the old Soviet Union. It was there. That's what they say about Putin, right? He wants to bring back the old Soviet Union.
So what is the lesson we learn here? The lesson we learn is not to get emotionally tied to these people. The only time that they're worthy of our, kind of our acknowledgement of them as something beyond a good actor, because there's a lot. These are great actors. Let's make no mistake. These are great actors. They're good at what they do. But the only time they're worthy of our acknowledgement that they're beyond their acting, that they're actually a good human being, is if they use their craft to tell stories that challenge the things that we do here on this show every day and what our audience does every day, having these conversations, looking into things. So John Krasinski never did that. He got a character on The Office. It was great, but moving forward, let's not be heartbroken when a guy like John Krasinski, who's a great actor, never had anything to say about anything. He showed up to work. He played Jim and Pam, and he did that shit for 9 years, and now he's doing the next thing. That's it. The people we should be more aware of, and then maybe we can get emotionally invested in, are people like we go back to Vanessa Redgrave, who was literally making a movie about Palestine as she was winning Best Supporting Actress back in 1978, where her co-star, what's her name, Jane Fonda, threw her under the bus. It said that had nothing to do with me. The whole entire establishment threw her under the bus. She got her Academy Award, and then she sat by herself at the parties with her 2 security guards. Nobody would talk to her because she made a documentary. She got up on that stage and says, "I'm sick of the Zionists attacking me for having something to say about people that are underrepresented in our industry." Those were the people that, if they turned the other way, the Jane Fondas, who we could be disappointed at because she used to be about human rights. She used to be about standing up against the war machine, but she got on the Zionist train and she went to Israel after that event. And she said, "I just want to double down that my co-star Vanessa had some mental illness. That's the only way I can justify that she would be so rude to you guys." That's what Jane Fonda did. So fast forward to now, if there's anybody else putting their ass on the line, those are the people we should invest in, not John Krasinski.
Javier Bardem?
Javier Bardem is absolutely somebody we should invest in. If he turns the corner and says, you know what, never mind all that stuff I said for Palestine, I'm going to get on this next CIA train and do this next CIA project, then he would be somebody I would then say, yes, let's be emotionally affected by that, not John Krasinski, because I have never seen him at a Palestine protest. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying. And Javier Bardem said like he would turn down roles that are funded by Zionists. Like he said that like out loud too. So that's crazy in that industry. But hey, you know. And
that's this week in HOLLYWOKE.
HOLLYWOKE.
Okay. We got some more show for you guys. We're gonna bring in our other co-hosts. We're gonna do a segment or two together here. Right before I do that, I just want to acknowledge that we did have another Rumble rant that I missed because it was before the last one. So I'm gonna throw them both up here. This is from $1 Million Trooper. Thank you so much, $1 Million. Freedom costs blood. Freedom isn't free was an army recruiting slogan to send us to the Middle East to fight people who never threatened our freedom in the first place. Thank you so much, $1 Million Trooper. Absolutely, it was a slogan contrived probably in a writer's room, and we talk about the merging of entertainment and politics. And that line I think I first heard in the South Park movie when they were doing that. It wasn't South Park, but it was the South Park creators. They did the Team America film.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Team America. Fuck yeah. Freedom isn't free. It costs $1.29 or something like that. But these are thrown around. These slogans are thrown around in writers' rooms until they get it right, and then they put it out there. And CNN is no different than, as we know, Paramount TV, owned by the same people now. It's the Ellisons. Paramount. What's the difference between CNN, CBS, and Paramount and MTV? Nothing. It's just different genre of the same shit. Different genre, same shit. That's all it is. Thank you for that. I'm going to read Eva Burke one more time, and we'll bring Jay in because this is for all three of us. Thank you, Eva. Again, I got your message on the screen now because we had to copy and paste it. Unfortunately, Rumble Rant doesn't give it to us. But thank you, Matt. Happy holidays. Here's for your coffee. Thanks for all you do, your team, and the information. Shit we don't get from mainstream media. You should be the one paid money. Along with Jay, Pasta, and the Regs. Absolutely true. We love that sentiment. Thank you, Evie. And with that, let's go ahead and bring in our other co-host right now, Jay Scott.
What's going on, Pasta, Matt? Hope y'all having a good day. I'm excited to be here to celebrate the big holiday this week, which we all know is the 150th episode of The Homeless Left. That's the only holiday people should be caring about and celebrating this week. In fact, I heard people are having dinners all over the country just to celebrate it. So I'm excited to be here to celebrate it with, the man himself, Pasta, appreciate y'all. So happy
I got to put up our
happy
lights.
Birthday, anniversary, whatever it is. So
happy Thanksgiving.
There you go. Happy Thanksgiving. Yeah, so many names to this holiday, man. Now, what are people calling it? Indigenous Peoples Day, all type of stuff. So yeah.
Colonizers Day? No. That's
yeah.
That's not
another good one.
Hey, we'll
Happy
feast.
Empire Day.
Happy Empire Day. We'll cook a barbecue while you're getting genocided. Maybe that's the turkey dinner. We'll cook a turkey dinner while we rape and pillage all the Native Americans.
But listen, isn't that one of the original ways they created, they changed the whole narrative? That's what Hollywood is doing now. They did it with this holiday. We came over here, we killed a bunch of people in the country, and then we turned that into a celebration. No. They actually welcomed us, and we all had this big party together, and that's why we're celebrating Thanksgiving. And Hollywood is, doing that again. And I didn't even realize that Jude Law movie came out. I hadn't heard anything about it until you guys mentioned it just now. So yeah, that's pretty funny. They're still trying that, but
it's really interesting that the buzz is gone on it. They pushed it at the end of August into September, and then it was by October it was gone. And then I was like, we gotta do this. And I thought today was a good day because we got the Ukraine stuff happening. We're like, are they gonna try and sell this for Oscar season, which is coming right now? But we'll see. I don't know if anyone's even gonna see it, but it got made.
I almost want to
watch it now. Yeah. Sorry. Good.
Yeah, I was looking it up on IMDb as you were talking about it, and it doesn't even have like a 6 rating on there. So it's probably, I'd be surprised if they push it that hard. But just to nominate it, I feel like that'll be good for their narrative. So it wouldn't surprise me if it gets a nomination because they're doing everything they can to fearmonger against Russia at the moment.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Well, and I just put the party lights up. I know some of our viewers weren't digging the party lights, so
they were distracted, Matt.
I know. We all have a different taste. I think it's cool, but you know, we're switching off. So I'll go back to we're going to start the next story. So I'll go back to the background, but we're keeping the 150 with the confetti up there with the THL. We're keeping that up for the whole day. So that's happening. But okay, back to the normal one. Here we go. I think it's time for a little Venezuela update here. And this sounds like war might be intimate here. Man, why do we always have to do this World War III watch? I'm just going to throw it on just because I just like it. But man, I feel like we're in it. We're in it like right now. But here we go. World War III watch. It's World War III watch. Let's just face it, it's already started. I'm here with co-host Craig Pasta Jardula and Jay Scott. And it seems that the tune has changed as far as why we're going to be attacking Venezuela. It's not because of the drug trade. No. It's actually because of Russia, China, and Iran. So forget all that stuff you heard about the drug cartel stuff and the fentanyl. None of that really checked out anyway. So, but no, this is really the reason the whole time. It's to stop our big nemesis, Russia, China, and Iran. Let's hear Fox News report on this.
President Trump orders strikes against the Maduro regime. There's plenty of firepower in the Caribbean to do it, with about 30% of all deployed American warships, including the aircraft carrier Gerald R. Ford, now on station. There are over 200 Tomahawk cruise missiles in theater aboard destroyers and U.S. Marines aboard the USS Iwo Jima and other amphibs in the Ready Group. Now, ahead of Thanksgiving, the U.S. military's top officer, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Resignation, arrived in Puerto Rico yesterday to meet the forces who are part of Operation Southern Spear. So with General Kane in the region, we'll have to see if Secretary Hegseth follows suit ahead of Thanksgiving. And one thing officials have said is some of this buildup in the Caribbean goes beyond the Maduro regime. It's about getting Russia, China, and Iran out of the Western Hemisphere, guys.
So that's how the Fox News audience is getting ready for this. They're going to forget all about that. That short-term memory is a real thing. They are no longer talking about the drug cartel situation. We have to stop our real enemies, and this is what really gets the American people manufactured consent for yet another war that we're saying could manifest itself into a World War III scenario. This other one hit, and I'm going to get you guys' feedback on this one, but this was House Rep Maria Elvira Solares. She did this this one's kind of going viral. We played it at the beginning of the show, the first half, where she talked about the oil. That's the part they can't stop talking about, which is insane to me that they can't get their talking points right on the on that part. Like let's hold off on the oil talk, but they love talking about it because it's always about showing that America is actually getting something out of it. With all said and done, we're going to benefit because we are capitalist first, and we always look for the benefit. So they can't help say that part. But here's the rest of it. We haven't played this part, but this is where she's asked the direct question: how are you going to get the American people to buy this, basically? And it's asked in like this honest way, like, we got to figure this out. What are you going to tell them? And she looks like she's having she's very excited about answering this question. Here we go.
Are some Americans? I mean, I would love to see a change in government. My wife's from Nicaragua. We know how terribly the dictators there rely on Venezuelan oil.
Yeah.
But at the same time, a lot of Americans don't want actual U.S. participation in regime change in Venezuela. They would much prefer the Venezuelans to do it on their own. Do you think the pressure that Maduro has received will force him to leave on his own?
Oh, I think Maduro is not Fidel Castro. Maduro is not a brave boy. So now that he has understood that he's on that very nefarious list of the terrorist organization, that the airspace above Venezuela has been closed off and the commercial airlines from the United States are not flying, he's understanding that we're about to go in. He understands that he has been our enemy for the last 25 years. Venezuela, for those Americans who do not understand why we need to go in, basically for 3 reasons. You're in Fox Business. Venezuela, for the American oil companies, will be a field day because it will be.
Gosh, you cannot stop talking about the oil, but it's a field day. Okay, go on.
More than $1 trillion in economic activity. American companies can go in and fix all the oil pipe, the whole oil rigs, and everything that has to do with the Venezuelan petroleum companies, or everything that has to do with oil and the derivatives. We're going to be doing a favor to us, to our children, to our economy, to our oil companies,
by stealing Venezuela's resources.
Venezuelans, that they do want to be free.
Well, no doubt it's going to be good for Venezuela to
He had to remind her. He had to jump in and say, "No, don't forget. It's not just about us. They want us to come in and steal all their shit too, and they're rooting for us to come in and steal all their shit." That's why Maduro is right now giving away guns freely to his population, which is what dictators are known to do. They're known to arm their populations, right? I mean, it's hilarious.
It was when they said in Iraq, "We'll be greeted as liberators." Sure, we will.
Yeah, and there's hearts and minds and women and children. We've heard all of it, all the garbage. They're recycling the same old shit all over again. The only one we haven't heard is the weapons of mass destruction. But you're kind of implying that when you talk about Russia, China, Iran. Now we're thinking about what kind of devastation could happen to us if Maduro is working with them, like this big super villain, Fortress of Doom meeting they're having, going like this. We're gonna take down the West. That's the picture they're painting. Let's see if she says anything else here at the end, and then we'll talk some more.
Be rid of this guy and the regime. But again, you use the phrase when we go in. What exactly does that mean?
It's going to be very similar to Panama. That I was there. I was a news reporter, and I remember when the Marines were walking in, and the Panamanian girls were asking them to marry them. I think it's very similar. And I'm telling you that these people, the Venezuelans, have the largest reserves of oil in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We're talking about this is going to be a windfall for us when it comes to fossil fuels.
Well, and
you
again,
just said it. Cuba receives 100,000 barrels of oil for free from Venezuela just to stay alive, just to have the lights. Just to have to be able to breathe for a little while during the day, because
by the way,
Cuba has no oil.
I have to mention
that's why this will go.
Man, listen, do y'all remember the Chappelle show when they asked him who are the top 5 rappers, and he was like Dylon. They asked her, what are the top 3 reasons we should go into Venezuela? Well, oil, like money. Like, it's the same shit. Like, come on, you can't think of anything else other than oil and Russia. That's crazy, man.
Yeah.
Well, there is a mindset, I think, that they're playing on, and this is something Nick Fuentes said at one point. It would be good for us to, that's a regime change he's worth, going in for. He said that would be a good one because they have a lot of oil. There's some type of American exceptionalism, which thinks people think that we have a right to other countries' resources, right? And this is why they paint each one of these leaders as dictators and stuff. And if people who don't know what's going on, Nicolas Maduro was hand chosen by what's his name, the Chavistas, Hugo Chavez, to be the leader.
Yeah, he was his right-hand man. Yeah.
He was a bus driver, a common man, come up from the poor. You know what I'm saying? And he's done an amazing job. I don't think he gets enough credit for the job he's been doing, because they had some of the harshest sanctions out there. They survived. They're thriving now. They're starting to move in a positive way. But this is some scary stuff, because at the end of the day, I don't think the West cares who wins the war. I don't think they care who loses the war. All they care is that they have the war so they can make a ton of money. So it looks like we're redirecting, as you see the 28-point plan go to 19 to 7, whatever. It looks like we're spending less time over there, and we're going to concentrate our efforts back in Latin America, because there's a lot of natural resources that we don't want the Chinese and the Russians. We don't want it to slip into their hands. So there is some truth to them saying that. But the mindset of Americans thinking military action is okay to obtain our economic goals is wrong. People should be pushing for us to be more like the Chinese. Well, let's out-business them. Let's outwork them, right? If you want to take them on economically, that means we have to do better. We have to offer up better deals. You know what I'm saying? Free trade across the board, allowing them to own their resources, giving them top dollar for that oil. You know what I'm saying? Because we can still use it and still benefit from it if we would just change the way we do business. we need to change the way we do business. We can't continue to go in with a tank and a gun. We got to start emulating what the Chinese do. They come in with their engineering, their infrastructure, their help to build things. Not to say that they don't have a lot of bad stuff going on. What the Chinese are doing in the Sudan right now, really disgusting, and a lot of people aren't talking about it. But for the most part, they come in there and say, let me build you a dam, let me build you some bridges and some roads, just so we can do business together. We need to get to that type of mentality.
Yeah, and one thing I want people to know, like when they say this is going to benefit America, what they mean is this is going to benefit multinational corporations and the owners of which, you know, some of them are based in America. But like the truth is, like Maduro had already pretty much offered up, you know, most of what we want before, you know, this escalation took place, because we sent over negotiators to talk with them about the oil. And he pretty much said, hey, you guys can like have the 99% of what it is you're asking for. We just don't want Maduro to be kicked out of power. So it is, you know, a money play, and it is more about, you know, making sure that there's nothing left for anyone else over there. So like the deal was that they wouldn't kick out the Russians and the Chinese, but you know, they would let American companies come in and make a whole lot of deals. And that wasn't good enough. So I think what is going to happen, and the reason we're doing this, is because there's actually not going to be a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia. That war is going to be played out until the end, and that's going to be a loss. However, Trump doesn't want to take that loss without trying to get a win, you know, somewhere else. And I guess he figures that he'll be able to go in and, you know, topple Maduro, which he will label a win, even though it's highly unlikely that we'll be able to stabilize another government out there unless we put a whole bunch of troops on the ground, because all the people that we're putting up, you know, to become the replacement government, none of them are popular over there. So the only way they'll be able to rule is with an iron fist that they don't have. So they'll need America's iron fist to be the muscle for whatever government we go in to try and replace them with. Because if you look at what's going on between Russia and Ukraine right now, the truth is Russia isn't budging on their core demands. They want a promise that Ukraine will not join NATO. They don't want a large military on their borders, and they don't want all these long-range missiles and high-powered weapons over there. And, you know, the deal, from what last I heard, doesn't address like those core concerns, though it does, you know, have some territorial concessions. So my guess is Russia's just going to reject the deal. It's going to be a military end to the war, and that'll probably happen sometime next year. But Trump doesn't want to take that loss without getting a win somewhere else. And it just ties into the overall strategy. Like anywhere BRICS is making progress, that's where Trump wants to target. That's why he's talking about Nigeria. That's why, well, one of the reasons he's talking about Mexico, they flirted with the idea a little bit. So it's just, if you look at the overall strategy is fight BRICS, Russia and China with everything you can. Let's do what all empires do as they're failing. Let's overextend ourselves militarily until we go broke. And that seems to be the path we're on.
Matt, let me say this much real quickly, just to piggyback, because it's really important. I think that with Jay, wouldn't you look at this situation, if in fact they don't take this deal, it will still be a win for Donald Trump, because the Biden administration refused to even talk to Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation. In this situation, Trump could say, man, we put out a 20.8 plan. We put all these things out there. We honored the fact that they can keep the Donbass. We just asked them to retract from the areas that were part of, you know, that should be part of Ukraine. They're not the Russian-speaking parts where they're advancing. We asked just to have enough troops so they can protect themselves. You know, there are so many things that they offered on up in that 28-point plan that even if it's rejected on its face, Donald Trump could say, look, I tried to end Biden's war. It was Biden's war. I tried to end it. It didn't work. He can still take a win for this now because he at least put that 28-point plan out there. That's at least the way I'm looking at it.
He's doing that for his base, but all the media is going to blame him. Like, that's what the media does. You know, it's blame all of the problems on Trump. Anything that goes wrong whenever he's in power, we're going to put the blame on Trump. So my guess is the narrative moving forward after Ukraine loses is, well, they would have won if it wasn't for Trump, who just wouldn't give Ukraine what they need.
They wanted,
but Trump's base is going to, highlight exactly what you just talked about. Oh, Trump did everything he could. He really wanted peace, but, the crazy Russians, they just wouldn't accept it. And maybe they're hoping that'll turn more of MAGA against Russia to try to make Russia look like the bad guys. That's my guess.
Yeah. Well, I think timing is everything. And I think you're right, Jay, about there's a rhythm to what Trump is doing as far as hold off here, emphasize here, distract over there. But at the end of the day, we know that he's able to turn losses into wins just by how he presents. So I don't think these two are fully connected at the hip, the Russia, Ukraine versus how we're going about Venezuela. I think they're independently going to go the way they're going to go, but timing will allow him to create different narratives at different points in time where he can trick his base, trick the media. Well, it's not about tricking the media, but it's about getting them coordinated and getting their talking points ready for each network and their particular demographic it's watching. As we know, a particular demographic watches the Fox News reports, so there's a certain narrative going on now, which is distracting from what's happening with Russia and Ukraine. Now that we know this plan's not going to be taken, it's going to drag on and on. But in the meantime, we can take a win just how he steers it. And so right now, I do think we are going to make the military move. We've already surrounded the Caribbean. We got all of our weapons ready to go. We're there. And like you said about Maduro giving out weapons to his people, this is going down. Like I think in the next week, I think within the next week, this thing's going down. And we know we have people there. We've been coordinating with, talking with, that are on the ground, seeing this happen. There's there's this little calm before the storm happening right now. And so we'll keep reporting on this. But I got to say, like, the idea, I don't know if you guys know this, the idea to go down there and cover this came up with me. And I was on the fence. We were talking to some of our colleagues, TRT World, also RT, and just kind of figuring out ways to coordinate sharing, resources and opportunities. Another opportunity came up about making another documentary, because we have our one we made a few years ago, and to go down and do this. And I've been considering it, but on one hand, it's like, go get the story. We have ways to do that. On another hand, oh my God, they could annihilate Caracas. And do we really want to be there when that happens? I mean, we always operate in this space with courage first, and we tell our audience courage first. And so I'd be willing to do that, but man, there's a lot on the line here. And I think this one is certainly, and I could be wrong, but I feel like we're about a week away from an actual military attack.
Yeah, on that point, someone was mentioning in Twitter Spaces earlier today, apparently once the government makes a strike, takes a strike somewhere, there's like a 60-day clock that starts up. And, long story short, we've been bombing boats in the Caribbean for nearly 60 days. So if they don't make a move, I believe the guy was saying by December 1st, then they would need to get congressional approval, which would then mean you couldn't put all the blame on Trump for whatever happens.
Right.
And Trump is only here for 3 more years at this point. So if it does go wrong, which it more than likely will, it will go wrong. When it goes wrong, they'll be able to put all the blame on Trump. But if it goes to congressional approval, that means every single person who voted in favor of it could be held accountable for what happened. So you could be right about that timeline. And again, I hope not, because again, all the people who are cheering this on, Nick Fuentes, he doesn't want Venezuelans coming into this country. But what do you think is going to happen if we go destroy their country? They're going to try everything they can to get out of there, and America will be one of the places they choose to go to, and probably a lot of them will want to go here. So
and for more historical context on the idea that we have refugees from Venezuela, we've been the amount of people that have moved out of there, just even at the 10 years ago when we were starting our film, and we saw that there were 4 million, that we'd already driven 4 million out at that point. Now there's an additional 6-7 million. So we're talking about in the last 10 years, we're close to 11 million that have been driven out. How many more are going to be driven out after an attack? And where do you think they are going? Where do you think they're going to? This is the part, and you're right about the right needing to understand this. This is the opposite way you solve immigration, the exact opposite. Yeah. And so we keep doing this, and we need to start educating these people, not necessarily Nick Fuentes himself, but there's certainly people confused that are watching. We need to say, hey, come on over here to our space. We'll tell you exactly what's going on. We've been consistent about this. We don't care left, right. We don't care where you are. But if you are having a hard time understanding this, we will tell you that we create this every effing time with our CIA operations, with our ability to destroy economies on purpose, to sanction the crap out of these people, so they have no choice but to leave. Why? So we can demonstrate to the American people in the rest of the West that socialism and communism bad, capitalism good. Watch it all fail all the time. Well, it's because we push it to fail. So here we are. Now, the sentiment on the ground, I'll just say this, the sentiment on the ground, that's a hard one to figure out right now, because on one hand, you have Maria Coronavirus Machado telling us that 90% of Venezuelans want U.S. intervention. That's a lie. That's not true. If you could fake a poll there about them wanting change, you might be able to get 90% to say something needs to change. But if you steer that question and pretend that that means a foreign country coming in with the history that we have of destroying and annihilating countries, that number is wrong. And we know that's wrong. However, there are people that feel desperate. They're part of this other side. It's called the opposition, and they're kind of packaged as the resistance movement when they're really the high up movement, talking down to the Chavistas on the ground. Those are the ones, those are the people, the Chavistas and their factions, and all of the ones getting the guns right now. There's hundreds of thousands more of them. And we'll see if Maduro, what he's claiming, hundreds of thousands ready to take it to the street, we'll see if those numbers line up. But that's where we're at. So I think it's hard to get the exact percentage, but make no mistake, we're packaging the same argument as you guys heard earlier. We obviously we do the same thing everywhere we go. We figure out the little taglines, and if one's not working, we just change it. If the drug cartel thing ain't working, we'll change it to Russia, China, Iran. That's what we do. We just keep changing the thing.
And what people don't realize is Venezuela is a very, mountainous country with a lot of jungles and all that. So guerrilla warfare over there is going to be a lot harder than it was in Iraq, which we also lost. So, we lost Vietnam, we lost Iraq. If we go into Venezuela in the long run, it'll be a loss, even if we do, topple the government, which honestly, I hope it doesn't happen. But if we go in there with full force, it's hard for me to imagine Maduro not getting toppled at some point. So,
yeah. Well, I think that will do it here for World War III Watch, which I feel like we've been in the middle of it since 2014, but we'll find out after the fact. They'll retroactively tell us that we've been in it or not. Whatever the winner of the thing will write the history book, and we'll read about it, 30 years.
I think you got it, man. I think that was the moment when we overthrew that government, in Ukraine. That's what really set us on this trend. So let's see.
There you go. All right. Craig, Pasta, I know you have to get out of here. Do you mind if we just do 5 minutes with you? I just wanted Jay to do this real quick update on We the People. I think it's important. It's quick.
Yeah, I mean, can I say something? One of the reasons I say, hey, I want to start doing some segments with Jay, man. He makes a very convincing argument on why you should join We the People. I've been paying attention to what you have to say, and I like what you're doing. At the very least, I don't know if it's something that's going to hold. I don't have faith in parties holding together. I mean, I got a lot of pie on my face for walking into the Libertarian Party and seeing what they did this year, which is kind of holy shit, right? Like you did the one thing that you're not supposed to do, right? As a libertarian, the third party, same thing with the Green Party, you're not supposed to ever vote for the two-party duopoly. That's the reason why you start a third party. That's the number one reason why anybody should start a third party, because what we have is failing, right? But I like the discussions you guys are bringing to the table. I like the mindset. I like everything that's going on. I see the We the People chat. So I think it's very healthy what you got going for there, and you make some convincing arguments. So that's why I said to Matt, I'm like, Matt, let me join in. I haven't had enough. I felt like Jay Scott was like the cowbell. I need more cowbell. I need more Jay Scott. Give me more Jay Scott. So it's kind of great doing this with you today.
Listen, I appreciate that, Pasta. And you've been trying to bring people together, for a long time. You come from the left, but you've been having these conversations with libertarians for a minute. So, I'm just trying to carry on that same, exactly. So,
and conservatives. Don't forget, I talk to people on the right. So,
Exactly. And that's the mindset, honestly, I think more people need to adopt, because, unfortunately, even though people actually agree on a lot of the issues, everyone wants to put themselves in this little box. Are you right? Are you left? But if you ask people, and Medicare for All is a perfect example. If you ask people, do you want everyone in the country to have insurance? Everyone says yes. Then if you say, well, over 50% of the people say yes. They'll say they're in favor of a publicly funded program. But then if you say, do you want the government to come in and take your insurance? Then most people say no. So if you frame the argument in the correct way, most people actually agree. And that's the whole point of the We the People Party, to erase the labels, to get down to the issues, and to localize these movements as much as possible, so you don't have these national boards and these national executive committees come down on people and make them adopt these policies. So, and I think, in my opinion, it motivates people to be involved, because from the moment you join the party, you can have the same impact on the party as the executive chair wherever you are. So you don't need to be on the executive committee. If you really care about it, you can build those relationships yourself. And that's what I think makes us different. It really allows leaders to emerge, and we're focusing on all these uncontested elections across the country. So appreciate that, Pastor.
Hey, by the way, speaking of asking questions and getting results from those answers, I just saw this drop. I wasn't able to screen grab it, but this is the accurate number. Republican voters were asked, do you agree with the principles of socialism? Republican voters, no, 45%. Yes, 39%.
That's insane. That's insane. But
wow.
It just that's crazy. But it just goes to show you, most of the division actually comes on the social issues. Like, when you start talking about immigration and LGBTQ stuff, that's when people get polarized. But even on that, if you ask people in the country, about 90% of people will say we should know who's coming in and out the country. And that wasn't happening during the Biden years. And our southern border is pretty open, and the cartels are essentially controlling who comes in and out the country, because they decide like who can pass through, that part of Mexico. So
yeah, but the cartels are in bed with the CIA and the intelligence apparatus. At the end of the day, we're still the ones pulling the string. And we also understand that the majority of these people are coming in. They're workers, right? If you look statistically at, as far as like arrests or prosecutions, immigrants, illegal and legal, are booked and arrested at a far lower rate than Americans, right? It's just that's just a fact right now. They're peaceful people, mostly workers living in the shadows. But the people who are taking advantage of that are the big corporations, all the big capital over there, who's going to exploit that labor for a small cost. So we understand who's kind of pulling the strings out there at the end of the day.
But that is an amazing poll. I'm not going to lie. Now, granted, this is a Twitter poll, but still. Oh, wait, no, that isn't a Twitter poll. There's reporting on it there, huh?
Yes.
All right, never mind.
Political polls are reporting this. And I saw it on this isn't the only one. I just picked this one up. You guys can go check it, cross-check it. But these are Republican voters. This was conducted on 10/31.
Wow.
Marjorie Taylor Greene at one point, right? Now, we said this too. She was really targeted because she went after Israel policy-wise. She tried to cut the funding and the money going to Israel. She really, that's something serious, something that we wanted the squad to do. This is something she went, I'm saying, like I said, the whole Charlie Kirk death, execution, a lot of people feel that's directly tied to Israel. I think that had a lot of effect on her saying, I'm out here. I'm going to resign right now. Plus, I said too, I think she can have more of a bigger voice if she goes to OAN with Matt Gaetz and whatnot, and she's going to have a say every single day, and she can do it on her own time.
Did you listen to her whole resignation speech?
Yes. Yeah. We saw it. Let me say this much. In one of her speeches, when she was complaining, she was like, Israel has Medicare for everybody in their country. We pay for it. Why can't we have that, right? They have free college for everybody over there. She's starting to think, once again, if you take away the socialism word and you look at it like, social programs, central planning, right? You start looking at it that way. Can we play nicely in the sandbox together and have nice things with our collective tax dollars? And rather than sending them abroad, why can't we just use that money over here? I think a lot of Republicans see that and say, yeah, we can get that done.
And one thing about the free education part, right? What we also need to address is the outrageous cost of our education, right? And we've set up a for-profit college system And we've set up our incentives essentially so college is a little bit more about sports than actually the academic side. And that's one of the reasons why our tuition over here is so much higher than like everywhere else in the world. Like if we go to the UK, like the cost of an entire degree over there is like less than $20,000. But you come to look at the average university in America, it's like $40,000-$50,000 a year, in a lot of places. So there's points on both sides because Republicans are talking about we need to figure out how we lower the cost of college. And Democrats are saying, well, maybe we should make it free. Well, maybe both of those things like could actually
make some
be true.
Universities free, right? Public universities,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
why not?
Yeah. But
in this
instead
whole
of
like
talking about that, we're arguing over, well, are you right? Are you left? Are you socialist? Are you capitalist? And we're not talking about the actual issues, and that's the problem. So
when they were complaining, a lot of conservatives were complaining about the debt forgiveness, right? About college debt forgiveness. Well, not everybody has a college degree. It's not fair to those other people who don't have a college degree. What do they get? Well, we should find something that would give people money back, for some of the money they spent maybe at a vocational school or whatever. Or if they have a different, form of education, we should have made it a generational loan or handout or forgiveness, right? We can find a way to help other people in a society who don't necessarily have the college debt, but they did other things for their career. Maybe we can give them a few bucks back for some of the money they put forth that they bought to get their trucker's license or their plumbing license. And we can find a way to make this happen, right? This is about generational and class issues. We could find a way. I don't know why the whole system has to go, well, my God, there's so many bad things in what do you call it? Medicine. When you have socialized medicine, what's the big word? Universal healthcare. There's a lot of problems in universal healthcare. We saw during COVID, like a lot of the issues they have. We have a sick care system and stuff like that. I don't know why it has to be, well, let's just scrap that whole thing until we can figure it out, right? You know what I'm saying? Because that still makes no sense. At the end of the day, I don't like our universal healthcare system, right? But I want to see some form of a universal healthcare system because too many people are left out in the cold. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather have a shitty healthcare system than no healthcare system at this point.
Yeah, I mean, at like the balance, I think, was actually struck reasonably well with the Medicare for All proposition, because that doesn't eliminate private hospitals. That doesn't eliminate private doctors. All it does is essentially reduce the need for insurance. And you can still have, supplementary private plans on top of your Medicare for All if you have the money and you can afford it. But, the truth is, like, right now, our insurance companies are part of a game with Big Pharma and the hospitals to jack up the prices so everybody makes money. And if you replace them with a publicly accountable, transparent public insurer, then it's going to be a lot harder for them to play all the games with those prices, because the fact that we have a private insurance as middlemen is one of the reasons why we pay so much more for the same medications, than other, countries, because they negotiate as a block. The Canadian healthcare system, it's a public insurer that negotiates with our companies as one block. So they negotiate the prices down, and it's just like by inserting the middlemen, we've distorted the incentives completely. So that is a good, compromise in my opinion, because I do think, we can do better than what they have in the UK with the NHS, where there really isn't too many private hospitals. It's all publicly run hospitals. There's benefit in having private hospitals too, to encourage some of that competition. So we can have the best of both worlds, in my opinion.
Yeah. Also, we have to retrain our mindset when we hear things like people that are struggling with student loans are going to possibly be able to pay those off with a new program in place. Our mindset should be, well, that's great. That'll get them out of their mental.
Exactly. Not why aren't I getting something too? Exactly.
It's like, it doesn't make it'd be like, hey, these homeless people lining up for that soup kitchen. That ain't fair. I just went and spent money.
Yeah, I know.
That knee jerk. We got to get rid of that. Whatever that is. And you guys, we all have relatives, people we know. They'll do that, right? They're like, I paid my loans off. Why do you just stop it? You paid your loans off. Good for you. You were in a position to do that. And there's other people struggling for whatever reason. They don't have the situation you do. So I'm glad, Craig, you brought that example up, but we just got to restructure our mindset when it comes to how can we better society? How can we better each other? You want to cut back on crime? Let's not keep punishing people more and more and kicking them out of their homes and saying, we'll teach you a lesson. You'll be so desperate, you'll have no choice but to steal. Oh, but now we have a crime problem of theft. It's like, let's figure out how to better everyone and uplift society together.
Exactly. I got to roll, guys. I got to go feed mom.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. I love you guys, Jay. Great to see you, Matt.
All day. We could go all
Happy
day.
Thanksgiving.
Yep.
All right.
Join drive time tomorrow. WBAI, 4 p.m. Eastern.
Awesome. Thanks, Pasta.
Later, guys.
Yep.
All right.
Later. Yep. Well said, man. People got to adjust their thinking, man. And, at the end of the day, if we don't address the preventative care and try to get people help before they end up in the emergency room, we pay more anyway because we don't turn people away from the emergency room. So it's like, we got to figure out how do we bring the total cost down without sacrificing the quality. And there are ways to do that while getting everyone covered. So that's why I say, let's just stop talking about ideologies and look at the data. And if it turns out that sometimes the ideology that leans more left has some merit, then we go that way. If it turns out sometimes it leans more right, then we go that way. But just look at the data and let's have common sense conversations.
Yeah. And We the People is doing some great stuff. And I saw the Political article, and Levi's getting some great interviews. And we know he's going on with Shannon Joy this week. And there's a bunch of other great stuff happening. And I just want to say, man, compliments to you guys running that group, running the Twitter group, running the leadership group, making an impact on a national level and keeping those ideals intact from the ground up. It's a bottom-up movement, but the ideals of total transparency and total accountability. And I think that's the messaging that will resonate beyond any other third-party movement we've seen. So I just wanted to throw that out, man. Good stuff. Good job.
Thank you, man. I just hope we can move fast enough because they're turning up the clock on what's happening right now, man. With the new EPA approvals of forever chemicals, it's pesticide now. It's like they're trying to figure out how can we poison people even more quickly every day. It's it's a lot to keep up with.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see, Jay. We got so much to get into here. How long do I got you for? I want to do our best.
At least half an hour more. Let's see what we got.
Okay.
What do you do next?
Let's start with the Candace story. Just because I think this is important. Because it's not a matter of when we hear Candace Owens putting something like this out, we have an obligation to respond in a professional way. So let's start with the tweet that went out a short while ago. Candace Owens puts, urgent, 2 days ago, I was contacted by a high-ranking employee of the French government after determining this person's position and proximity to the French couple. I have deemed the information they gave me to be credible enough to share publicly in the event that something happens. In short, this person claims that the Macrons have executed upon and paid for my assassination. Yes, you read that correctly. More specifically, that the green light was given to a small team in National Marie Intervention Group. I am told there is one Israeli that is on this assassination squad, and the plans were formalized. Again, this person provided concrete proof and that they were well placed within the French government apparatus. Further, at this point, this person claims that Charlie Kirk's assassin trained with the French Legion 13th Brigade with multi-state involvement. Journalist Javier Passard's life is also at risk, and he's also tweeted this out. This is deadly serious. The head of the state of France apparently wants us both dead and has authorized professional units to carry this out. I ask that every person retweet and share this. I do not know who in the American government can be trusted since this source claims our leaders are aware. But I have more specific information, which is definitely verifiable, should they care to reach out to me. Obviously, this is a bold claim that goes without saying. The one thing, and I'll get your response on this in a moment here, Jay. I just will say off the bat, the way I look at this as this rolled out, like everyone else, we process it. We go, wow, this is a huge accusation. We're giving her the I'm saying here, representing the show Homeless Love, we're giving her the benefit of the doubt to pursue this matter. She's ready to. She's going publicly with it. She apparently has more evidence to share on this, and we'll leave the door open. What I don't like, Jay, is I don't like the knee-jerk reaction by a lot of people in this space that almost instantaneously say this is BS. Almost instantaneously start talking about Candace's mental wellness and mental health. Almost instantaneously suggesting there is this anti-Semitic undertone and this ego that's attached to I have to keep having people on me and keep relevant. So I've seen all of that. I'm not going to go through all the smears right now, but I'll let you know that aside from there are people validating this right now. There are people. In fact, I'll just put one up because this one is important. This is a total validation by the owner of Telegram, Pavel Durov. He's putting this out. And again, this is the kind of verbiage I appreciate. This is what we're saying. We're basically saying what he's saying. The owner of Telegram, Pavel, just linked France and Macron to the killing of Charlie Kirk. So he says, after going through everything Charlie Kirk ever said about France and Macron, I actually think Candace's claim about France being involved in his death is entirely possible, which means, as I just said earlier, we keep the door open on this and we don't knee-jerk reaction and cut it off. So that's a bold claim coming from the owner of Telegram as far as backing her up on this. Jay, what are your thoughts? All the different conversations happening, all the pushback from this. Where are you at with everything here?
Well, to start out, I do have to say, I think we should take it seriously. I'm going to explain why in just a moment. But before we do that, I commend Candace for speaking out about Zionism and all the influence it has in our government. But, I would urge people to recognize that her father-in-law is actually part of a committee, that ties the Catholic Church to Israel. I forget the actual name of it, but if you look up who her father-in-law is, he does have direct ties to Israel. So now the truth is, I can definitely understand why France is being implicated, because if you look at the history of a lot of these secret societies, they do actually tie back to the Knights Templar, and the Knights Templar originated in southern France. So Freemasons, the Skull and Bones, like all them actually tie back directly to the Knights Templar. And yes, they were dissolved back in the early 1300s, but the leader of it today is coming out and said, well, we never went away, we just went underground. So, and they do claim to play a large role in a lot of significant events over world history, including the founding of America, the Knights Templar. So I can understand why she's saying that. Now, in terms of the history there and why you should take the threat seriously, there's a group called Le Cercle. That's LE_CERCLE, right? And they have been tied to some very high-profile assassination attempts, including the president of France. And the group is made up of intelligence agents, the intelligence agencies representative of France, the UK, America, and I believe Germany. And it was created after the World War to be, quote unquote, a group that ensures that those powers are all on the same page moving forward. I think there's one or two other countries involved in it too. But long story short, it's supposed to be based, in France. And, they were accused of assassinating Charles de Gaulle because he was essentially allowing Algeria to gain its independence, which was one of the most important French colonies at the time. So there is a long history of high-profile assassinations being tied to intelligence agencies that may or may not be based in France. So aside from all the stuff that Candace is presenting now, there is actually a long history of assassinations being tied back to intelligence agencies, with France being one of the top ones over there. And let's not forget, like, you know, we back up France in all of their expeditions in Africa. Like, France was one of the ones who had that big problem with Libya too. And, you know, they supported us when we went in to go overthrow them. What's happening in the AES right now, the two people who are losing the most are France and America. So we partner with them directly on a lot of their foreign, you know, expeditions. And there's even a quote from the former president of France saying, if France loses control over all of its, you know, quote unquote, former colonies, then there's a chance that France slips into the status of a third world country. So a lot of people in France openly admit that they are dependent, you know, on these things. So they're dependent on the machine. If the machine, you know, was to fail, then France would be hurt more than America, to be honest with you, because we are somewhat self-sufficient over here. If America stopped trading with the rest of the world, we would figure it out. You know, France is in a little bit of a tougher position. So they are fully dependent on the establishment.
Yeah, so we are certainly taking this claim seriously, as we're taking all of Candace's work on the Charlie Kirk investigation seriously. And it's unfortunate, again, how many people are so quick to dismiss it as if they're reverse engineering a conclusion that this is a straight up everything's on the up and up, and Candace is having mental illness episode, and she's ego driven and wants to stay relevant. This is a reverse engineering tactic. It's not journalism, and anybody putting that out there right away, instantaneously, is not to be trusted. If you, however, on the other hand, do some research, look into it, show us where she might have something off or wrong, then we can have a discussion about an alternative viewpoint on this. But I gotta tell people that we gotta look out for the differences of the two types of reporting. We saw this firsthand when Charlie Kirk was first murdered. We saw the people storm Twitter immediately saying anyone who's talking about Israel is anti-Semitic. Anyone who's talking about Israel is looking for clicks. Anyone who's talking about Israel has bad intention. You're like, well, that's not how journalism works. If somebody makes a claim, you look at it. We didn't know anything about Charlie Kirk really that much at all until he was murdered. And then guess what we did, Jay? We looked into it. We saw the bold claims. We saw the Ian Carrolls. We saw Max Blumenthal. We saw a whole range of people saying
we saw the change in his opinion towards the end of his life, which made it a huge coincidence. So you're telling me he was alive all this time, nothing happened to him, and then he started criticizing Israel, and right after that he died? I mean, that's a big coincidence. So
people were reverse engineering the conclusion they wanted and working it backwards. And the conclusion they wanted with Charlie Kirk's murder was that the extreme stuff he did caught up with him, unfortunately. And that sucks. That was their conclusion. And by validating the Israel part of it, you're in their minds, what you're doing is you're alleviating the severity of extreme views that you disagreed with, and you're giving it credence because now he becomes somebody that was for good. And then you're also saying about the human experience that it's okay to be a quote unquote bad person, and then at the last second change your mind and then be a hero. That is a emotional response. That's not real. That's emotional. Our job as journalists is to do the work and look for the timestamps and look at how things shifted when people change their opinions, and not be so judgmental on things they did before that or whatever. Look at the thing itself and be actual detectives on the case. That's what Candace is doing. I believe that.
Exactly. And really quick, you know, if people want to do some more research and understand, well, why would Israel be working with France? Well, if you look at France's former colonies in the Middle East, that's actually Lebanon and Syria, right? So those are the countries that France had all these economic ties with and they profited off. And, you know, Israel has helped keep both of those countries, quote unquote, in line once they gained their independence from France. So, that's why, and I could be wrong on this. I actually don't know who's at the top of the hierarchy. It could be the Zionists, it could be other secret societies, but you can easily make the argument that Israel is essentially a proxy for the establishment. And that's what I lean towards, but I also accept that I could be wrong on that. And maybe it is the Zionists on top. But either way, it's a lot more than only Zionists. And in my opinion, I think Candace focuses way too much on that one aspect. And someone who's getting paid to do this, who has as much time as she has, I would like to see her talk about some of these secret societies a bit more, especially because she's Catholic, especially because of who her father-in-law is. Like, she should be diving into that history to figure out what else is going on. So I'm not saying I 100% believe it, but what I do know is the claims are worth taking seriously. And I do hope that she releases as much information as possible, because what this also does is it could strike fear in the hearts of other people who were thinking about speaking out. Because does that now mean anybody who speaks out is at risk of being assassinated by either France or Israel? So there could be a bunch of things going on, but there's definitely enough evidence to take it seriously, in my opinion. And I do hope, if the US government isn't taking it seriously, that she releases it, to the world so we can take a look at it. Because again, just don't take my word for it. Go Google Les Circle. Like, French intelligence agencies tried to assassinate their own president who was doing something that was against their interests. So why wouldn't they try to assassinate someone over here, especially if they're tied in with our intelligence agencies?
Yeah, all credible. Looking at all that, absolutely, Jay. Now, one more note on the mental health aspect. We covered earlier in the show Marjorie Taylor Greene bowing out of Congress, saying, I'm basically at my wit's end here. The death threats, one could interpret about her that she might have just had that breaking point, because how can our mental health be okay when we are attacked and called these horrible things? Maybe Candace has got a little more tougher skin than Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't mean to pit them against each other, but I want people to understand that even though there are bad actors saying Candace has lost her mind, understand that this has got to be effing hard for her. I'm going to play this 1 minute that she posted yesterday. And if you are one of those people out there that are looking for that validation of, oh, she looks crazy, I'm asking you right now, before you watch this 1 minute she put out, to change your mindset about how we look at mental health, and look at this from a point of view of what would you do in this situation if this was you, and this type of evidence came to your, right in front of your eyesight, and that you looked through it for 2 days and you determined it was real, and you put it out publicly, knowing the backlash you would get for putting this out there. What type of state would you be in when 2 days later you checked in with your people and had this to say on camera and uploaded it to your account? Check it out.
Do you think it's normal, by the way, that basically every person who speaks about Israel has to basically say a statement that's like, I don't want to get killed? like literally, speaking about it, people are like, Candace, beef up your security. That's not fucking normal. Excuse my language, but that is not normal. Okay, it's not normal that people have to think about their security, because, and by the way, it's not normal that then the way that you get comfortable with it is you're like, well, they shot JFK in an open car, so there's not, he's a sitting president. Obviously my security doesn't really matter. If they want me, they're going to get me. That's not a normal thought process to have. We don't have that about any other country in the world, except for the one that, took over ours. And that's the truth. Okay. We are an occupied nation. And if it's going to take women having to speak up and say that to make permission, to give permission to men to do the same, then I'm happy to be the first person. Okay. I just want to be clear. Anything happens to me, blame the Zionists. 1000% blame the Zionists. Let that be my parting word.
Let that be my parting words. So this is intense shit, man. I'm telling you, there are people that watch this video and go, you see, she's got a mental health. She's not all there. No, change your mindset. Understand what would you do in this situation? How okay would you be? So the least we could do is give her the respect of hearing her out and seeing what evidence she has, rather than writing it off right away, because it changes our world view. It changes our construct of how our country functions, and we don't want to deal with that. So we're going to blame her and write it off. Let's stop doing that. Let's give it some attention and some just an honest take.
Yeah, and don't forget, she was a personal friend of Charlie Kirk. It's not like, you know, he was some, you know, TV figure to her. To her, that was an actual friend who she's known for a long time, and they had enough of a relationship where clearly she was texting him, you know, before he actually died, and he was sharing some of his, you know, thoughts about the issue that was he thought that his life could be in danger from what we saw, right? And he was sharing that with Candace, and then she saw him die. So, and those texts have been verified. We know she didn't Photoshop it. We know those texts are real. So clearly you can understand why, you know, she would be worried in this situation. So, you know, the only thing I can say is if I am right about the secret society aspect of it, they're using the Zionists as a proxy. So clearly the Zionists are going to have a hand like in what's going on. So regardless, they do need to be addressed. So my point is, I just want everyone to remember there are other people involved. It's not just Zionists, but we do need to take it seriously. And we do need to ask ourselves, well, why is it Hebrew is the one language that gets censored on Twitter? Why isn't Arabic censored? Because there's a lot of people in the Middle East who don't like Israel and who don't like what America has done, you know, like in the region, right? And I'm sure you could find lots of examples about people saying bad things about, you know, America and Israel in Arabic, but they let that fly. So why is it that Hebrew is the only language that will not get translated? So, you know, we have to look at what's happening in the world right now. We have to be honest. Like, Israel is tied into most of the stuff that we're doing, and they're tied into a lot of the stuff that the establishment, you know, is doing at this point in time. And it's a double-edged sword, because when people focus it on Jews instead of Israelis, they actually create a little bit more of that demand. And thankfully, most people don't. However, there is a growing number of people who are just saying Jews, who are just blaming it on Jews. And it's directly because Israel keeps saying, if you hate us, you got to hate the Jews. Like, they're equating themselves with Judaism. So if you fall into that trap, you're actually helping the Zionists. Never forget that there wasn't that many people going to Israel before the Holocaust. Before Jews felt threatened, they weren't going to Israel. So talk about the Israeli government, talk about, you know, you can critique religion all you want. You can critique a government policies all you want, and you can talk about the sentiment in the country. Just be careful in how you describe it, and don't just start talking about quote unquote Jews, which most people don't do. But there is that growing sentiment. So we do have to be honest about that too.
Yeah. Okay. We got one more story we're gonna do with you, Jay, before you head out.
Let's do it.
We're gonna do some Maher updates, and we got a bunch, so we're gonna go through quickly. But I'll just go throw up our little jingle because I like it, and we'll just do it. So here we go.
But the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
But this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
The conspiracy theory about this related to vaccine, you're right.
We had to really move at the speed of science.
Doctors are baffled. They're looking into it. We have no idea what's going on. All these medical problems, medical emergencies happening all around us, but we're just told to be patient and wait it out. The autopsies will come back, and we will know soon enough what the hell is going on. But in the meantime, rest assured, we can all know that one thing we know for sure is that we know what it's not. I'm here with Jay Scott. We're going to look at you guys do some Maher updates here. There's a bunch of stuff that's happened just in the last few days. So let's go through this one at a time and try and understand and come with us on this journey here, guys. We're going to try to understand where RFK is in the midst of all this, because there are things he's not doing, there's things he is doing, and there's things that we need to accept about what's never going to happen, and we need to figure out another approach, seemingly. But we'll start with somewhat of a good news, kind of. We have a verbiage change on the CDC website. So this is good. Autism and vaccines, if you go to the CDC website, it's been updated. The claim, vaccines do not cause autism, is not an evidence-based claim because studies have not ruled out the possibility that infant vaccines cause autism. Now, you guys know, if you've been paying attention, that putting this up on the website has gotten a lot of people angry, a lot of the RFK Jr. haters, the people who said he's trying to destroy our health system, trying to destroy our health agencies. Well, this is the nail in the coffin as far as they are concerned. But as we know here on the Homeless Left, and Jay, I want your take on this. It sounds like just a little verbiage change, doesn't actually do anything because none of this is actually policy, but it's certainly keeping people at each other's throats during this last year, where we think something's going to happen, but does it actually happen? But yes, make no mistake, there were a lot of people angry about this change. Why are they so angry, Jay?
I mean, they're angry because the truth is we don't have the placebo studies. Like I asked our child's pediatrician, do you have placebo studies for these shots that you are recommending? True placebo studies. Nope. So they don't actually have the studies. So what they will do is they will look at data in a retrospect and try to find people who are unvaccinated in different populations versus people that are vaccinated, and they'll try to draw more conclusions out of that. But the largest study in America that compared vaccinated to unvaccinated children, the results got scrapped and it just now got released a few months ago. So the truth is the change can easily be reversed, because you hit the nail on the head, Matt. All they have to do is fire RFK, and then the next person who comes in changes the wording back to vaccines cause autism. So it's not a systemic change that can produce lasting results. However, the truth is, we're at a time where Florida is considering eliminating all mandatory vaccines, period. So would that have been happening if it wasn't RFK Jr. at the head of HHS? No, in my opinion, that would not be happening. However, again, that's a big problem that needs to be addressed. But the immediate thing that we've seen over these past few years is hundreds of thousands of people more go on disability, and at least millions of people globally die unexpectedly from these shots. So there's long-term things we need to talk about, and then there's short-term things. And the biggest short-term immediate threat has not been addressed. And there's absolutely no way that we'll ever see a trial for crimes against humanity like RFK suggested while he was running an independent campaign. That's just not going to happen. But my thought was at least we could pull the shots, if he got into office. My hope, not my thought, my hope was. And it seems like I'm going to be let down on that. So positive that we're having a conversation, but the short-term issue still isn't being addressed.
So, Jay, I'm going to say it's even worse than how you're saying it, because I feel like you switch out RFK, you don't actually need to adjust anything, because I'm saying I'm doubling down that the word change on the website isn't actually anything at all as is. It's actually nothing. We are further along with mRNA effects, negative effects being acknowledged than we ever were with autism and vaccine. We are much further along. In fact, before Trump got back into office, during the end of Biden's administration, they were forced to say it's very rare, but sometimes this COVID shot might cause blood clotting, might cause myocarditis, but it won't be bad. Remember, it's not the bad kind. It's the that kind of
transient kind.
It's very rare, but you might get some heart problems for the rest of your life. They threw out some commercials. They talk about kids getting this. About what do you do, mommy? I have a heart problem. It's called but it's not a big problem. All I got to do is take my meds. Brought to you by Big Pharma. So we're further along with that then, oh my God, the CDC is saying that we can't say one way or the other. It's not even saying there's a very rare chance. And that would be a step in the right direction. So I'm saying people are getting crazy about RFK, change the language on the CDC. Who cares? You're not actually saying anything. You're just, we don't know one way or the other. This is the equivalent of taking the Fifth Amendment when you're in court. Were you at the crime scene or were you not? I don't know. I want to go with my Fifth Amendment. I'm not going to answer the question.
Yeah. And you know, again, if this was anybody else who hadn't written a whole book like about this vax versus unvax, it would make more sense to me. However, RFK wrote an entire book about this topic. I know because I own the book, and there are plenty of studies out there that suggest that there is a link. So instead of saying we don't know either way, you could say, hey, here's some evidence on both sides of the argument. We are still investigating what the truth is, but here's some evidence on both sides of the argument. You guys decide what you want to believe. Like, they could have done that, but they're not even explaining anything. All they're doing is say, oh, well, you know, we don't know. But there are studies out there that indicate there's a link. And there are other studies out there that indicate there's no link. But let's compare the two. Let's see who funded each of these studies. And let's look into the fine print to see if there's any potential problems in these studies. And they're not doing that process publicly, but this allows, you know, Maher and Trump to try to take a win and to say, look, he's doing something, even though it's something that can easily be reversed, and even though it's not the thing that actually brought the movement together. Because the reason I knew who RFK was because of COVID, was because of the COVID vaccine. That's how I knew who RFK was. And that's why I originally got interested in his campaign in the first place, because that was the immediate threat. And since then, as you just pointed out, Matt, the threat is continuing to grow because Fauci and all the usual suspects are going around on TV saying there's another pandemic coming, there's another pandemic coming. And they're introducing it now for the flu shot. I know I think we covered it the other day, right? They're introducing an mRNA flu shot now. And they just did a study on it, even though in the same study, people who took the mRNA shot died more than the people who took the placebo. So it's like they haven't learned a goddamn thing. And it was the same thing with the COVID Pfizer studies. When you go back and you look at the fine print, you also saw that the people who took the COVID shot died more in Pfizer's own data. But they explained it away and they said, oh, but that's just a coincidence. You know, it wasn't the shot that caused them. It was just a coincidence that 50% more people died in the COVID vaccinated group. And they're saying the same thing about the flu vaccinated group. So we got to ask ourselves, right? If there is another health scare, how many people have learned the lesson? And what if it is a more deadly disease next time? Like, I don't know that that's going to happen. I pray to God it doesn't, but these are all possibilities, you know, we need to consider.
Well, so the good news on that end is that they've tried it a few times. They tried it with the monkeypox. They've tried it with, there's been a few different times they try to roll out next pandemic. I mean, Bill Gates has been talking about this for years, since we were only 1 year into COVID. He was already going on Stephen Colbert and going like this, there's going to be another one. And Colbert's like, oh God, really? He's like, oh yeah, it's coming. So they've been trying and trying. So hopefully they've just been trying and failing. So that's good, I guess, that we haven't actually gone to it yet, but they are working on it. They're trying to figure out this sequel, this franchise. They want to make more money off this franchise. That one movie ain't enough. They can make some more, billions more off the sequel, but they want to make sure it's a good sequel. It's a Godfather 2 type movie. On
hopefully
the second one. So
and there are Fast and Furious movies. So
Fast and Furious, yeah, they should. Yeah. Hey, at least we're not at Pandemic 10, Fast 10. That would not be good. That would not be good. Speaking of not good, I hate to say it, Jay, but we got more bad news in Maher. Really bad. It seems that the EPA now is starting to allow the use of pesticides in food that they've been called forever chemicals. If you guys haven't heard of the term, get used to it. It's called forever chemicals, and they're being used regularly now, and it's pretty bad. And we don't seem to have anything from RFK on it just yet, but here's the report. The EPA is doing this. It's making people very angry on all sides because it should affect everyone, all people equally on this one.
EPA is starting to allow the use of pesticides containing PFAS on food. It's part of an effort to roll back the regulation of what are called forever chemicals because they don't break down easily in the environment. Last week, the agency approved the use of 2 new pesticides that qualify as PFAS. It means that farmers could spread them on crops like romaine lettuce, broccoli, and potatoes. The Washington Post is reporting that agency plans to approve 4 more pesticides. Not much is known about their long-term impact, but PFAS have been linked to certain cancers, birth defects, and other health problems. In a statement to the NewsHour today, the EPA said it will provide transparent, science-based information on how the chemicals are evaluated.
Oh, my God. This is really bad. And we're hearing reports of other people being affected with these side effects from these forever chemicals. Not just like he's saying health problems. There's we saw a warning from there's a girl on TikTok that says she went to the doctor with period pains, and the doctor's asking, what kind of pads are you using? Always pads. Those have carcinogens and forever chemicals in them. The doctor knew it. So they're asking about what are you using for your period. We also are hearing on top of that that these chemicals can be found in certain materials that you're using at the gym. We're seeing that there's a lot of people getting skin problems from their clothing as they're going to the gym. All that latex or whatever that they're going to their yoga classes. This forever chemical isn't just in our food; it's in all of our other products as well. From always pads to what you're wearing to the gym. So this is a big problem. Where is RFK on this? Now, some would say you want to defend RFK. Well, he's not really in charge of the EPA, so it's not really his problem. Well, let's see. This is we saw this breakdown. This is good from Jen. Don't fuck with cats. She says, "Hey, Mahas, do you believe forever chemicals are bad? What about banned pesticides? Because Trump just overturned the planned ban on forever chemicals in drinking water. Trump brought back banned pesticides in his first term, which Biden overturned. Wow, I didn't know that. So Trump is doing worse in this area than Biden. And he gutted over 100 environmental protections. This administration will continue to gut protections for clean air, water, hazardous waste, and toxic pesticides use, protected land and animals, etc. RFK Jr. would have absolutely said no, say no to this over the EPA, which is gutting and will continue to gut our protections. If you want to make America healthy again, Maha, maybe you should be in spaces talking about how you keep our air, water, animals, land clean and safe. Maybe you should fight to keep regulating toxic chemical use, hazardous waste disposal, air emissions, clean water, toxic pesticide use, protected land and animals. Because while you are distracted by nonsense, this administration is going to make America hazardous again. And still nothing on RFK from this. And this is what he campaigned on with Trump about fixing these problems. And now it's going the other direction. What the hell is going on here, Jay?
I mean, I can tell you exactly what's going on. And I'll never forget. And again, like, I don't mean to keep coming back to this, but this is why I never believed in the Trump alliance. Because the moment they asked Trump, well, how do you feel about RFK's effort in the past about trying to regulate polluters and all this stuff? And he was like, oh, well, RFK is great. We're going to let him do some great work to clean up the environment, but he can't touch the oil. And guess what, Matt? Do you know where PFAS chemicals come from? A lot of them happen to be oil byproducts. So how is it you're going to, quote unquote, clean up the environment if you're not allowed to do anything that could possibly impact oil manufacturers? You can't do it. Like, it's not possible, because that's at the center of a lot of our problems. Is it the only problem? Absolutely not. I'm not saying all problems come back to that, but forever chemicals, a lot of them are oil-based. So the moment Trump said that, it should have been alarms across the board. And, the truth is, the Republican Party has been the party of deregulation to benefit corporations. The Democrat Party does overregulation to protect the people who are already in the market by erecting big barriers to entry. So they both work hand in hand to protect corporations in different ways. But when you're going to talk about cleaning up the environment, asking Republicans to clean up the environment is the equivalent of asking the wolf who just ate half of your sheep to protect the rest of your sheep. So it doesn't make any sense. And, you know, the fact that RFK has spent so much time talking about the waiver that vaccine manufacturers have in terms of liability for any damage created by their products, like that has been one of his core arguments about why vaccines have gotten out of control, because he keeps going back to that 1986 act where we gave them immunity, and since then the number of vaccines skyrocketed, went from 12 to 72 now. And we also see the incidence of autism as well as other chronic disease skyrocketing. And yes, it was going up before that, but the moment that happened, it just took off. So you know what the impact of giving people full-blown liability is. And he didn't say a goddamn thing when they came out and gave that same liability protection to the pesticide manufacturers. And now what's happening? We're getting a lot more pesticides going on to our crops, which is why, again, I really do believe the We the People movement is long-term what we need. But even like I'm someone, I spend over $300 a week on groceries for me, my partner, and a baby, because I'm trying to buy all organic stuff. But guess what, Matt? Occasionally, I like to eat out. I'm not asking the people who work at the restaurant, is everything on the menu organic? Do you guys use any conventional food on your stuff? So and they're not going to know, even if I do ask them that, they'll probably tell me what I want to hear or tell me they don't know. But I'm not going to get a reliable, yes, everything here is organic. So even if you want to buy organic to try to shield yourself from it, you're not going to be able to do it. Because if you like to eat out every now and then and you like to try some new foods, you don't know where they're buying it from. And the truth is, even with the organic stuff, there's runoff. Like, so it can only be organic to an extent because there's runoff from pollution from other places that are using this poison. And again, people remember, these are called forever chemicals because we haven't seen evidence that we can get it to go away. Do we really want something permanent to come into our bodies that cause cancer that cannot go away? That means now, if Trump implements all this shit, and then we somehow get a good Democrat or a good third party into presidency in 2028, they're not going to be able to make all the rollback immediately. And even after they pass the law, there's still a certain amount of time before the law takes effect and all this stuff. So now, assuming this moves forward, we're now stuck with at least, at minimum, at best, 4 to 5 years of additional poison going into our food that we have no idea is what impact it's going to cause in our body. So to be honest with you, Matt, this is terrifying to me personally.
You know, I'm at the point where, you know, we've been talking about, you know, RFK not having, you know, not too much time left before they oust him and how that would be bad. But, you know, I have to say
quick on that. Let me just say one thing. If RFK gets kicked out the administration, there's no way I'll trust him. There's absolutely no way I'll trust him. You know why? Because he went along with all this shit when he was in power. And the only way RFK or Tulsi could earn my trust is if they got kicked out as they were doing the right thing and exposing the whole system. Then depending on that, I'll take a look at the circumstances. But if it's just some disagreement with Trump and he decides to make some personnel changes, miss me with all that. I could not be more disappointed like in RFK, and knowing who he is and how silent he's been is heartbreaking, man, in every sense of the word. So it's extremely unlikely that I will ever trust him again, but I always leave that door open because maybe he surprises me. Maybe he comes out on the news tomorrow and says, hey guys, I disagree with Trump. We cannot let forever chemicals be used on these pesticides. Here's what happened the last time we gave a whole industry immunity. Let's not do it again. And then if he gets fired after that, maybe we can have the conversation. But if outside of that situation, I'm never trusting him again. I don't care what happens. So
that's not going to happen. Unfortunately, he's shown time and time again over this last year that he does everything the opposite of that. He's not speaking out for anything. Everything has been 180s, whether it's Ozempic, whether it's all of this, whether it's standing right next to Albert Borda as he gets a $60 billion deal with Trump. That guy should be in jail. He knows it. He's told family members who are grieving over loved ones they should be in jail. We talk about RFK Jr.'s Israel compromise. We talk about his crazy, weird past that they use stuff against him. They do bullet points for him on mainstream media, make him look like he's a crazy dude. We knew all of that going in, but it has never been as bad as it is now, Jay. And I'm at to the point where I'm ready to say good riddance if he does get ousted, because it can't get much worse than now. This is the guy that's supposed to be in charge of these agencies and holding people accountable. And with these little, I won't even call them little wins. They're little distractions that you changed a couple words on a website. It's a distraction. The real shit is going in the opposite direction. It's worse than it was when Trump took office. So these distractions, they just keep coming, and I'm effing sick of it. And the people watching mainstream think this is the problem. I have to share this, Jay, because this broke, and people are talking about it. I happen to think, as bad as this is, New York Post put this one out. As bad as this is also a huge distraction, and this is pretty bad. But this is, again, RFK has a shady past. He's got a darkness. This isn't even a past. This is like current. This is now. This was exposed. A raunchy sex act that RFK Jr. texted about with Olivia Nuzzi. According to her ex, Ryan Lizza, who gave this story away to the New York Post, and it's went everywhere now. I don't know if I even feel comfortable reading the whole thing, but their tagline is it's not healthy, and it's certainly not a human service. But Health and Human Service Secretary RFK Jr. once texted distressed journalist and alleged ex-flame Olivia Nuzzi about a lewd sex act, according to her jilted ex-fiance. And then it goes on to talk about some certain term he used, and I'm not going to read it in its entirety at all, but it's called fletching, and it's used in this texting, sexting, and this is according to the NIH, which RFK is now leading. Obviously, he's part of, that's the top role of the HHS, is overseeing the NIH. And these are just some of the quotes. I'm not going to read them. You guys can do a little pause and look at it, or screen grab it if you want. But this all came out in the New York Post, and it's pretty sick and twisted. It challenges his moral compass, challenges what's going on in him and his dark, if he ever got over all of his dark days that he talks about, a lot of his dark days with the drugs and all this stuff. But make no mistake, this is also a distraction. So I'm saying, Jay, out of all the things that they keep throwing out there to the mainstream to paint him as this awful person, which I'm not going to challenge the validity of that or not. I'm just letting you know they got a mountain of it, and it keeps coming. And on top of all that, we got Israel. We have all the Israel connections. A guy that can say blank check to Netanyahu, do whatever you want to do to Palestine, and then also say get into health and human services position, and then tweet out that the number one health problem on college campuses is anti-Semitism. We know that is something that is going to come back and bite us in the ass, and it looks like it's happening in real time. This is horrible. This is probably the last guy we want in this position at this point. So I would say if they come for him now, I would say good riddance. It can't get any worse than this. I'm sorry, I know this is a harsh stance, but I'm frankly sick of this. It's not going in the right direction. It's going absolutely backwards from when we started.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Dr. Fauci would be worse. So I can still see how it can get worse. So, but I get what you're saying. Like the part that disappoints me the most is that he does know better, and that's the scariest thing about this whole situation. So I agree with you. It can't get much worse considering, the amount of poison now that they're allowing into the foods. And, I just looked this up, man. you know, we are the richest country in the history of the earth, at least in terms of GDP, right? In terms of how much we produce and the GDP per capita. Yet we have more poison in our environment, more PFAS chemicals in our environment than most of Africa, than most of South America, than most of Asia. So we have a system where all the wealth, or the majority of this wealth, is being concentrated at the very top, and we're all kind of surviving and we get some of the benefits of it, but not a lot. The majority of the benefits are going to the people at the top, while we are being poisoned and our souls are being somewhat stained because our tax dollars are funding all the bullshit that we do all over the world. So it's like, at some point, we have to ask ourselves, how much more do we allow? So, I mean, like, I don't know. I wish I had the type of voice to call for a general strike, because there's so much shit that needs to happen right now. We need to bring all the troops back home. We need to get the poison out the foods, and we need to figure out how we make this system work better for people. But I feel like those two things are things the entire country could agree on. Yep. Bring the troops back home, stop spending so much money bombing the whole world, and let's get the goddamn poison out of our environment, out of our foods, and let's have real medicine. I think that should be uncontroversial, somewhere where everyone can get together and agree. The other stuff we can figure out, and these are all urgent things. Like, and the war overseas, your grocery bills going up every week happen because of the wars overseas, because that contributes to inflation, which weakens our dollar. So you might think it isn't affecting you, but it is affecting you. So I would urge everyone to realize war with Venezuela is going to be far more expensive than war with Iraq, because it's a bigger country and it'll be harder for us to do what it is we want to do over there. So think about that, guys. Like, this is literally an existential point in this country's history.
And before we wrap this segment up, it is called We Know What It's Not. So I got to throw one of these up here. And how fitting, people use the term bittersweet. I'm just going to go with bitter. It's just bitter. This actually happened. This is RFK, or this is John F. Kennedy's granddaughter, which is RFK Jr.'s cousin, Tatiana Schlossberg, says she has terminal cancer diagnosis. The New Yorker did a piece on her, A Battle with My Blood. When I was diagnosed with leukemia, my first thought was that this could be happening. This couldn't be happening to me, to my family. And that's her just a few days ago, telling all in the New Yorker piece that they did on her, dying of leukemia, publicly announcing this, which is really sad. Unfortunately, the story doesn't stop there, because and the New Yorker won't tell you this part. But luckily we have Aaron Elizabeth Health Nut News to tell us. Oh my God, breaking, RFK Jr.'s little cousin announces she got cancer after all her COVID shots. Her MD says she will die within a year or less. Her mother, Caroline, and her boyfriend, Jack, pushed the deadly shots incessantly. And here's just a screenshot from her tirades and rants and raves she did during the lockdown and during the mandates. Check this out. I tried explaining COVID to anti-vaxxers with kindness and sympathy, but now, 5 minutes, I called this bitch a dumb plague rat. And then later she says, just got my booster, you plague rats. This is the type of people in Kennedy's bloodline that are announcing this, dealing with this right now, Jay. How bitter, it's not bittersweet, it's bitter that this is happening right now as we're talking about the failed Maher movement, and Kennedy has to sit back and take it, take it in the ass, I guess. Yeah, bend over and take it, dude, while you have people that are dropping dead or in the process of who behave this way, and there's not going to be any recourse. There's not going to be any evolution here. We're still moving backwards, and we have to watch this in real time, and there's nothing else we can do about it.
Well, I guess this is a metaphorical felching or fletching or whatever that is, right? But I mean, at the end of the day, it's sad that, she's going through this. This is happening in his own family. We've already established several mechanisms how these mRNA shots could have been causing cancer. So there's at least 3 or 4 different ways that we know of that it could be causing cancer. So to be honest, we don't know that it was the shots. We can't say for sure that it was the shots, but we know she bragged about taking it along with boosters, and we know that there are possible mechanisms. And it's sad because there's another person who I follow on Twitter. I forget his name, Nate the Lawyer or something like that. And he is someone who actually defended people's right to not take the shot. But he did announce when he himself took the shot, and the boosters. And now I forget his exact name and handle, but he has like a huge tumor inside his brain that he's sharing with his audience, like about his surgery. So this happens to people who were aggressively going after quote unquote anti-vaxxers. And it's also happened to people who respected other people's choices. And either way, it's bad. But I just hope people can take the lesson from this whole thing, that be nice, be kind when people have other opinions from you, and recognize that everyone has autonomy over what happens in their body. And it should always be an individual choice, what you choose to do to your body. And if we're mandating things, especially because it's supposed to quote unquote reduce transmission, like that's not, you shouldn't be forced to take medication to protect someone else. You take medication to protect yourself. We don't sacrifice the young to protect people who were, near the end of their life. And again, that's not to say we don't care about them and we don't try to protect them, but we can't sacrifice whole societies, based on these worries. So, again, it's 100% sad. I wish this wasn't happening, but the fact that RFK is seeing this and he's still letting the shots go out and people take them, and they're letting more mRNA shots hit the market. I mean, it's sad.
Yeah.
You should know better.
Well, there's not much we do know, Jay. All this chaos, all this confusion. We don't have much to go on here because we're not doctors or scientists. But there is one thing we can know for certain, and that is we know what it's not.
The shot. It's anything but the vaccine. So, yep.
Hey, Jay, thanks for being with us today on our 150th episode. Yeah, I got to put that little light thing back up. Yeah, that's fun. Just for a little bit. I know it gets people a little woo, but no, it's been cool, man. Thanks for being part of the journey with us, and being such an essential part of what we've been doing and building here at the show and beyond. And what you're doing with We the People is fantastic work. Again, I'll tell you that again. And let's just keep growing and moving into the holidays. Yeah, man, I hope you have a good Thanksgiving weekend. Any last thing you want to leave us on before the weekend?
Yeah, I hope everyone out there has a great holiday, but just remember this one fact, right? The poison that we allow on our foods over here are not allowed anywhere else in the world. It's not even like it's only Europe and countries that have similar qualities of life. Like the poison that we are putting on the food, they won't even allow in Africa, where a lot of people are starving. So why is it we're allowing more and more poison on our food over here? It doesn't make any sense, guys. So, recognize the urgency, realize there is hope, but we have to start talking about some form of a collective action. And We the People is definitely, I think, a good structure we need to invest some time into. But I'm getting to the point right now. I'm at the point right now where I believe we need some more urgent action. I don't know exactly what that urgent action is, but I'm not trying to get poisoned for the next 5 years minimum. And so we got to figure this out, guys. So let's figure out solutions. This isn't blackpilling, but it's just a wake-up call. So use this as a wake-up call, everyone, and let's figure this shit out. So yeah, appreciate you, Matt, by the way. I love being part of this. You're doing some excellent work over here. Hopefully one day soon, we are the legacy media and we are the mainstream media. And I remember that comment you read before I came on about us all getting paid. donate something to the show, guys. Give us a little something for the 150th birthday so we can really take this to the next level and have these conversations in front of a mainstream audience, because we got to change the conversation in the country, guys. And don't forget, we got it first before Politico. We brought you the Levi Leatherberry and the We the People story before Politico. So if anything, just give us a little tip on the 150th episode because of that work we're doing. It's not just blackpilling, we're presenting solutions, guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jay. And I'll throw this up here. You guys can find out more about We the People at WTPnational.com. It's happening. It's a real movement. It's going. It's not stopping. It's in action, guys. Get involved, get aligned, and stay informed. And we'll see you back here, Jay. Have a good Thanksgiving weekend.
See you soon. Later, man. Bye.
Awesome. Bye. All right, guys. We have more show. Believe it or not, we have more show for you. I think we're going to be doing I got two more segments for you. But first, I know it's been a little while here. We've been on for well over 3.5 hours. So I think it's about time we talk with you guys. Yes, let's get right to it. And then we got a couple more stories after that. So don't go anywhere. We're not going to take a break. We're just going to go right to it. I'll do this. I'll change the background back. I know you guys, some of you guys are not feeling the lights for too long. Little increments. We can do the lights, the celebrational lights, little increments. But we're good. Okay. Here we go, guys. It's time for talking back. Remember, if you want it, like Jay said, if you guys want to throw on a super chat or Rumble rant, you'll get cut to the front of the line, and you'll help us out too on our 150th episode. That'd be awesome. And we will feature you in the comment section here, because we are responding to you guys, like literally putting your comments up on the screen and responding to you right now. I'm going to get to as many as I can. It's going to be quick because we have two more segments to get to. We don't want to be on all into the evening or anything like that. So, okay, you guys, know where to find us. It's on at The Homeless Left on Rumble or at THL Presents on YouTube. We got our name back on YouTube. It's The Homeless Left. It's back on the top of the page. You can see it right there. The Homeless Left, THL Presents on YouTube. And you can even throw us a comment on Homeless Left or Matt Weinglass on X as well. And we will see it right here. Okay, guys, let's get ready for some talking back. Talking back with Matt today. We are doing our 150th episode. We appreciate all you guys being part of our journey, and specifically today's show. It's been a roller coaster. We had Due Dissidents do another Rumble raid into our stream. We appreciate that. So you guys have been awesome. We've had co-host Jay Scott, co-host Craig Pasa-Jardula going through a bunch of happenings. The Candace Owens claiming she's on the death squad Israeli hit list. We looked at that. We've been looking at the Marjorie Taylor Greene basically throwing in the towel, but sticking it to the two-party duopoly, something that the squad and the AOCs could never do. She actually did it. We talked about the Ukraine 19-point plan. Is this a thing? Is it not? A lot of these CDC updates, a lot of bad news in the RFK arena, aside from her cousin getting terminal cancer. We know who is multi-vaxxed, by the way. We know he's got another scandal on his neck while he's saying nothing about this new pesticide, just going the pesticides in our foods, in our environment. He's saying nothing about it. They just got this blanket protection, the same thing he fought against and stood up against during the campaign season. He's staying quiet on it. The vaccine companies got the liability protection. Now the pesticides companies have liability protection, and RFK Jr. is quiet. We talked about the World War III watch Venezuela. We are this close to an attack, U.S. attacking Venezuela. Could be by the 1st of December. That's kind of our prediction right now, but we're staying on that one as well. And then we did a little HOLLYWOKE as well. So that's also that's a fun conversation about Jude Law playing a menacing version of Putin. We'll see how many people are actually going to see that film. But let's see what you guys have to chime in on here. Let's go close to the top here. Here we go. We'll start with, man, there's a lot from you guys today. A lot from you guys. Let me make sure there isn't any, if we make sure we didn't get any additional, we did get some Rumble rants earlier, and we appreciate that from you guys. I don't see any new ones. If they come up, I will see them, and I'll cut right to, you guys get to cut right in front if I see you guys do a Rumble rant, or if you guys do a super chat on the YouTube, we will cut you right to the front of the line. Okay. Don't see any right now. Okay, we're good there. Okay, here's a third. I like this from Citizen Pendejo. This is good. Give yourself some credit. Matt J. Pasta Garland, and you, along with most of your audience, have figured it out. The only way out of this mess is building a new party. That is great. That is what we're talking about. And I think we made some improvements with Craig Pasta. He's been down this third party road a lot more times than me and Jay have, and Garland as well. But he's saying there might be some credence to the We the People. There might be something there. And it's good to hear someone like Craig Pasta say that, because I know he was more on the fence about it months ago. Now things are changing. We're getting so much more momentum with this party, and it's something to look at because it definitely brings people together like we've never seen before. No more party lines, no more reds and blues, just challenging power and doing it in a way that holds elected officials accountable. There's a total transparency system locked in with this party, We the People. So it is the only way. Without it, what else do we have? We have total revolution, I would say, where we tear down the whole system. That's it. So that would be the plan B to this plan A, Citizen Pendejo. The plan B would be, if we have nothing left, then we revolt, we take to the streets, we tear it, the whole thing down, tear it down, as they say. So yeah, that's that. So love this. We know this. Thanks for this, child of God. AOC is Obama 2.0. Mamdani is Obama 3.0. I would have thrown Bernie in there, but Bernie never really won his campaign that he was running as the populist on. He just kept saying he was going to take on the establishment, take on whatever. He had a whole list of things he was taking on. The oligarchy, right? We're going to take on the oligarchy. I don't know. Maybe we should throw him in there just for fun, to show that these are the same theater piece over and over, from Obama to AOC to Bernie to Mamdani, 3.0, 4.0, Obama. It's the same thing over and over again. Absolutely. Oh, look at this. Citizen Bendeo says the third party, baby. MGT is planning on running as third party. I haven't heard that. I haven't heard her saying anything about running yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if she decides that. I think it's a bit early. I think she's staying low key on this. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on her. Or we'll see if we can try and recruit her for We the People. That would be interesting. But I think we need to give her a little time to get out of her seat first, get through the holidays. We'll check back in with her maybe, a month into next year. We'll see. Maybe after we're well into January. We'll see how she's doing at that point. Okay. What else we got here? Oh, that's funny. Space Jews. Thanks for that, Rupert Fellows. This is that's the reference to the Dave Chappelle joke. But no, this is the a tactic. They take a legitimate claim or concern or question, and then they label it something crazy so they can write it off. And that's where the whole QAnon thing came from. We're talking the whole Pizzagate, talking about legitimate, substantial evidence that needs to be looked at, but they write it off. They come up with a term that makes the person asking the question seem crazy. So that's what we saw with Marjorie Taylor Greene, with space lasers. We saw, and this space juice. Just put space with anything, and you're certainly going to get a reaction of cuckoo, nutty, space Jews. Yep, exactly. Okay. Let's see what else we got here. Okay, we know it was we got it. Background distraction. We got it. Thanks for letting us know. And this is a reference to Craig wearing the glasses to protect himself from the strobe light. No, he was partying it up a little because I did the tie. He said, you know, we'll throw on the little sunglasses and chill, have a, you know, make it more of a party vibe. But we get it. We know it was a little bit much with the strobe light. So all good. All good. Okay. Okay, this is from Animas. I appreciate this one. MTG quit on purpose. She just wants to shiv the Republican Party, and she's hoping that her district is won by either an independent or Dem, and she probably will help anybody against Republican. Okay, that's well, you know, we know she quit on purpose. That's you know, can't argue that. She obviously wants to continue to change things. I don't know how much she can do. I mean, she might campaign for someone, she might not. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. But it's definitely something that she probably thought long and hard about and made the choice. And we appreciate everything she did up till that point. Hopefully she doesn't go away forever on this. And she does come back in some way, shape, or form, but we'll see. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, thank you, Justice by Karma. Like the stream, guys. Like the stream. Don't forget to subscribe as well. That's also important. Very, very cool. Let's see what else. I wish to go. Slava cocaine. Love it. Save zucchini. Long time listener. Thank you for that. You guys are having some fun on this. I didn't go eat my baby. Snorda cocaine. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Love the tie, Matt. Thank you. Yeah, every once in a while. Donald Duxamon, thank you. Once in a while, we gotta change it up a little, change it up a bit. It's our 150th. So you know, gotta have something you know, a little more presentable today. Didn't go with the full, you know, coat on top of it, but it's feeling more loose, like casual, professional. Thought I'd go with that. Okay, we get it, Bonzo Beans. Flashy backgrounds cry out. We're a background TV show. Okay. Well, we took care of it. We took care of it. Thanks for the heads up, or thanks for the, you know, the feedback. We appreciate it. Let's see what else we got here. Man, you guys are coming in from everywhere today. Let's see. Yeah, exactly what we've been saying, Justice by Karma. That NATO membership provision in the Ukraine 19-point plan is an automatic no from Putin. We can call it in advance. We know it's a no. We don't have to wait for him to say it's a no. We know it's a no. Thank you for that. What else we got? Mouse FS SF. Mouse SF. Donald J. Tuna salad sandwich. Love it. Thanks for that. What else we got? What else we got? Okay. We got Chatter X in the house. Thanks for being on the stream there, Chatter. Airwaves is in the house. Love it. One more from Wish to Go. Roughly 100 suspicious Palestine journalists' Twitter accounts have followed me over the past several months. They share a common factor. Nearly all of them are based in fucking Nigeria. What a shame. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Are you seeing that? I'm sorry. Let me rewind. So are you saying, Wishigo, that you're seeing that they're based in Nigeria now, or was that changed after? Was it taken away and then brought back? I'm interested in this because this is all about that 20 minutes that everybody's location was available and then it was taken away. And we saw what they did to the DHS being based in Israel, and now they're pretending it's in the U.S. So I'm interested in these Palestine journalist accounts being in Nigeria. Is that real, or were they faking it? We got to look at that. But this is the kind of thing that happens when Elon goes and messes with his platform and says, we're gonna give you more transparency. Are you? Because we just found out more shit that you guys were being diabolical about. So that's really what's learned here. And I haven't had a chance, to be honest. I admit I haven't had a chance to go through and sweep through all of this. We looked at the DHS one, and that one stuck out. So we did feature that earlier in the show. But I'm sure there's so many other ones that popped up, went away. people are being accused of conspiracy theorists about them. We'll see. I don't know how much bait and switch they did on this, but we need to look at it now. But the point is, and this point wasn't made before, but we need to look at the state we're in, where our locations are going to be important to who? Who are our locations? They can protect their locations. They can change theirs out. They can pretend the DHS isn't located in Israel. Okay. Swap it out like we never saw it. But what is this? What is the real problem here? The real problem is our locations being seen. If we're reporting on the war machine, if we're reporting on Israel crimes, if we're reporting on U.S. imperialism, are they going to find where we are putting these posts up? Are they going to come for us and they know our exact location? That's really the story here. I think others, aside from all the fake bot accounts and the fake switch out DHS accounts and all the ones like, oh, we had a temporary glitch. The real story here is they did this not to give transparency to us about them. The transparency is so they know more about us and where we're located. And that is the thing we should all be concerned about. Thanks for that. We should go. And I have to look closer at that right now. When we get off of here. Let's see what else. Kurt Boss, the UK's even worse than this. We're talking about the mass surveillance making Orwell look like a kid's book. Yeah, it's pretty bad. The surveillance state is pretty effing bad. And we said earlier, it is the hill we should be dying on. I think I like this meme. I'll put this back up. You guys missed it before. The digital ID hill. Share this one out, guys. If you haven't seen it, share this out. You want to grab it. This is the hill. This is the hill. And this is for everyone. Not just all Americans, all European citizens as well. This is the hill. I think I'm agreeing with that right now. Out of all of our battles, that's the one that's going to bring us all down together or rise us all up together. We have to learn to say no. We have to. And it is Thanksgiving week. So Turkey Day gratitude. Thank you. Seven Sword Mary. Thank you for that. And a Louie. Very cool. Very cool. And I want to give a shout out to Leslie. We know she's dealing with her father medical issue right now, and she's going to let us know this. And it's my stepdad, and it's really very difficult right now. But she wanted to say hi to friends, and in our today, she's in and out. I guess she says in and out today. She's tending to her father's hospitalized. Thank you guys all for tuning in, staying, and for the wonderful support. And that's to the Rumble Rant $1 million trooper. Thank you so much. And to Evie Burke as well, who also helped us out with the Rumble Rant. Really, really appreciate it. Yeah, these are all the thanks for giving a shout out to all of our regulars there, Leslie. Really appreciate it. And yeah, hopefully your dad's doing hopefully somewhat better right now. As soon as we get done, I'm going to head over there and check in with the fam and sending positive vibes and positive everything in the interim. And I think all you guys are doing that as well. I've seen some really, really nice comments from you guys throughout the day. So very cool. And don't forget, you guys can check in on Twitter and Leslie's new account. It's at Less E Weinglass. She just set it up. It's a new account, so you guys can be first to follow her on that. Very cool. We'll do a couple more. I know there's so many more here. When Pasta took the coffee break, Airways, I filled my coffee, made it back before Pasta, and I'm on a cane. I'm gonna let him know that one. That's funny because I knew he was gonna go over the 3 minutes. He said 3 minutes, but I said no. That's gonna be a little more. Okay. Turkey Day Tuesday on THL. That's good. I like that. Turkey Day Tuesday. And thank you, Naybones. I love to you, your fam, Les and Matt, as well as to you, Pasta. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What else? What else? What else? Ah, this is the reference to Richard III. We know this. This is the Putin film, right? So Jude Law's playing Putin. I mentioned they're presenting it like a Shakespearean film, like Richard III, the rise of the evil villain. And at the end of the film, he loses everything. I don't think they can quite say that about Putin, but they'd love to. They love to say that we stuck it to him and his whole economy fell and the people in Russia rose up. Well, that's not exactly what happened, but they really want it to be. I think they really want it to be. And this would be the perfect line you can say, have your main character, have your Jude Law, Putin, just belt this out at the top of his Russian voice in a Russian Shakespearean accent, or a Shakespearean performance with a Russian dialect. Let me try it. Okay, this is the last line of Richard III, which as performed by, hypothetically, by Jude Law playing the character of Putin. A horse, my kingdom for a horse. And that would be the end of the tragedy of Richard III / Putin, the great evil villain dictator. Because we always want to hear about the story from the bad guy's point of view, which is, I think, what they're attempting with that, for sure. Okay. Let's see. Oh, this is the trailer we showed. Yeah, what the F? Did Rachel Maddow produce this? Thanks, a dingo ate my baby. And long-time listener says the true Putin based on the novel. A lot of ha's, guys. I know, it is funny. I didn't realize what a comedy this thing was. You guys got to go check out the trailer. It's the Jude Law trailer for the Putin film, where he played Putin. But nobody's going to see the film, and it actually premiered in Venice Film Festival at the end of August. Can you believe that? Nobody even heard of it. They tried to make it like this big Oscar thing for him. And St. David's, it was not a comedy. And Longmeadow, Dano, why would Paul Dano do that? Well, because he's like every other actor. He's a great actor. Paul Dano's an exceptional actor. But he's just like all the rest of them. Give me my paycheck. Tell me where to stand. Where's the camera? Give me my script. What's my motivation? Let's go. Let's roll. I'm a puppet. That's how it works. Even the best of them. Well, mostly the best of them. The best of them are the ones that are the best puppets because they're so good. They're so good at selling it. They're so good. That's the point. They're good. If they weren't good, they wouldn't be utilized in a way like they are. So that's it. Okay, let's do a couple more. Oh, good. Okay, I like it. Child of God, Ben Stiller does know. And this is in reference to Ben Stiller arriving in Ukraine and saying, it's really hard to know what's going on. It's so crazy, all this stuff, but I'm here and you're my hero. And Child of God is saying, don't stop letting these demons off the hook. Fair point. But also, if you look at his face, and I know he's an actor and everything, but he reminds me that there's people here in Hollywood I will talk to, not on the level of Ben Stiller, but people that work professionally in the industry here, and you have this conversation with them. And I can say, I won't say for Ben Stiller because he might be faking that whole thing, but I tend to think there's a lot of people in this industry that you tell them certain things like the Minsk Accord, and you tell them about Boris Johnson coming in and squashing the deal with Zelensky. You tell them about us hand selecting Zelensky as a puppet, installing him in there in 2014. You tell them about this stuff. You tell them about Putin being blamed about blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline when we really did it. We blew up the pipeline. Joe Biden said he was going to do it. We did it. You tell people this, they have the same look on their face that Ben Stiller had, where he's like, it's just really confusing. This stuff's really hard. I don't understand it. So yeah, on one hand, he could be lying. On the other hand, it might be too much for him to understand, because a lot of these guys, they're really not that bright. As actors, you're not really supposed to be that bright. I know it seems like it because if you guys watch Actor Studio and you see them go up there and talk about the process, these are all one-dimensional evaluations. We always see these actors. He's like, I'm going to tell you about how I got to the heart of this character. These people, they don't have too much else to offer outside of that. telling us how they took on a role. That's the extent of it. They can't tell you about geopolitics. They can't tell you about how propaganda works. They can't tell you about two-party duopoly and a uniparty in place. They can't tell you about how we get pitted against each other. They can't tell you about any of this. They can't tell you about COVID being a scam. They can't tell you about any of these opportunities to use fear and divide people and keep you in tribes. They can't tell you about any of that, because I think that a lot of them aren't really, they're just not that able to process those things. They can only really process about what's my character, where do I stand, tell me what to do, and then I'll go talk about it on an actor studio stage and look like a genius later, and I'll get all these applause from all these actors that want to be where I'm at, and that's what they want. So that's all. But you could be right. And St. David says Ben Stiller would make a great Zelensky. Zelensky, the movie, would be called Tropic Thunder in Ukraine. Now that's a good idea. That would be a repeat. That would be good. I actually don't mind that one. Now, obviously, they're not going to do that. But if they did, in an alternate dimension, we would see a complete fiasco of trying to make a movie about this absolutely embarrassing, blunderous, devastating attempt at bringing democracy to Ukraine. It's very similar to Vietnam. It's very similar to the story of Tropic Thunder, and you guys should go see it. It's actually a really funny, ridiculous film that Ben Stiller stars in and directs. So I would like to see them. I don't think we're going to see it, but nice try, nice idea. Okay, let's just do a couple more here. Like, this is a reference to Sean Penn. I hoped he wiped it off. This is the Oscar. I hope that Zelensky wiped it off after Sean Penn pulled it out of his ass. That's pretty funny. Thank you for that one. And yes, Ben Stiller is in love. Ben Stiller is in love. Thank you for that, Rupert Fellows. And you're right, Wishigo. Penn was good on Cuba and Venezuela years ago. I can't stand the prick now. Yeah, I mean, at some point he was doing real activism, and then he wasn't. His whole Haiti thing was a big joke. It was a big disaster. It wasn't real. But earlier, yes, his Cuba, working Cuba and Venezuela, yes. And then there was a point where it wasn't good. And so you have to look for that. What point did he change? What point was the CIA scoop him up and say, you're ours now? When did that happen? It's a good question. We should look closer at that. But there was a distinct change in him. And you look at his later stuff with Haiti, and you look at his later stuff, anything after that, all his Ukraine crap, it's all been nonsense. Total psychopath. We want nuclear annihilation, going on Sean Hannity, talking about, hey, man, we don't have much in common, Sean Hannity and Sean Penn. But one thing we do agree on is we got to stick it to Putin and nuke the shit out of Russia. And they high-fived. They literally were this close to high-fiving about nuking Russia and showing that we're not a bunch of pussies. That's Sean Penn. And I don't know. I also don't know where we lost him. I don't know. Okay. One more. And then what we'll do is, man, we got a lot more though. We got a lot more. Hold on. Let me do a few of them. Here. Yep. That's right. Freedom isn't free. Freedom fries, however, those are $1.75. And it's $2.50 for the large. If you guys remember the Freedom Fries, which rolled out somewhere around 2001, 2002, get us all pumped for the war on terror and the Patriot Act and Homeland Security and all the rest that came with it. 1 million dead Iraqis and an illegal torture program, and eventually the drone program that Obama whipped out. So all of that was awesome. And it started with the Freedom Fries. So thank you for that, engraved casings. Really appreciate it. And come on, free the turkeys. Thank you, Rupert Fellows. Thank you for that. A quote from Chatter X. We'll put this one up here. This is a Henry Kissinger quote. I don't see why we need to stand by and watch a country go communist due to the irresponsibility of its people. It's referring to Vietnam, I believe, or is it for it might be Chile. Let's see. I'll get to the rest of the quote. Okay. The issues are much too important for the Chilean voters to be left to decide for themselves. Of course, they can't decide for themselves. We have to. And that is Henry Kissinger, the essence of U.S. imperialist policy. Thank you so much for that, ChatterX. And we'll end that right here, right now. And I will run a little bit more of the comments when we wrap up the show later. That's it for now for 150th episode for Talking Back. Thank you so much, guys. We will be right back with 2 more segments. I'm going to give you guys, we have a Bill Maher versus Killer Mike, loudest voice. And I didn't forget about it, but we had run out of time earlier, but I am going to cover the Campbell's soup fiasco that's happening at Campbell's, which ties into our theme of, well, we want to make America healthy again, but it looks like we're making America hazardous again. So that's an interesting one. We'll be back with that as well. For now, as a interlude before our last 2 segments, what I want to do for you guys is I'm going to play you a teaser. This is from an interview that we are putting together for you guys regarding Bill Binney. Now, you guys know that we had attempted to have Bill Binney on the show a couple times. The first time the plug got pulled. The second time we were having kind of some weird interference. I don't know what was going on. So we ended up going to a private Zoom room, and that was me with Kelly Lane. And if you guys don't know about Bill Binney, what you do need to know is Bill Binney is an NSA whistleblower. And we talk about the surveillance state and where it originated from. So it's hard to get this interview going. So what we did is we did a little Zoom meeting. This is a little 9-minute clip for you guys to see. And then we're setting up another discussion with him, and we're going to premiere that next week when we get back from Thanksgiving. But I wanted you guys to see just this little tease of Bill Binney speaking with me and Kelly Lane regarding the surveillance state and the whistleblowing he did, being former NSA. Check it out, and we'll be right back with the Campbell Soup story and loudest voice of the week on this 150th episode of The Homeless Left, your non-tribal approach to news. We'll see you in a second.
You know, and they refused to hear it. I said, gee, that sounds like this is the Constitution we're talking about, and the violation of the Constitution. I thought that was one of their primary jobs, to defend the Constitution. Isn't there oath of office to do, protect, and defend? You know.
Yeah.
It's also true of all of Congress. That's why they don't want to let it in, because they're all involved in it. And you can't let this out in the public, because if you do, then they can't claim plausible deniability.
Right.
And I would tell you another thing. When back in 2013, late July, I was called to go in and talk to the Conyers and I can't remember Conyers and Amash. They had a coalition of Democrats and Republicans in the House that wanted to unfund the bulk collection of NSA. And I was supposed to go talk to them about what I knew about that and how it worked. I invented half of it, so I know how it works.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
So, and I know the things they did to it that they shouldn't have done, that would have made it okay, but they didn't. So, but when I got a date and time, it got onto the congressional record that I was going to go down there and talk to them at that time and a date. Then Obama calls a meeting of all the Democrats at that time and date in the White House. You know, he called a meeting on them. So all the Democrats came out, so that got canceled. And that was 4 days before the vote. Now, they lost that vote by 12 votes. I think if I'd have been there to talk to him, I mean, both he and Alexander, the director of NSA, were really lobbying Congress to not do that. You know, don't bring this defunding the NSA program up. Well, I mean, by calling that meeting of the Democrats, canceled any briefing I would give them, which would have swayed, I think, another 12 votes at least.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, if people, I think the problem, though, and it's what inspired me to study this, is because it's just too confusing for your average person to explain the technology. I mean, obviously they understand the violation of their privacy, but it is hard to sort of get people's attention on these things because it's just confusing. They don't know how it works. But I think you do a great job. I mean, your interviews I've seen, I mean, I've watched probably all of them from Consortium News especially, but I think you do a really good job. Like, I mean, a lot of tech people don't know how to translate things, you know, into understandable, but you do. You do. So thank you for keeping on talking.
Actually, this is, if you want to know the truth, this is rather simple stuff that I've worked on. The real stuff was the codes and ciphers and data systems that I had to solve for NSA. Those are really complicated. And even there, they tried to make it look like it's really, they overcomplicate it. They want to appear that, gee, you really have to be smart to do this stuff. No, you don't. You just have to know think of it straightforward, basic ways, keep it simple and straightforward. And if you don't complicate yourself, complicate your mind in thinking about it, then you can get the answers and get things straightened out. But people tend to try to appear that it's really a difficult problem.
Well, that keeps the public in the dark. But it cut off when do you know, or what? I'm sure you know about the Reality Winner NSA report, and that part of it's kind of the less discussed part of Russiagate, because the main focus was on the DNC leak versus hack thing. But the other part being the spear phishing emails in Florida. I mean, obviously that wasn't supposed to come out, but so the FBI, what I find interesting is that the FBI made DeSantis sign an NDA. They briefed him and they made him sign an NDA so he couldn't talk about it. But in some of the things that just came out this July, it goes in, you see all the people in like, I think it's Clapper, and it's all redacted, but this is all just definitive. It was Russia, it was Russia, it was Russia. You can't see anything, of course, it's blacked out. But when you get to the part about the FBI, and I was going to read it if we were live, but maybe we can share it, Matt, and in your show notes or the show notes or something. But you see the FBI is saying, we're not really comfortable with this wording because this paints it as a definitive, it was Russia. And they basically just said, we don't see that. So I thought it was really interesting that the FBI had whatever they told. I don't know if that's what they told DeSantis. There's no real there, and the intelligence agencies are just going to run with it because they need this narrative. I mean, that's what it seems like to me, but they would be able to know, right? If there's really Russian malware currently in boards of election, and I think it was Motherboard did a public records request to one of the counties in Florida that someone clicked on the spear phishing email, and so something got in, but we don't have any idea because it's all still redacted. But wouldn't the NSA would know if this was still there?
Yeah, yes, of course, okay. And they would have actually a copy of it. They would have a copy of what set it up. Anything being transferred electronically across the network, they have.
So they're secretive about it, so it lets people keep still talking about it, like it's, and creating all this.
Well, I mean, when like the 2017 ICA that they came out and said, oh, the Russians hacked it and they gave it to WikiLeaks.
Right.
Well, NSA, if you looked at they said CIA said they had high confidence, FBI had high confidence, and NSA only had moderate confidence. Well, I'm telling you, that told you right away it was a lie. They had no data whatsoever. Because if they had data, NSA would have said, that's exactly right, and here's where it came from, and there's where it went to.
Right.
There's no question about it. Because they've got trace routes tracing the packets as well individually all around the network.
Right.
That's how you can use if you look up TraceWatch and TraceRoute programs.
Right.
Look those up on the web. You can read about them. They trace the packet through the network worldwide. It went through these packets and this timing, through this packet and through this link and this segment and so on.
So can anyone look it up?
It used to be free code on the, depending on your operating system, you have to get the right software. Okay. But it used to be free code on the net. You could download TraceWatch and TraceRoute.
Huh. Okay. All right. Well, I will look into that because I think if people understood that, then they wouldn't fall for this stuff.
It's bullshit.
It's bullshit. Yes. And it's dangerous bullshit because when I first talked to Ray, and I think I'll just tell you, we can edit this part out, Matt. He seemed a little uncomfortable to talk about because I was talking about the spear phishing thing, and he felt like it was above his head. The tech part is what he said. And he felt like it might harm stuff about the DNC hack versus leak debate if he talked about the other, which is understandable. I don't know. But that's what he said. But in our interview, I played some clips of David Sanger, who wrote this book, I think it's Cyber Weapons, something or other. And he just, you can just tell he used to say there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. So it seems like it's geared to just confuse the public. And if they want the public to believe Iran hacked this or that, or Russia did, or China did, I find it interesting that it's never some of the best in the world, which would be 8,200. No, the public, most of the U.S. public, they're starting to hear about it now, but haven't known that Israel is one that has some of the best, right, in the world.
Well, they got a lot of it from us, in the research area that we were doing. That was handed to them. So they made commercial products for it. We could have done this.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Netanyahu brags about it, though, that they find their best and brightest, and
they do some good work. They do.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but it was you got an NSA, early NSA. They gave them a lot of it. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think the best way to? How do we reach the public and tell them? You've been trying for years.
Yeah, I've been doing this for 20-some years, 24 years.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, for the first 7 years, I went through the Inspector General of the Department of Defense, the Inspector General of the Department of Justice, and the House Intelligence Committee, which were the proper ways to do it.
Right.
For that, I became attacked by the Department of Defense and the Department of Justice, NSA, CIA, and the DOJ, and they tried to indict me 3 separate times under the Espionage Act. Like I was giving away data, and when the New York Times article came out about the warrantless wiretapping, that came from Thomas Tam, a member of the Department of Justice. He was the guy writing the requests for the FISA court warrants for the Department of Justice. And that's why we came across it. He was the source of the New York Times. And Russ Tice also said he was a source of it. But they knew already that I wasn't, nor anybody I was associated with. We weren't. Because they had all our emails, they had all our phone calls, they had all of that.
Right. So wait, what was the indictment based on? What? That just saying that
they fabricated evidence.
Oh.
And we had the fabrications laid out and went to the Rutherford Institute in Virginia to try to find a constitutional lawyer that would help us sue them for violation of constitutional rights. And they said, well, we'll try and find somebody for you. And they couldn't get anybody to take it. Anybody, because it was just it's national security. Oh my God,
And that's what they say now. It's always national security.
It's bullshit. I looked at what Snowden put out. He put out what we were doing, what the Al Qaeda, the Russians, and the Chinese, they were already doing it too. They knew that we were doing this. So what's the big surprise for anybody who's an antagonist against us? That was no surprise to them.
Right.
Did it change anything they did? No, it didn't change a damn thing. Just look at it this way: if Al Qaeda doesn't communicate internationally, to set up an attack, that means they can't do it. They don't attack. That means they lose, we win. If they communicate, we get them, and therefore we can stop them. So at that point, we win, they lose. So which way do you want it? They lose, we win, or we win, they lose. Either way, it made no difference.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
I mean,
okay,
yeah. I was gonna say, then you add in the part about how our behavior is dependent on their existence, right? So we have to look at that and say, could you get away with anything we are doing if you don't have Al-Qaeda, if you don't have, and the same question we're asking to Netanyahu in Israel right now about Hamas. Like, so you see the functionality there of building up this enemy, building up this entity to justify those behaviors. So who's actually winning and losing if we're creating the entire scenario from the start in order to justify everything? It seems like that's the piece of the puzzle we don't so much talk about. Do you have any insight onto that part of the puzzle, the funding apparatus of Al-Qaeda? How much of that was coming from us to begin with?
I'm not quite sure about that, but I can tell you that sometimes these things are set up for the wrong reason. For example, the program that I was doing, which basically, when they said you had to give up privacy for security, that was a lie from the beginning.
Sure.
We knew that you didn't have to do that, and we had the way to solve that. But they took the first of all, they took the approach that said, well, we need to build our empire. We need to know about all our potential opposition, meaning Cheney wanted to know about his opposing party members, what they were thinking and things like that. So we need to have the data about them. So, and by the way, when you do the bulk collection, it takes a hell of a lot more money to do that than it does to do a focused, disciplined approach attack. For example, to do the Thin Thread program cost us $3.2 million from beginning to end, and have it operational at 3 different sites 24 hours a day. And to get it around, and I'd proposed this back in 2001, before 9/11, that we go to the 18 sites because I was the technical director of the World Analysis and Reporting, I went to them and said, what sites give you information that you find relevant to the terrorist problem anywhere in the world? They gave me 18 sites. I said it'll cost us $9 million, $9.5 million, to go and put this program there and monitor for intelligence purposes all of the terrorists in the world. They refused to do that. Why? Because it would show they didn't need $3.8 billion to do this other program, volume, velocity, variety. It would show that we already solved it. And so they traded the privacy and the security of the people of the United States and the free world for money. That's really what it was, money and organization, empire building and money. It was, basically, I think of it as treasonous.
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, I'm sorry, Matt.
I'm going to have to cut out.
Oh, that's right. You got to run.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
well, Binney, I want to thank you so much for talking with us. And it's truly, honestly, I think you're a hero, and I thank you for what you've done. And we'd love to talk to you again if you have time. Or I know you mentioned talking to your wife maybe about some of the stuff she knows. That would be very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Matt. I don't want
the same stuff again.
Right. Right. We will probably. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I hope you keep feeling good, and I guess we'll put this up later and maybe get some good clips from it. But
definitely.
Thank you so much, Ben.
Well, thanks for getting the word out here too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we certainly will try. There's a new generation that I think is more interested now. They're paying attention.
So. This is really threatening. I mean, if you don't realize this is really taking everything away.
Yeah.
The threat is so devastating, really.
It is. It is. Okay, well, let's be in touch.
Okay, that was the raw recording, a little sample from our last interaction with Bill Binney. We're putting together another dialogue with him. Apparently, we're not able to go live. Every time we try to go live on the show, we get some sort of scrambled effect on his end. It's very weird. I'm not saying we know why. We're not saying 100% sure, but it seems like it only works in the Zoom meeting. So we're setting up another discussion that won't be so spontaneous. We'll have it more locked in and have a more thorough discussion with him, and we'll be able to premiere that with you guys either next week or the week after once we put that together. But that's Bill Binney, very, very courageous dude that's able to go out there and continue to whistleblow in his later years, even though it seems that the CIA continues to keep an eye on him all the time, apparently. So that's what happens when you're a whistleblower. You don't get celebrated. You don't get to be the good guy in history books. You don't get to have movies made about you and your heroism. You get either jailed or censored or punished in different ways or X'd out of communities or surveillanced the rest of your life. That's the way whistleblowers are treated now. They didn't used to be. They used to be something we looked up to, and we said, wow, what a brave thing to do, to call out the thing. And they used to get protection too. Remember, during the Nixon years, we had Deep Throat got protection when the Washington Post revealed all of the stuff from Watergate. They got a Pulitzer Prize for their work. Nobody said, hey, you got to tell us who Deep Throat is. You got to tell us who these things. No, we understood that you protect people that are giving information. You protect them. And that's just not the case anymore. Okay. With that said, let's get to the rest of the show here. I know we've been going a long one today, but this is our 150th episode, guys. We are 150 episodes in with you, and we plan to do 150 more. So finish it off. I have 2 stories that were left over from our previous discussions with Craig Pasa and with Jay Scott. Let's quickly do the Campbell's soup story for you guys. If you haven't seen this, it's pretty entertaining. I don't want to say funny, and I don't want to say shocking, because we know that this is the way that a profit over people system is the way it's designed. And Campbell's was the latest company entity to reveal the plan. It's not unique to Campbell's. They're going to try and tell us it's unique, but make no mistake, this is our system. They're all designed this way. So let's see what happened with Campbell's. We're calling this segment Campbell's Soup is bad. Let's see the report. We have a little leak from one of the head up guys who unknowingly let this conversation out. And boy, it's not good.
Campbell's Soup Company employee is taking legal action against the food giant, and he's making some explosive allegations about one of its top executives. Good evening, and thanks for joining us at 6. I'm Ty Steele.
I'm Kimberly Gill. Those allegations are now at the center of a lawsuit claiming the company's vice president went on an hour-long tirade attacking the company's products and employees before taking aim at its customers.
And the former employee recorded it all. Eric Erickson shares that recording and what the company is saying about it.
We have shit for poor people. Who buys our shit?
And that's just part of an over an hour-long rant, says former security analyst for Campbell's, Robert Garza of Monroe.
I don't buy Campbell's products barely anymore. It's so healthy. Now that I know what the in it, even in a can of soup, I look at it, look at me, bioengineered meat. I don't want to eat a piece of chicken that came from a 3D printer. You?
The recording allegedly of Campbell's VP and Chief Information Security Officer Martin Bally.
He has no filter.
Bally, along with another supervisor and Campbell Soup Company, named in a lawsuit filed Thursday. The suit claiming Bally made racist remarks, admits to coming to work high, and Garza fired for coming forward.
What do you think about the things that
So let's just be clear. So the whistleblower, again, we're talking about whistleblowing today. The whistleblower is reprimanded for leaking this because he's the one in the wrong. He shouldn't have leaked this. We should have kept this conversation private, I suppose. So yeah, let's go a little, but just keep a note. This is how we are constructed as society. We're okay with this. The whistleblower gets fired, but okay, go on.
He was saying.
Oh, just pure disgust.
Garza says he usually worked remotely for Campbell's headquarters based in Camden, New Jersey. But thinking he'd be discussing his salary with Bally, he says the recording taken in person at a restaurant.
They couldn't think for the I'm like, you dumb
Garza says he felt sick after the rant, deciding to go to his direct supervisor in January, keeping the recordings to himself.
He had never had any disciplinary action. They had never written him up for poor work performance.
Garza says no one at Campbell's ever followed up, and it's taken him 10 months to find a new job, calling the way the canned soup company handled it simply terrible.
They have a motto, like we treat you like family, here at Campbell's, come work for us, we treat our employees like family. That's not the case.
We did just receive a statement from Campbell's. It says, quote, if accurate, the comments in the recording are unacceptable. They do not reflect our values and the culture of our company. We are actively investigating.
And let's be clear. Of course they represent the values and culture of the company. Of course they do. They are acceptable. So this is a lie. What the CEO reveals in the recording is exactly how they function. He's not this, loose cannon, bad apple. But we are conditioned to believe this garbage. And unfortunately, this local 4 News, although they sat down with the dude that got fired and they let him speak his mind and his case and show his case, they're not going to go any further with this investigation. They're going to let Campbell's tell us that they're looking into it, and they're going to look into this bad apple, and he's the one, he's the one that's off kilter from the way the company generally functions, and it's unacceptable, right?
This manner. We've also reached out directly to Martin Bally.
So. Okay, or maybe it's in progress. So maybe they're going to cover more of this. They had to show the statement that Campbell's made. But no, I haven't seen any follow-up yet with this local news team. But let's see what went out on Twitter here. So this is good. I like this. So if you want to see what's really going on here, Fake Jim Willie wrote this out. The Campbell soup scandal isn't just another corporate embarrassment. It is a window into the rot that has been fermenting inside America's food conglomerates for decades. When a top executive is caught on tape admitting that the company's products amount to shit for poor people, he isn't revealing a moment of drunken exaggeration. He's revealing the contempt that the corporate caste has for the very public that keeps them alive. So it's a reveal. It's a curtain pulled back moment. This is what happens when monopoly power, cheap science, and moral bankruptcy collide. A vice president, one sitting at the top floor, insulated from the real world, spills out the truth in a private meeting. He doesn't eat the products. He knows what's in them. He knows what corners are cut. He knows what kind of engineered mystery slurry gets passed off as nourishment in the name of shareholder value, and he knows who buys it. The people living on the margins, the families stretching every dollar, the households that still treat a can of soup as a meal. And behind the curtain, the man admits he wouldn't touch the stuff with a 10-foot pole. Bioengineered meat, lab-designed protein blocks, the whispered specter of 3D printed chicken. That's what he said. That's his words, not ours. He said 3D printed chicken. He speaks about it like a man confessing to a crime because in his world, these are normal ingredients, accepted practices, cost-saving miracles. The public was never supposed to hear this. This was the private language of the corporate priesthood. Then comes the most predictable chapter of the entire saga. The employee who reported on the behavior gets fired. Retaliation masquerading as policy enforcement. The old corporate playbook never changes. Punish the messenger, bury the scandal, polish the boilerplate. These comments do not reflect our values. That's what the statement they put out. That's what the report said. These comments do not reflect our values. That statement is put out, and the hope is there that the media cycle forgets before the next quarterly earnings call. So you understand that we're actually being extra lenient to the news organization, this local Channel 4 news, and we want to give them this benefit of the doubt that this is a work in progress and they're going to follow up on this. They probably won't, because that's how news works. It goes fast. And the idea, what he nailed on that at the end of that, is he said that the playbook is that the media moves on, they forget. It's always too soon to ask questions. It's always too soon to investigate tragedies, right? It's always too soon to go to Lahaina and figure out what happened there. It's too soon to talk about the LA fires. Let the mainstream do their work. Let them figure it out. Guess what? They never come back with more answers. They've moved on to the next story. So nobody's doing the investigation, but you don't really have to. You can see it. You can listen to the tape and you can understand that this, again, this is a pull back the curtain reveal, not on some random bad apple that drinks too much and has a tendency to talk shit when he's drunk. That's not what this is. This is a reveal of the company culture itself, which is really a reflection of the corporate culture that we've built in this capitalist environment that puts profit over people. And this is the product that comes out of that. And we're supposed to yay, rah, capitalism and say, well, at least these poor families can have a meal tonight, which would, whatever crap is in that can, because we know that they're not eating it, but at least the poor people won't starve because they'll have their little modified 3D printed chicken with God knows what chemicals are inside that can. Well, they'll still be able to have their can. And you're not going to see Campbell's recalled from the shelf. You're not going to see that. That's not going to happen. And meanwhile, the whistleblower gets fired, which is, again, part of the same game plan. We see this time and time again. He's not getting a medal for his work, but we are at least getting educated by this, and we're using our critical thinking skills, think outside the box, and understand that the bad apple thing is just a facade. That's not the story. The real story is our entire food system, our entire corporatist system is one big theater piece, and we got to do better at looking at our own stuff and researching for ourselves and knowing what the hell we're putting in our bodies, because they certainly aren't going to admit it to us. Okay. That's it for Campbell's soup is bad. Okay. Final story for today. Man, this is a long one. We're heading on the 5-hour mark. Let's see if we can beat it. Okay. I got a loudest voice of the week for you guys. It's a little Bill Maher. I know we have some Bill Maher fans. Watch our show. I get it. He gets things right sometimes, but man, oh man, is this guy bad with American imperialism. Man, oh man, is this guy bad with Israel. Man, oh man, does he not understand how the Western war machine works. Does not get it. And this is no exception. Okay, guys, let's go. It's time for, well, you know what it's called. We'll just play the jingle. You guys know what it's called. Here we go. It's the loudest voice of the week, and we had a little standoff on the Bill Maher show on recent episode. In this episode, Bill Maher had his guest on, Killer Mike, discussing the repercussions of the Obama/Hillary/CIA killing of Gaddafi in Libya. And during this interaction, he also had to educate Bill Maher on Haiti being suppressed. Oh, by the way, Donna Brazile is also at the table, and you guys know Donna Brazile is the self-proclaimed cheater of the Democratic Party, who admittingly, openly wrote a book about it, made a few bucks, told us that Bernie was cheated by Hillary and that she was responsible as one of the people who did the cheating. And yet she can still go on the show with Bill Maher and be buddy, and Killer Mike gets to go on the show too. So let's break this down, this clip. And I'm going to tell you something. Not everybody responded the same way to this, but we'll get to that soon. Let's start with, they're going to start with the discussion on Libya and then move to Haiti. And let's see how dumb Bill Maher plays on this. Unless he really doesn't understand he's really that stupid. But we'll see. You guys decide. Is Bill Maher stupid or is he just dumb? But Killer Mike, make no mistake, he went on the show and he hit it out of the park. And that's why we're giving him Loudest Voice of the Week. Here we go.
We knocked them off the motherfucking face.
Sure,
of the earth,
absolutely.
right?
Yeah.
All right, you're like, absolutely. But as a black person, I saw slavery return to Libya. I saw a man who was willing to help black people in their plight and their struggle by giving billions, ignored. I saw someone who wanted to unite Africa under one currency and have a potentially United States of Africa. And I know how dangerous that is to Europe and the United States. I saw that crushed. And as an American, I had to shut fuck up, go with the Republic. But that's something, if I ever had a chance to talk to Obama, I'd really say,
so you see Gaddafi good guy.
You say Gaddafi is not an evil dictator? What are you talking about, Killer Mike? We were told he's an evil dictator. That's why we had to murder him, right? What are you saying?
I see Gaddafi has been not as bad as they said.
And that's good for Killer Mike. If you want to keep getting invited back on to Bill Maher, he has a way of giving just a little bit, just enough to Bill Maher, so he's not made to look like a total fool. So we know what he's doing there. Killer Mike's just softening the blow just a bit. But no, he's making the point that it's not what you were told. Pay attention, Bill Maher. You should know. You should be educated because you yap and babble every week on your show. You should know this stuff. But we think maybe he knows it, but he's pretending he doesn't.
I can't see any president I have as a good guy. I love Obama. The symbol of Obama is up in my motherfucking house. He's a black man. He became president, and he did more drone bombings than any other U.S. president before him.
That's correct. That's accurate. That's factual. Does Bill Maher have any response to that? Let's see. What do you say to that, Bill Maher? Obama killed more people drone bombing any other president ever. What do you say to that?
He and Hillary Clinton disturbed a country called Libya, in which you used to have a free house, free education, free, and now it's not free anymore. And there are people who look like me that aren't free. So as much as I love my republic,
you know, it was a very repressive dictatorship.
A very repressive dictatorship, Bill, of course, because that's what was told to us. No, it wasn't. And if you want to critique Libya pre-Hillary Clinton murdering Gaddafi, you can try and make a case for that, but I guarantee you're not going to show us anything as bad as it is right now. And make no mistake, Killer Mike is hitting it out of the park, telling us they were a free country. They were attempting to not have anything to do with the West, having their own currency. We know that's the number one thing that gets people killed of other countries, is when they try to break off the petrodollar and do their own currency. That is why Gaddafi was murdered. That's why Saddam Hussein was murdered. This is a pattern that we see. Bill Maher should know this, and that's why I think he's lying right here, and he's just regurgitating the state narrative talking points and making that face that you see, the face of, what? Don't you know? Come on, Killer Mike. Libya was a horrible place until we came along and brought democracy and helped the women and children and passed out Bibles and all that good stuff, right? And stole their shit, too, on top of it.
Hear what you're saying. We're living under one now. We ain't storming the fucking White House.
It was not. You know what?
There's ICE walking down American neighborhoods.
Okay, if you think that's the same as Libya.
I didn't say the same. I said repressive.
But let
me add to that. ICE walking down the street and taking whoever the hell they want. Bill Maher can sit there and go, well, that's not as bad as what I was told about Libya. But the real point that needs to be made here is, Bill, you know that anybody in another country could take that and use that as an excuse to call us a terrorist state and that we have to take out our dictator. You know that, right? You know that that's enough, that you could sell that to any other people on the planet. Look what's going on. All you got to do is show a few clips. In fact, we could sell that way easier. That if you're going to buy hook, line, and sinker that Libya was an oppressive place ruled by a dictator, and you're just going to believe that because that's what the man on the TV told you, Bill Maher, you're not, it doesn't cross your mind that we could also be packaged the same way, if not worse, because all you have to do is show clips of ICE raiding houses with masks on and not having to identify themselves, taking anyone they want. They take American citizens, by the way. They do that. That's enough. You could just do that. You could sell that to any other part of the world, and any of them that were psychopath enough to want to invade and kill our president, that would be enough, at least to sell to their public. That would be enough. So you should know that, because you believe the other side of that without seeing any of the footage of any sort of horrible stuff that Gaddafi was doing to his people, because we're just told it and we're expected to believe it. Just like we were told Assad had chemical weapons he unloaded on his people, and we were just supposed to believe it because chemicals are not, you can't see them, they're invisible. And if CNN tells us that they're chemicals and they smell like chemicals, well, we should just believe it. And so that's a really ridiculous inability Bill Maher has here to have any self-awareness of whether you agree or not with ICE, Bill Maher, you should be able to see what this looks like to the rest of the world. And you could package anything as a dictatorship that people are oppressed in that need to be taken out. So the same thing could happen right back to us. But Killer Mike not getting into that part, I don't hold that against him. He had a lot more to say. Listen.
Let's have some perspective.
All right.
Because it's very...
Before y'all go smoke?
I
really like this.
Yeah, Donna Brazil, she wants to smoke. This, again, she's a woman who admittingly in a book told us I cheated. I'm a cheater. The Democratic Party is a cheating party that likes to hand select our nominee for president for the general election. We like to hand select Hillary Clinton, and we like to sabotage Bernie Sanders, and we did it on purpose, and we're cheats. So she's done that. Just to be very clear, that's who's hanging out with these guys right now, getting a little joke in there in the interim.
It's very easy to lose.
And when the emails came out, the emails said essentially we were doing it for the French. Like, how long do the French get to fucking live off Haiti, Libya, West Africa? How long before you got to ante up what's in the Louvre?
The French are still living off Haiti?
Oh, yeah.
Why can't they fix it then?
Why can't Haitians fix it?
No, the French. If the French are so involved.
There's no interest in color.
Don't
you read France Fanon? Did you read Wretched of the Earth? You dated enough black women to know this shit. You know that.
You know, Bill, stop bullshitting. You know the resources that are stolen there by the U.S., by the French. You know that they're living off of that. That's absolutely proven, 100% true. We can paper trail that. We can timestamp that. Absolutely, that French are living off of that. Absolutely. It might not be billions and billions, but it's enough to say that that there was a benefit. There's been a benefit, and it's still current. It's not even in the past. It's still current. And that's the relationship France has with Haiti. And here's Bill Maher going to try and double down and say, well, how do you explain all the violence between Haitians? How do you explain that? Well, this is a technique. You got to watch out for this technique. There's an argument to it. So watch out. Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, the French,
you got to tell them at night.
The French pulled out of Haiti like in 1806.
No, what I'm saying, though, is Haiti has been punished since 1806. Yes. Frederick Douglass wrote about this, too, for being an example that you can without colonizers. And to end colonization is going to take some form of violence. I think anyone who threatens colonies or the colonists are crushed. So whether Gaddafi was ultimately, in my eyes, good or bad,
I mean, the people
he was
who
better
are
than what they have now.
The people who have been repressing the people in Haiti for a very long time are not French.
Shit, me.
They're other Haitians.
Okay, and there's where Bill Maher is lying to you. That he's seeing Haitian on Haitian violence has nothing to do with us. That is also the game plan. We do that shit all the time. We always are funding operations to pit people against each other. We do it all the time. We do that with the drug war, with the drug, the CIA implanting drugs, creating Bloods versus Crips. We do this technique in our country. We do it in other parts of the world. We certainly do it in Haiti. We pit people against each other. We rise up groups. We fund. We do this all through Latin America. We fund groups. We give them resources, money, ammunition, so they can turn on their own people. We do this all the effing time. It's our playbook all the time. We fund other groups. We do it in Ukraine. We did it with the Azov Battalion. We gave the most extreme group, the neo-Nazi Azov Battalion. We gave them everything they needed to uprise and take over. So this is a technique. Bill Maher's acting like he doesn't know this technique. And Haitian on Haitian violence, that's their problem. It's nothing to do with us, man. We're just liberators, Killer Mike. We're liberators. Why are you coming in here bringing nonsense about the West infiltrating these places. And by the way, Haitians were punished because they rose up, and they won. That's why. A real revolution in the street, you get punished for that. If you're the Western Empire looking on from a distance, you go, oh, that's not cool. And then you come in for the kill, and then you steal resources, and then you move on to the next kill. That's what you do. That's what the imperialist machine does.
You don't
there,
really.
There are Haitians that are put into
Papa
place.
Doc Duvalier
let's not
was
act like we don't put dictators into place.
Okay, but they're not French.
Yeah, I was about to say, we help them come to power.
They're not French.
But they're not French. So what do you mean we're putting dictators? They're not French. That's like Zelensky's a Jew, so he can't be a neo-Nazi. Or Obama's black. He can't be against the African American population. He's a blah, blah, blah. Well, with the skin color. Bill Maher famously said that he's no longer woke, right? He realized that the left is too woke for him, and he doesn't want to be part of that anymore. Good for him. But doesn't he realize that by making this claim about what somebody looks, you're falling for the identity politics of the why would someone do that when they look like this? Why would Obama be against the African American community when he's black? Why would all these people be against the thing? Because they were hand selected to be the face of the thing, so then you couldn't criticize that thing. And that's part of woke politics, Bill. You should know that. Identity politics. If you have a problem with Kamala, you're a sexist. You're a racist. If you have a problem with Pete Buttigieg, then you're homophobic, right? You guys know the drill. So Bill Maher, again, playing dumb like he doesn't know how shit works. Killer Mike calling his ass out.
They're not Americans. They are Haitians.
So the benefit,
they're Haitians.
No benefits go to the French from Haiti anymore.
Tell me what. I'm not aware of that.
I'm just saying, Haiti still
tell me, what's going on?
As far as I know, Haiti's still sending money to France, that's all.
Sending money?
Falling apart. That's what I know.
Okay.
And we need to do more to help countries like Haiti, especially
So what's to do more? I would say we need to reparate countries we've colonized. There's a payment to be made to help countries get. So we took Libya. What have we done to help their country become democratic and get back in a better state? What have we done to help Haiti do?
Nothing. We haven't done anything. That's what he's saying.
Haiti is the reason we got Louisiana and West of that. America really owes Haiti. We kicked the French's ass so bad, it was like, fuck this, we'll sell New Orleans. Y'all have the Saints, y'all have Donna.
I mean, you can stay mad at the past forever, but at some point you got to move forward and make.
There it is. There it is, Bill Maher. Forget the past. We're moving forward. A classic line, classic neoliberal line, a classic line borrowed directly from Obama himself. Obama himself coming into office saying, we're gonna look forward. We're not looking into the past. So never mind about Bush and Cheney and their war crimes and their illegal torture programs. We're just gonna look ahead. And the same thing happening right now with the Epstein files. The same thing. We're going to look ahead, right? Classic going on CNN saying, I don't like to look behind. I like to look ahead. And then you pick and choose this shit because everything Bill Maher has been about has been his really, really bad take on basically he's an atheist Zionist, giving a really bad name to atheism. Saying all religion sucks, but man, Islam is the worst. They're the worst. So we're just going to elevate the Jewish faith more than anything and align it with Christianity, even though he's an atheist. So he's just saying, I'm going to align these two things. And you want to talk about not looking in the past? Everything you talk about as far as Israel's right to do whatever the F they want is based on the past, based on a free pass they get, a free card they get because of the Holocaust. So don't say, Bill Maher, that you don't look into the past. You pick and choose when you want to look into the past. And make no mistake, the Haiti stuff is still going on today. It's not in the past. It's right now. And Killer Mike is right. The French are still getting money from Haiti. That is actually happening. Is there any more here? I think this is the tail end.
Make things better in
I'm
the
not
future.
saying I don't want to move forward. I'm just saying put something in my pocket for your socket. Let me, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, let me have something for my move forward. That's how we do it for other nations.
So, case study QB, thanks for putting this together. This is a tough one because when we watch this, we know what's going on. We know you guys know what's going on. The problem is when you go on Twitter and you see this broken up, you see really, really diabolical accounts that I used to like, we used to follow, got certain things right about COVID. People like Vigilant Fox getting this wrong, telling us that Bill Maher stuck it to Killer Mike, which is not true. And it's based on this idea that we can't understand the historical context of American imperialism. We don't want to. And if anybody calls it out like Killer Mike does, we're just going to bash it. And we're going to take Bill Maher looking dumb and playing dumb as if he got one over on Killer Mike because Bill Maher said, oh, that doesn't sound right. Oh, that doesn't sound true. So no, Bill Maher's not sticking it to Killer Mike. He's revealing his lack of knowledge in this arena. But more than that, he's revealing his intentional pretense that it's well beyond reality and that he doesn't want to go there, and he's pretending that he doesn't know these things when I believe for the most part he does know. He does know this stuff. He does know that Hillary Clinton and Condoleezza Rice high-fived on Jon Stewart's show about how they stuck it to Gaddafi and took him out and laughed about it. He knows that happened. And he also knows that if you go to Libya, you go to Haiti right now, you're not going to see democracy. You're not going to see something that looks like we brought peace and change and elevated their society. You're going to see the opposite. He knows that. So it's really hard to make this case. Bill Maher can make the case because he just plays dumb. But luckily, Killer Mike can go on the show and call him out. And he did a very good job at doing so. And he did it in a way where he still can be invited back. And that's also important to note that Killer Mike is a regular guest on Bill Maher. And he keeps that because he knows how to kind of back off just a little, say the thing, back off just a little. And he does it just right that he can get invited back on. You know, people who can't go back on Bill Maher ever again, people like Glenn Greenwald can never go back on his show because Glenn Greenwald sticks it down his effing throat and says, Bill Maher, you are being completely dishonest and are a problem if you keep spewing your lies about how imperialism works and our responsibility for how countries in the Middle East and countries in other parts of the world, how they turn out, because we have to take responsibility at some point for how we conduct ourselves on the global stage. And that is why Killer Mike gets the loudest voice of the week. Okay. That should do it for today, guys. I want to sign off with you, and I will put on a few more of the comments that we weren't able to get to earlier. You know what? Let's put this thing up one more time. This is our cool background. Don't get a little epileptic seizure on us, please. We can't afford the lawsuit. But this is our 150th episode. We thank you guys so much for being part of not just today's show, but everything working up to where we got to today. All 150 episodes. They're all available on our Rumble channel. We never take them down. The way they played Raw, it's all there. Very cool. We also put our segments up. So expect more segments, especially this episode. We still got a few more from last episode we're going to be throwing up there. And you guys can share those out with people. They're shorter segments, so you guys can have conversations and try to have conversations over the holidays. It might be a good idea to do that. If you're reconnecting with people you haven't seen in a while, maybe it's okay. Guys, they told us that religion and politics were not allowed at the dinner table. Well, that was wrong. They should be allowed. We should be able to talk about things that affect us. If anything, I'd say sports should take a back seat to that because sports doesn't actually affect us. People love talking about it. It's fun. You know, we talk about sports on the show. Craig Pasa, we like to talk about basketball, NBA. Craig likes his NFL as well. We do a little NFL as well. But the point is, those things don't affect us. You know what does affect us? How we behave in our society, how we hold people accountable in elected office, how we treat each other when someone comes on the TV and tells us it's time to lock down and stay 6 feet from each other, or when they tell us it's time to invade another country, it's time to bomb the shit out of Venezuela. Our conversations matter, and they're important, and they should not be exiled from the dinner table, because if we exile conversation from the dinner table, we're going to start to exile each other from the dinner table, not the other way around. How do we know this? Because we lived through it. That's what happened with COVID. We were literally exiled from dinner tables. It's not a theory. It's not a hypothesis. It actually happened. So it's the reverse. It's not politics at the dinner table destroys families. It's staying silent destroys families. Staying silent and complicit destroys relationships. Staying silent and complicit destroys who we are as human beings and who we are as our self-value and our self-worth and who we are as principled people with character and morals. And we attempt to apply these morals. We can do better if we allow ourselves to have conversations. And it's okay to disagree. We're not going for winning debates. So remember this at the dinner table, guys. We're not going for winning debates. We're going for understanding. So remember that this holiday, going into Thanksgiving and beyond into December. And we'll see you guys back here next week. We have to see if we might just do one show next week. It depends, but we have a lot of exciting stuff coming up for you. Stay tuned on our channels, all of our channels on YouTube and on Rumble. And we'll see you guys back here next week. Have a happy Turkey Day and all the rest. Happy holidays in all the ways we can say it to you guys, and stay healthy, stay safe, and happy 150 to us. And we'll leave you with this little performance art piece. We love this. This is Netanyahu, and these are all people in costume. I love it. It's if you haven't seen this, Netanyahu taking his lapdogs out for a walk in DC. Really cool performance. We love this type of stuff, mixing storytelling with politics and with protesting, which we love here on the Homeless Left. So until next week, remember, go out the world with principle, with courage, and above all, conviction. Remember, we like to say power to the people, and then, of course, free Palestine. We'll see you next time.
Good boy. Going on a nice walk with my dog. Good boy. Yeah. Be a good boy for Binney.
Warm biscuits and genocide. Warm biscuits and genocide. Let me make it clear. Warm biscuits and genocide. Oh, yes.
Baby likes you close so he can see you. Good boys, good boys. Who's BB's best lab dog? Ooh, good boy, serving Israel. On a tight leash, you know? America first. What a funny joke. Good doggy, good doggy. Boy, you've done this for almost 2 years. Yeah. Good boy. Yeah, you gave me everything I wanted. No pushback whatsoever.
Serving the master the best. I'm the best at serving the master.
Oh, good boys, all of you. Good boys.